Okay, should be live. Should be live. Just give me a minute or two to get everything sorted, and then yeah, we'll get started. Sorry about this. I'm in a different room today, just setting everything up. I'm actually streaming in the living room, which I don't normally do, because I've got nowhere to put my microphone when I do, but whatever. Can't be arsed going in there and setting everything up. Okay, so yeah, before I get started, if anybody could let me know if the audio is good. And yeah, just to show, I'm in a different room, in the living room today. And I've got to hold this because I ain't got nowhere to put it. So yeah, just have a cup of tea and that before I start. All right, there we are. All right, let's get started, shall we? Shout out to Reverse Lee. Good to see you here, man. Yeah, God bless you, bro. Nice and early. How's your boyfriend in Kingdom Come 2? No, mate. Mate, I would never even entertain the idea of playing that for any reason. Absolutely, under no circumstances would I even, like I said, would I even entertain the idea. It's just, I'll talk about that a little bit later in the stream, I think. Audio is fine. Awesome. That's good to hear. I like it. Better than last time. Awesome. It's probably because this is a bigger room that I'm in. And everything's all spaced out, so it probably sounds better, you know. Maybe I'll just continue to stream in here from now on. I would turn the camera around, but the place is a mess, and I don't want to have that on stream. Long story short, might be moving. So yeah, place is a bit of a tip. Not that it isn't always, but you know what I'm saying. How's life and the job? Well, if truth be told, my job's a little bit frustrating at the moment. But part of the reason for that is that I'm in the middle of basically, long story short, I'm potentially going to be moving house next week, and I've also got a viewing for a house that I'm considering buying, believe it or not. So that's happening next week, and I've also just completed a training course. You know, guys, when I was live last time, I was telling you guys that I'm thinking of getting into security work. Well, yeah, I paid to do a 6-day security course, and that's me just finished it and just got my qualification. And yeah, I'm just waiting for my license to come through and that. So could potentially have a second job. Obviously, I need to wait until that's finalized. Then I can go ahead and start applying. But yeah, the job that I've got at the moment, I'm planning my exit from it. If truth be told, I'm planning my escape route. I'm gonna get something on the side, something for the evenings, part time, and then if I like that, maybe move on to it permanently. Have a feeling Wallin may get robbed. You know what, that did occur to me. That did occur to me when I was thinking about the fight, because Chisora does have a lot of, like, for whatever reason, like Chisora has a lot of power politically in the UK, and I don't know why. Yeah, you notice it's still quite bright here, like light coming in through the window, because it's we're coming out of winter now. So just last week it was like pitch black at this time. It's only 5 o'clock, But yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely think there's a very, very distinct possibility that Chisora could get a gift. I mean, it's not like he hasn't had one before. I mean, if you look at the amount of fights on Chisora's record where he clearly lost and ended up with a split decision, like he seems to get very, very, or very, very close scores, like in the Usyk fight. He seems to get very, very favorable scores from time to time particularly when he's fighting in the UK. Otto, the white quitter, did not get out of Chisora's headlock because he needs to know how the black and brown minorities get oppressed in Europe. Yeah, yeah, he was taking a knee. He was taking a knee in solidarity for the people from Zimbabwe. I'm pretty sure Otto Wallin considered that an honor. Like, I'm pretty sure he did. Like, he probably considered it an honor to be put in a headlock by Chisora. He probably got off to it. It probably reminded him of his days with Big Mike. And I hear that that's over now. Yeah. I mean, he dodged a bullet. Let's be honest. He dodged a bullet there. In all seriousness, though, I do think Wallin should win the fight. Like unless Chisora just gets a gift, Wallin should have enough to win. But again, I have concerns about Wallin's mindset and his overall commitment to the game. I honestly don't think he's really committed. Slumdog Millionaire, Bollywood reviews, lots of potential views for you. What, you want me to review Slumdog Millionaire? I've never seen it. I know what that film is, but I've never watched it. If you want me to review it, I will. I'll watch it and review it. Because I'm thinking of getting back into reviewing like old movies. I know the last few movie reviews that I've done have been for like recent movies that I just saw for the first time. But if you want, I can start reviewing some older movies like I used to back in the day, because it's just something I really enjoy doing. I got a big stack of DVDs down there, old films I'm going to be watching. So yeah, also been watching a lot of old fights. One of the videos that I was talking about in my last video that I was planning to upload, like the video's recorded and all that, like the audio's done. It's just I'm having trouble getting footage for it. I was talking before about I was going to do my top like 10, 20, maybe 50 favorite fights that I've ever seen. So like my favorite ever fights to watch. I'm going to be uploading a video of that, like a big long list. But again, there's just work I've got to do on it. There's a couple of like changes I want to make to it, and there's some footage I need to get for it still. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that. Stay tuned for that. I'm hoping to get that out if I can, if time permits it. I'm hoping to do it within the next week. So potentially by next weekend. It's just the problem is, again, I've got so much going on this week. I've got my viewing. I'm still waiting for my license to come through, so I'm hoping to get some interviews. And I'm still working full time, so oh man, there's just so much crap I've got to deal with in the same space of time. I'm answering phone calls constantly, and it's just annoying me, man. But yeah, hopefully that video and another pretty long video that I'm working on, hopefully I can get those within the next couple of weeks or so. Because I think they'll be fun videos. Because I want to get back to having fun with this channel. I don't want it to be so negative all the time and so formal. Like I want to have fun with this channel and just instead of making videos that are just winding people up and getting them angry, because of my just brutal honesty. As cringy as that sounds, like I want to make videos that are just fun, videos where people, like list videos and stuff like that. Those are fun to listen to. They're fun to watch, and they're positive videos, I reckon. So yeah, I might I might like make that the main focus of the channel for a while. Just be a little bit less abrasive, I'm still gonna wind a lot of people up because that's just the nature of it's kind of in the spirit of what I do here, isn't it? But yeah. How do you think the 2013 version of Kovalev would do against Beterbiev and Bivol? Well, I think he would beat Bivol quite convincingly. I've always thought Kovalev was better than Bivol. My opinion has never changed there. I think Kovalev does just about everything better. He's a bigger puncher. He's got the better jab. He's got great footwork. Kovalev was probably just as fast, just as quick, just as fit, just as tough and durable in his prime. I think he had a longer reach. I think he was naturally a bit bigger. I would favour Kovalev over Bivol any day, prime for prime. Against Beterbiev, that's a bit more of a difficult stylistic matchup, because Beterbiev is very, very strong, very, very dirty on the inside, knows how to rough house and stuff like that. So I think that would be a situation where Kovalev would need to keep it at long range. You know, he would need to win that fight behind a jab using long range boxing, but I think it would be difficult for him to do for very long, you know, because it's just a situation where Beterbiev could get in, say Kovalev is like dominating that fight. Beterbiev could get inside and could start wrecking him to the body. He could start roughing him up, hitting him behind the head, hitting him around the back, and Kovalev could just capitulate. You never know. Like my mind changes from time to time. Like I still would favor Kovalev in like a stand up boxing match, but Beterbiev's a winner, man. Like that guy gets in there and he does what he wants and he makes you fight his fight. Potentially he could do that to Kovalev, but it's not an easy fight. So I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Maybe slightly favoring Kovalev if he could keep it at long range, you know, because Kovalev had the better jab and the better like long range boxing skills, I think, you know. Ah, restarted boy got a skill. Oh yeah, yeah, I finally got a skill now. Like I had no skills at all, but yeah, I did my security course and surprisingly I actually I mean, I felt like I was back in school. I'm sitting in a classroom. I've got an exam like every day. I've got all these exams I had to study for. I'm having to go home and do homework. Like I literally felt like I was a kid in school. But the ironic thing about it is I never did any of that stuff in school. When I was in school, I never did homework. I never did exams. I didn't turn up to half my exams. And the ones I did turn up to, I sat there and barely did anything, you know? So it's like, I seem to be more of a learned individual now than I was when I was a kid, which is ironic, I think. It's quite funny. But yeah, thankfully, I passed all my exams. I passed the practicals and the theory and like all the multiple choice crap, all the daft things they ask you. Um, so it's kind of like what was I going to say? I was kind of surprised I passed it all. So yeah, I'm qualified to do the job now, but I've applied for my license. They've got to do like a background check and like make sure I'm not a terrorist and whatnot. Make sure I don't have a YouTube channel where I talk about boxing, you know, all that sort of stuff. They've got to figure out before they grant me the official license. So I've got to wait for that before I can start applying for jobs and that. But yeah, I guess I've got some sort of skill. I guess I've got common sense in some regards. Hold on a second. Let me turn the light on my phone. I don't want to turn like the big light on because it'd be too bright. Um, yeah, is that a little bit better? Is that brighter? Yeah, that's a little bit better, isn't it? I'll put that on. I don't know. For some reason, I'm in the urge to go on camera with this stream. I don't know why. I don't know. So sometimes I hate being on camera. Other times I don't mind it. It's one of them. It's one of them. Sorry, where was I? I'm losing my place in the chat. Have a feeling Wallin might get robbed. Yeah, yeah, was mentioning that earlier. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he got robbed. Because I mean, I don't know what it is about Chisora, because it's not like Chisora is some like massive. I know he has been on pay-per-view, but I don't think he's like a massive pay-per-view draw. I don't think like Chisora is a guy who's as marketable as some of the other heavyweight contenders, especially when you consider how old he is and how shot he is. So it's crazy to think that they would still rob a guy against Derek Chisora, you know? I mean, I'll get robbing a guy against Anthony Joshua, a guy who's like a stadium fighter, but robbing a guy against Chisora is just it's such a lack of business acumen for any like judge or boxing promoter that would be involved in that, you know? It's ridiculous if truth be told. Eating a Yorkie, by the way. But yeah, I could totally see it, by the way. Could totally see it. Did I already read that comment? Yeah. I accidentally went back in the chat and read that comment that I already read. Sorry. Going senile. When you do security, just hope Chisora doesn't confront you. Oh yeah, Chisora better not confront me. Imagine I'm on the door in a club and Chisora tries to get in like steaming drunk and I'm like, hey, not tonight, buddy. Not tonight. and he just towers over me and stares at me like he's gonna rape me or something. Like, like Derek Chisora is one of them guys. I reckon he would be quite intimidating in person, especially when he likes to touch people up and all that. I'd be scared of him doing something like that to me. I would. I would. Bouncing Weatherspoons. Oh yeah, what you getting at Weatherspoons? Oh yeah, sorry, I read that wrong. You mean I could be a bouncer at Weatherspoon? Oh yeah, yeah, I'd do that anytime. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? It's interesting because you can do obviously you can work the doors on like a pub and a club, and do all that sort of stuff. You can also work events, like event security. They do part-time work. You can do corporate security. You can just do like retail security or security at nighttime in office buildings and whatnot. I feel like there's a lot of jobs I can do that now opens up a lot of freedom. I'm not tied down to one particular career. I can kind of, or one particular like dead end job. That like there's loads of different places I can go now for work. That there's places I can go for temporary work. I could get full time work. Like I genuinely think it opens up a lot of different possibilities. So that's something that I'm definitely looking forward to getting into, and getting some experience. Security as in bodyguard or computer stuff. It's more like man security, like doorman, door supervisor, whatever you call it. That's what I've been studying to do, and I'm now officially qualified to do it as of the past few days. So yeah, that's what I've been doing lately. Yeah, they have security guards outside kebab shops these days. They literally do. They have them in flipping home bargains and everything like that. They have them all over the place, mate. All over the place. It's mental. Should consider this YouTube career. Well, the problem with that, every time I start to get a lot of views on this channel, I get hit with copyright claims and people mass flag the videos and all these little snitches, and it costs me views. Like for example, the Larry Holmes video and the James Toney video were getting a lot of views. All of a sudden, they both got claimed, and all the views just stopped. They're not getting any views at all now. Like overnight, the views just instantly stopped because of copyright claims. So, who's to say that they couldn't shut down the channel at any time? So, I don't think it's a sustainable long time goal, if you know what I mean. I don't think that I think YouTube's kind of, if anything, it's a side hustle. It's not a career. At least not for everybody. Like the amount of money I've made out of YouTube probably doesn't even equate to a single month's wage at the job I do now. And I don't even have a high paying job. I'm on minimum wage. So I mean, it goes to show you, to make serious money off YouTube, you gotta be you got to have such a great work ethic. You got to make videos every day. You've got to talk about all the popular stuff, even if it's stuff you don't want to talk about. You got to get hundreds of thousands of views per video. And I'm just not, I don't have the patience for it. Like, I'm not able to sit here and pretend to be interested in stuff that I'm not interested in for the sake of getting views. I don't have that sort of mindset. So I honestly don't think I could do it at full time. I don't think I could do it for a career. Just don't think it would suit me. But I mean, I would like to, if it was possible, to make the content that I make with the same kind of passion that I do and make a living off it. Don't get me wrong, I would do it, but I just don't think it's possible. I think in order to actually make a career out of YouTube, you got to kiss a lot of ass. You got to get on your knees. You got to push certain narratives. You got to toe the line. You got to talk about things you're not interested in talking about. You got to promote things that you're not interested in promoting. You can't really be yourself. Like if you want to make a career on YouTube, you want it to be your job, you can't be yourself. You have to portray yourself as something other than who you are. And I just can't do that. And I've not got the patience for it. I can't do it. Hey Nordic, yeah, how you doing? I was wondering what your thoughts on Klitschko Povetkin fight. Do you think Vladimir should have been punished for the clinches in that fight? God bless. Yeah, God bless you too. Yes, Vladimir. Well, he did have a point deducted, but it wasn't enough. He should have had multiple points deducted because in that fight in particular, Povetkin was coming forward, trying to slip under punches so that he could counter. And before he had a chance to do anything, Vladimir would just jump on his back, sort of jump over and put his arm over Povetkin's head and pull him down, which is illegal. You know, that's an illegal tactic. So, you know, it's the same tactic that Lennox Lewis used against Mike Tyson. I don't think it should have been allowed. I think Vladimir should have had multiple points deducted. Like, and if he'd had multiple points deducted early on, he would have stopped doing it through fear of getting disqualified. And who's to know? Maybe Povetkin would have beaten him. Maybe Povetkin would have knocked him out. You never know. So yeah, I absolutely believe that Klitschko should have had points deducted more so than he did in that particular fight because it wasn't too egregious in a lot of his other fights, but in that fight in particular, it was shocking what he got away with. Like he should not have got away with it. You know, he definitely shouldn't have. Have you watched Ben-Hur with Charlton Heston? I've never seen it. No, I've heard of it, but never seen it. So yeah, can't really comment on it. Povetkin was in the news, some BS, which is way too. Yeah, about the supposedly another drug test. I don't care. Look, Povetkin's been retired for the past 4 years. Why does anybody care about PED tests? I mean, I saw one of them articles said, "Oh, the knockout win over Dillian White is to be scrubbed." I mean, well, that my immediate reaction to that was, is Dillian White's knockout win going to be scrubbed? Is it not? Because Dillian White has failed how many drug tests at this point? He's failed what? I think off the top of my head, Dillian White has failed about 5 drug tests that I know of, and some of them came before the Povetkin fight. Some of them came after. So are we going to be fair? Is Dillian White's entire career? I mean, because Dillian White has been testing positive all through his career. Like, is Dillian White's entire career going to be scrubbed? I mean, is Jarrell Miller's entire career? Is James Toney's entire career? Like, are they all going to be scrubbed? What is it about Povetkin in particular? Well, I mean, we know what it is, don't we? But like, for talking sake, let's ask: can we think of anything about Povetkin that it might be why the boxing establishment might hold some sort of grudge against him? Can we think of why that is? I can think of something. I can think of something. Yeah, I know it's complete nonsense, isn't it? Yeah, God bless you too, man. Kovalev is offensively way more dynamic than Bivol. Just look at how Kovalev handled a younger Pascal. Oh yeah, Bivol had a very workmanlike performance against Pascal. Beat him clearly on points, but didn't have it his own way. And you know, Kovalev just toyed with Pascal. Like it was not even remotely competitive. Um, it was easy work for Kovalev. You know, easy work. He just toyed with him, beat him convincingly, you know. And it was like what kind of kept Pascal under control in that fight, because Pascal is more of an ambush fighter, right? A guy who needs to take breaks and then he'll jump in with one big shot at a time, explosive bursts of punches. Like what controlled Pascal in the fight was Kovalev's jab to the body, because the jab to the body, not only did it keep Pascal off balance, it prevented Pascal from being able to take any breathers. So for that entire fight, Pascal was gassed. He was falling off balance, throwing himself off balance. You know, because he couldn't like get the breaks he needed in between his bursts to load up on big shots or big combinations. You know, because he relies on being fast and he relies on being explosive. Kovalev kept him under control, just sticking that jab to the body every few seconds or so, and getting foot position on him and stuff like that. And I thought it was a fantastic performance, like especially the rematch. That was a great performance, you know. So yeah, it's a shame what happened to Kovalev, because I think had he kept his head screwed on, he could have had some really legendary performances still to come in the light heavyweight division. You know, should have been the best light heavyweight ever. Should have been. I actually like Beterbiev's style. One of my favorite fighters. He'll stop Bivol in a rematch. Well, I think, but logically, Beterbiev should stop Bivol in the rematch. He should. But will he do it? Because in the first fight, what I noticed about Beterbiev is that when he would attack the body, and he mostly attacked the body in the mid to late portion of the fight, he had Bivol backpedaling like consistently every time he got hit to the body. And it was like Beterbiev to me didn't really follow up on it. You know, he didn't do what he normally does, which is dash forward and try and catch the opponent on the ropes and like roughhouse them inside. Wasn't really doing that against Bivol. I felt it was a very, very cautious and tactful performance from Beterbiev. In the rematch, what I think Beterbiev needs to do is he needs to make round 1 of the rematch he needs to make it round 13 of the first fight, continue what he was doing in the first fight, what was starting to work well in the later stages. Don't go into it thinking of it as a whole new fight where he's got to have a whole new game plan. No, go into it and just carry on what you were doing at the latter part of the first fight. And this time, don't let the guy off the hook. Keep it on him. Hit him to the body hard. After you've hit him to the body and after he's backpedaled, go after him. Because he knows Bivol can't really hurt him, at least not while he's fresh and while he's not already been hurt or he's not already starting to gas. Bivol can't hurt Beterbiev, right? So Beterbiev really, really needs to capitalize on that. And he needs to follow up on the success with the body attack. I think that's his key to forcing a stoppage, because I don't know if he'll get the decision this time, Beterbiev, because you know what was said in the aftermath of the first fight, all the talk of it being a robbery and Kadyrov being involved and all that rubbish, like that's gonna be playing in the judges' minds. You know, kind of like what happened with the Taylor Catterall fight, right? The first fight, you know, the narrative spread by the media was that it was a masterclass and the guy got robbed, and then he went into the second fight and the judges had already made up their minds. Who, you know, they didn't want to face the same criticism that the judges from the first fight did. You know, they wanted to play ball essentially and read the script, so that there were pre-written scorecards. Clearly, it could be a situation like that here. You know, it could be pre-written scorecards for Bivol based on the narrative spread by the media in the aftermath of the first fight. So I think that Beterbiev should bear that in mind going into this fight. And like I said, see this fight as round 13 rather than round 1 of another fight, if that makes sense, you know. It makes sense in my mind, you know. First time catching you live. Yeah, good to see you here, man. Yeah, good to have new people watching. God bless you, bro. If Beterbiev can take or can take his punch, he drowns Kovalev. Yeah, but then again, I don't think anybody can take Kovalev's punches, not consistently, not all night. They would walk onto that jab, and let's not forget Kovalev's jab was like a fully powered straight right hand from a normal fighter. You know, it wasn't your average jab. You know. How do you know so much about boxing? When did you start? But I started watching boxing in the early to mid 2000s. So probably around about 2005, thereabouts. And I only started following it really closely, like a hardcore fan, in about 2009. That was when I started like getting really into boxing and really focusing on it, you know. And I think I started boxing myself in 2010, if I remember rightly. So yeah, I've been, I'd say I've been a boxing fan probably about 16 years, something like that. 15, 16 years. No, maybe longer than that. Maybe longer. Because I'm 30 now, so I must have been about 13, 14 when I started watching it, you know. Like I'd seen bits and pieces of it before then, but I was never like a fan of it before then, you know. No, it became my thing around about that time. So yeah, I say I've been a proper boxing fan, like a hardcore boxing fan since quote unquote hardcore since 2009. Yeah, use the diversity training. Yeah, that diversity certificate that I had. that they forced me to do. That's that's one of them things that will definitely help me get a job in future. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm a certified expert on diversity, equality, and inclusion. So you got to hire me. Hey, I mean, you want super woke people like me working here, don't you? Or I could just tell them I'm a transvestite, and they'll probably hire me immediately. Any job, they'll probably make me a pilot if I do that. I'll be able to fly a Black Hawk military chopper, if I tell them that, eh? Especially if I told them I'm black. Uh, you taught me so much about boxing. Really enjoy the career reviews about niche boxers like Sven Oki and Dmitry Pirog. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. God bless you. Yeah, and that's what I enjoy doing most with the retrospective series is talking about fighters that I think had interesting careers or were very good, but don't really get a lot of hype from the media. Don't get a lot of talk from fans nowadays. Um, I really like to highlight the careers of fighters like that. Pirog was an absolute master boxer. That guy was great. And Sven Oki, in my opinion, had one of the highest boxing IQs, if not the highest boxing IQ I've ever seen. Truly great fighter. Is Chisora a jobber, someone who loses to people to make them look good when it matters? I don't know. I don't think Chisora has ever taken a dive. That's one thing I will say. So I wouldn't call him a jobber. No. I mean, he's lost pretty much all the major fights of his career, but I wouldn't call him a jobber. No. Like I would be more inclined to call Wallin a jobber than Chisora, based on what he did against Anthony Joshua. I'd be more inclined to call him a jobber. Stavern pulling out the Povetkin fight was a farce. Stavern tested positive, but Team Povetkin say they didn't care, still wanted to fight him. Then when Povetkin tests positive, Stavern pulls out, yeah. And the media didn't say anything about Stavern's positive drug test, despite the fact he tested positive for an actual PED, whereas Povetkin, it was proven he was innocent. He actually was cleared of that. So, it's a lot of nonsense, mate. But again, it's just Western boxing media bias. That's all it is. How can someone lose so many title fights? Yeah. Well, technically, Chisora's only fought for a world title twice. Once against Vitali Klitschko, once against Tyson Fury. Any other titles he's fought are like regional titles. He's been European champion. But he's lost most of his regional title fights. Excuse me. How's it going, Daniel? What's going on, Nordic? Hope everything is well and blessed. Yeah, thanks, man. Same to you. Looks like Povetkin's last 12 fights have been turned into a no contest. Well, look, whatever it says on record, the fights all happened. Right? They all happened. So all you got to do is go and watch them. Doesn't make any difference to me. I can still watch them. I've got them all archived, so I can watch them whenever I want, You're competing with Hatman for jobs now. Yeah, no, I can never do that. He's too big and hard. Could never compete with him, No chance. He can have Chisora. He can tell Chisora he's not coming in. The boxing establishment trying to erase Povetkin's record, but fine with Dillion's record. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Why is Dillian White's record not erased? Dillian White has literally that guy off the top of my head. I think he's tested positive 5 times in his career for steroids, for performance enhancing drugs, and as far as I'm aware, Dillian White was not cleared every time, was he? And he has served bans. So, I mean, his previous 2 fights before he fought Povetkin, he tested positive. 2 fights after he fought Povetkin, he tested positive. So Dillian White is testing positive left, right, and center throughout his career, including before and after fighting Povetkin. But it's Povetkin's record that needs to be wiped. Somebody make that make sense, because that doesn't make the slightest bit of sense to me, Again, it's almost as if it's because of where Povetkin comes from, Sneaking suspicion. Yeah. work security at footy games. That's something I've thought about. Football games, music events, maybe even boxing. Um, you know, again, pubs, clubs, all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of work you can do, and especially, and this is one of the things that we were talking about on the course is terrorism. See, this country right now, and again, this is something I was trained on extensively. This country is absolutely rife with terrorism. There are, I think, anti-terrorist squads in the UK. Somebody said that they're out like 30, 32 times a week or something like that, responding to potential terror threats. So that is why security is on the rise now. Like, there are so many security jobs that are needed right now in so many high profile events, high profile venues, because there's just so many potential dangers um, relating to terrorism and things of that nature. So there's always going to be work in security as a result of that. It's something that's going to be in quite a big demand, I would imagine. Povetkin test positive for heart medication. Then Wilder, the guy who goes up and down 30 pounds of muscle every fight, pulls out, goes on to fight multiple opponents who have tested positive. Yeah, like Luis Ortiz. Guy literally had like his career best performance and then tested positive for steroids. But Wilder goes on to fight that guy. Ridiculous, man. But he won't fight Povetkin because of steroid. I mean, I covered all this years ago. I'm sick and tired of the hypocrisy. It's just sad. It's sad to see people embarrass themselves and humiliate themselves with their dishonesty and double standards. People will say, "Oh, Povetkin's record needs to be wiped. He's a cheating ass piece of shit. He a cheating ass bitch." And then these same people are on other videos calling James Toney an ATG and smirking out when anybody criticizes him. The same James Toney that tested positive for steroids after one of his career best performances. But let's just ignore that. Let's talk about the Russian. You know, I heard Joyce versus White announced soon, with Reactball versus Akoli as well. Reactball versus Akoli, that's a rancid fight, horrible fight. I would literally rather do anything than watch it. Joyce versus White would be entertaining because it would be a slugfest between two very, very short, very, very limited fighters. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Why not? I'd totally watch it. Or you can be a boring reaction page like KSI is now. Can't put up with that. Yeah, I can be one of these channels where I'll have like a little thing in the corner of the screen that's got my face, and then like I'll be playing a video in the background, like a Joe Rogan video or something, and I'll just be like that. Like that'll be me in the corner. That's me reacting to things. Oh man. Every 2 seconds I'll pause the video and did you see that? Like, this will be the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail of the video. Imagine that. I'll change the channel to, I'll call it Nordic Warrior Reacts. That'll be the name of the channel. Not a bad idea, actually. I'll probably make bank doing it. Like, literally, I'll just take someone else's video. Like, I get copyright claims trying to make boxing videos. If I take somebody else's video and just put my face in the corner doing funny faces and reacting to it, I could do that and my videos be fully monetized. That's how messed up YouTube's copyright system is. It doesn't make any sense. I can make a presentation for the sake of like journalism, education, and get hit with multiple copyright claims. I can take someone else's full video and just do faces and react to it, and I won't get a single copyright claim. That's how crazy the copyright system doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Just doesn't make sense to me. Not to mention Povetkin tested positive against Wilder, widely used medication that was legal a few months before the fight. Yeah, and they still had traces of his substance in his system, and it was under the legal limit and everything. It's just stupid, man. It's ridiculous. Exactly, yeah. White failed PED test in kickboxing also. That was why I said 5, because I can remember him failing several in boxing. and yeah, allegedly he'd failed at least one in kickboxing too. So again, I think we need to be consistent, and I think we need to wipe every single fight off of Dillian White's record, because Dillian White has failed at least 4 drug tests that we know of. So let's have Dillian White's entire record completely wiped, start to finish, just to make up for it. Why not? Just to be consistent. And while we're at it, let's go through James Toney's entire record, every fight he had prior to uh prior to what's his name, John Ruiz. Every fight he had prior, because that was where he tested positive. Every fight prior to that, let's scrub it from the record. So James Toney, what will his record be, like 11-8 or something like that? That should be his record then, and a whole bunch of no contests. Like, yeah, Russia phobia might as well blot out Tyson and Holyfield. Most of the 90s boxers, if they're going to do that. Yeah, Tyson and Holyfield, they were totally clean, weren't they? They, all natural supplements. That's all they ever had. Tyson got so big and strong by eating a plate of sausages every morning. And all natural supplements. You might as well. Might as well believe that if you believe that, you believe anything. Putin will not be happy if this group of I don't think he cares about. I think Putin cares about boxing. I don't think that means anything to him. I don't think it means anything to him. He's a psychopathic politician, just like the rest of them. It's rubbing his greedy, hands together. Daniela Dubom, yeah. Daniela Dubom. Kovalev in the second Pascal fight prolonged the beating. Yeah, he just punished him. He wanted to punish him for race baiting in the build-up, and I don't blame him. It's a shame the fight was stopped so soon. I wouldn't have minded seeing Pascal get punished a little bit longer. Maybe it would have humbled him. Freddie Roach protected his ass though, because Freddie Roach just wanted to go home and get his paycheck, so he just threw in the towel. Have you noticed Freddie Roach tends to do that now? Like if one of his fighters gets dropped or hurt, he just throws in the towel. Done. Give me my money. I'm going home. Yeah, I think Bivol was winning at the beginning of the fight, then Beterbiev started destroying Bivol. Anyone says different, I think they're biased. Yeah, I think it was nip and tuck in the first half, but I think Beterbiev completely took over and started backing him up and started asserting himself in the fight. But in my opinion, he just didn't do it enough. Like, he should have forced a stoppage. Like, with the effect that he had with some of those body shots, there's no way that Bivol should have been going the distance. No way. Beterbiev should have been able to get him out of there, in my opinion. And I think in a rematch, or in the rematch, he's perfectly capable of doing it, in my opinion. But he needs to be more consistent with the body attack this time, and he needs to follow up on it. Yeah, it was definitely, in my opinion, a clear Beterbiev win. Yeah, Kovalev was a beautiful savage. Kovalev was great to watch in his prime. Kovalev was a master boxer in his prime. He had near perfect punching technique and footwork and all that. Like, one of the most dynamic fighters you'll ever see. One of the best at breaking down his opponent with a jab, creating openings. He was so great at that. Pete Kovalev, Merckx, Beterbiev, and Bivol. Kovalev sold out after they ruined his career with the robbery against Ward. Yeah, he definitely sold out. I mean, look at the Canelo fight. I mean, it's not even realistic that Canelo could possibly beat Sergey Kovalev in a real fight. That's literally physically impossible. It's like I don't know. It's like Charlie Zelenoff beating Vladimir Klitschko. That's how, like, impossible that is, in terms of just how wide apart the two are in terms of skill and ability. It's like such a mismatch. But Kovalev, took the money and he did what he was supposed to do. He laid down like a good boy. Um, I had it 7-5 Beterbiev, but I could see 8-4 Beterbiev. No robbery. The delusional people probably wasn't paying attention to what Beterbiev was doing. Well, the people who are calling it a robbery don't really watch and pay attention and score fights. They just listen to what the commentators say. and they believe everything they say. You know, they're probably scrolling through Twitter while they're watching the fight and seeing what people are saying about it and just going along with it, like they often do. You know, they go along with whatever the narrative is, the mainstream narrative, and they don't have any genuine opinions of their own. That's how these people work. That's how they operate. It's how they've always operated. You know, as far as I can remember, it's just what they do. Yeah, I suppose there are quite a few highlight videos out there which are quite popular about Pirog. But while Pirog was an active fighter, he wasn't popular. He became popular several years later. I remember him from when he was active, but a lot of like casual boxing fans who don't follow, you know, that aspect of the sport, you know, kind of fringe contenders and lesser known champions. A lot of people didn't even know who Pirog was. Like when Pirog was set to fight Golovkin, I was hyped about that fight because I was a fan of both guys. But most people didn't even know who Pirog was at that stage of his career, you know. Beterbiev is smart and has a good team around him. I suspect they know they should go for the kill against Bivol this time around. Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? You would think that Beterbiev, the kind of intelligence him and his people have shown so far in their career, you would think they would know what to do, and that they would know what kind of approach was wiser for the rematch. But we'll see. We'll see if he does it. Beterbiev needs to focus most on trapping Bivol with his footwork. Bivol is more agile as the younger man, yeah. But see that can work against Bivol because he's more agile. He's more prone to move around the ring excessively. Moving excessively around the ring tires you out, especially if you're being hit to the body. Look at Fury in the first Usyk fight. Fury tired a lot more in the first fight than he did in the second fight, and part of the reason for that was he was moving so much. When you move excessively, it might frustrate the opponent, but it also gives the opponent an opportunity to walk you down without you going at them and backing them up. You're not giving them a reason to back up a lot of the time when you're moving excessively. So I think that Beterbiev will be in his best interest to capitalize on that if Bivol does. Bivol can't win the fight just moving excessively and shoe shining unless he gets a gift. Like he can't legitimately win the fight by doing that, you know. Where was I? Sorry, 1 second. Here. Yeah, I agree. Pirog is very well known and respected when I think about it. Yeah. In retrospect, he is, but again, at the time he was an active fighter, he wasn't well known. He gained a little bit of popularity after the Danny Jacobs fight, but after that fight, he went back to fighting in Russia, and he was kind of a niche fighter over there. But he was never popular in the West. Like he was never like largely popular in the West during his career. He became popular years later, like I said, due to highlight videos and stuff like that. I can actually remember Dwyer making a video um, while Pirog was WBO champion. Dwyer was saying he thought he was like top 5 pound for pound, and I actually agreed at the time. It's not often I agree with Dwyer, but yeah, he was saying that Dmitry Pirog is one of the most skilled fighters in boxing, pound for pound, and I happen to agree. He was, he genuinely was. I agree with that. But it's a shame he retired when he did because we'll never know how good he could have been. Maybe he would have beaten Golovkin. Who knows? You never know. I think the next Beterbiev Bivol fight will play out the same way. Can't see any one of them doing anything different. Well, I think it would be wise for both guys to actually sit down on their punches a little bit more and try to make it a more conclusive win because you never know how it's going to be scored. You absolutely never know. However, a further investigation into systematic doping in Russian sports by the ITA uncovered Povetkin had tested positive in Australia in 2014. But but how do they know that? That's another thing I don't get. Where are they getting this information? It's all well and good saying a further investigation, but who did this investigation? Where did they get the data from? Like what was it Rusada? Is Rusada the ones who are doing the investigation? Did somebody working for Rusada leak this information to the press, to the media? Like, because where did it come from? That's what I don't understand. if it was done in house, if it was systematic doping in Russian sports, that would imply to me that it was the Russian testing organization that carried out the testing and were on the take, right, and covered it up. Where's this information? So if that's the case, if that happened, where is this information coming from? If there was testing done in Russia and Povetkin was found to have something in his system and it was swept under the carpet, how would any Western press anybody in the Western press, how would any of them have ever found out? How? Where would they have ever gotten the documents to say that that happened? It just sounds to me like one of them things that the media has just made up. Because even if that were true, I'm not saying Povetkin didn't take PEDs. It's possible he did, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. All elite level athletes do, but the thing I'm trying to say is, how would they know? Like, and people will read an article on a website. Oh, it turned out Povetkin took it in 2014, or he tested positive in 2014, and it was covered up. How would you know that? And most people are just going to read it, and they're not going to do any due diligence. They're not going to try and find out and verify and authenticate where this information came from. They're just going to believe it because it's in a news article. Because that's how the minds of most people, most normies work. Like, I mean, why isn't Floyd Mayweather's entire resume? Why hasn't his record been wiped when it turned out, according to an official report done by Thomas Hauser, right, and there's documentation to back this up? When it turned out Floyd Mayweather tested positive for synthetic testosterone at various stages of his career, why hasn't his record been wiped? That doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense. It's if we're using the same standard, the actual Wakanda dude will convert to Islam and get out in 15 years. 75% of the watch list is Muslim, apparently. Now governments are running de-radicalized programs on 9-year-olds. Well, they don't work, yeah. Imagine having to de-radicalize a 9-year-old. That's just crazy, isn't it, man? Imagine being 9 years old and being into terrorism, man. What is the world coming to? It's insane. And of course it is. Look, Russia has always been public enemy number one. Like anything, and it's always a pure projection. When they talk about, all the Russian Soviet fighters were all doping, when you had guys like Evander Holyfield and Tyson running the game, again, some of the most obvious juice heads you'll ever see in your life. You had guys like Roy Jones and all that, and talking about, we don't want to fight over there because they're all doping. Yeah, but Roy Jones was totally clean. I mean, Roy Jones, who actually failed a drug test. Ade said the fighters who caught Povetkin should sue him. Mate, that guy's a bellend who is a media brown noser. Why would anyone listen to a single word he ever says? I don't get it. Whenever these people hear anything about Russia or Slavic people in general, they associate them with being evil and being villains. Well, that's because they grew up watching Bond movies, right? And the bad guys in these movies were always Russian. And anytime you see a Russian in a movie, it's either like a mad scientist or it's a bad guy. It's like one of the villains' henchmen or something. They've been conditioned from a very young age to see Russians as like these scary steroid-using sociopaths, like Ivan Drago types. If he dies, he dies. They see them as robots, right? They're conditioned from a very young age to see Russians as like machines, cold, calculated, sociopathic robots. That's how they're viewed. These people, they're not viewed as human beings. It's the same as Nazi Germany. The people of Nazi Germany are dehumanized. Right? They're not human beings who have families, who are fighting for a cause, who were gaslighted into taking part in a war. No, they were evil sociopathic monsters who needed to all be wiped off the face of the planet. That's how the propaganda gets you. It gets you in your own mind to dehumanize people and associate them with evil before you even know them or anything about them. Name the channel Scottish Peasants React. Make Major Bank, yeah. Scottish Peasants React, yeah. And that might be more relatable for the viewing audience. You never know. At least if I did that, I wouldn't get people asking me, "Why are you called Nordic? You're not Nordic." I wouldn't get that comment anymore. Then again, I would probably get, "Why are you called Scottish? You don't sound Scottish." I'd probably get that. I get that in real life. How is your boxing training going? I have to go back to a black American gym, so it sucks. I have to fight like Floyd and Haney. Well, I was in the weightlifting gym the day before yesterday, and I was hitting the bag. And that was the first time I hit the bag in a good few weeks because I'd been off over Christmas and that. But yeah, I felt all right actually. I was hitting the bag for several minutes. Felt good. Didn't tire. My stamina is actually really good right now, and I think the break has done me good because I had that one session in like the back end of December where I did that sparring session in Nottingham. That was the last like time I went to a boxing gym. But yeah, I hit the bag the other day in my because it's a leisure center with weights and all that, and they just happen to have a functional fitness area where they've got a punch bag, and I was hitting it. I felt fine. I was hitting it combination after combination. I didn't tire once. I could have kept going. So feel good. My fitness is actually really good right now. Like my body weight has gone up a bit. I'm a little bit too heavy right now, but I feel like the break has actually done me good. Like my fitness feels better than ever right now. It genuinely does. In fact, if you want, I'll maybe upload a training video sometime soon. I'll like hit the bag and do some weights and all that, and just to show on the channel that my fitness is good at the moment. It genuinely is. Yeah, how's it going, man? Good to see you, Wayne. God bless you. Yeah, I think Beterbiev's knee injury has definitely been a concern. If nothing else, it could be a psychological concern. He could be concerned about doing it any serious damage by like dashing forward in the ring and applying like relentless pressure. That's something that could be a concern psychologically for him. So yeah, it's something to be concerned about going into the rematch. Yeah, oh yeah. If you're in that gym, you'll have the judges on your side. You can just move away and throw a few slaps, and you'll get the decision. As long as you're fighting a Russian. No, saying that if you're fighting a Russian, just land a flurry of slaps, and the referee will probably just stop the fight, and you'll win immediately. Yeah, they'll favor the teens over you. Yeah, they probably will actually, if you don't fit the quota. What do you think about Terence Crawford versus Canelo? I think Canelo wins by late stoppage, just my opinion. I think Crawford wins. I've said it before. Um, I think that's a situation where you got two guys there who are industry plants, two guys who have had the red carpet rolled out for them their whole careers. And if truth be told, I think Crawford right now has a lot more upside, a much higher ceiling than Canelo does. Canelo's on his way out. He's been on his way out for years now. He's just racking in the final few paydays before he retires. Crawford is a guy who I think they really want to build up his legacy because Canelo's legacy on paper is solid already, but Crawford doesn't really have those standout wins. Like he's got a great record on paper, great accolades and accomplishments, but he doesn't have that one big legacy win, does he? That people will talk about in 20, 30 years to come. So I think they're going to set up Canelo. If that fight happens, I think they probably set up Canelo to lose. So yeah, I'm favoring Crawford to win that fight. Long story short, I think Crawford on points. I think he just outpoints him in a crap fight, if truth be told. Kind of like Roy Jones and James Toney did to John Ruiz. It'll be that kind of fight. Nordic, you heard the rumors Canelo didn't pay Bivol because Bivol won. I was saying that at the time. I was saying, when they were talking about Bivol not being paid, I'm saying he'd have got paid if he took the dive. If he took the dive like Kovalev did, he'd have got paid very well. Maybe even got some money on the side and some help legally with his wife and whatnot. So, yeah. He fights Canelo again. Don't expect to see Bivol actually coming to win. Expect to see him read the script, if Crawford doesn't get there first, Kovalev Canelo, was the most obviously fixed fight I ever saw. After that, I woke up to boxing fits. Yeah, it's so obvious that even people who were calling me a conspiracy theorist a few years earlier for saying that Canelo's fights were all fixed, some of those people were coming to my channel and saying, yeah, that was fixed. That was obviously fixed. Like, because again, like I said earlier, it's physically impossible for someone like Canelo with his limitations to beat someone like Kovalev. It's physically impossible. It can't happen. It just can't happen. So yeah, it's a situation where you had a guy who was much bigger, much stronger, much faster, much more durable. Sorry, much made me crap myself then. Much more technically sound, and he was fighting a guy who was a plodder, a shorter, one-dimensional plodder with poor stamina, easy to hit, easy to time, and the bigger guy somehow loses. He somehow just plays patty cake, throws punches to the side of his head, goes down suspiciously from a big looping punch that he should have been able to block or avoid because he could clearly see it coming. It's just, I think that fight was so obvious that they pushed it too far with Canelo. Like they made it so that even people who would never have questioned any of his fights and called them fixed, if he was just fighting at middleweight and beating like B and C tier contenders, but the fact that they pushed it too far and had him take on one of the best light heavyweights of all time in Kovalev and win by knockout, they pushed it too far. Too many people realized, yeah, this is a scam. This ain't legit, They realized. And yeah, I think Kovalev wasted potential. Yeah, I think Beterbiev does have more stamina than Bivol because Beterbiev throws a lot more into his punches. He puts a lot more behind them, and he uses his strength a lot more. Like I think Beterbiev's fitter and stronger, which is part of the reason he finished so much stronger in the first fight, from what I could see. Pirog with Inoue type knockout punches would have been untouchable. He just lacked power. Yeah, his power wasn't the best. Like, he could punch, don't get me wrong. He put away Danny Jacobs, but he wasn't the biggest puncher and the most prolific puncher. If he had Triple G's power, for sure, he would have been unstoppable at middleweight, Pirog looked like he was seeing things in slow motion against Jacobs. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Like Sonic the Hedgehog. That's what it was like, And like he was just making Jacobs miss that little bit, and just by that little bit, and then just making him pay. It was beautiful. That was a great performance. That was. I thought it was fantastic. I also liked, the HBO commentary for that fight. I thought it was quite funny. Like Emmanuel Stewart, because Emmanuel Stewart knows boxing. He could tell right off the bat that Jacobs was going to get a hiding. Like Emmanuel Stewart could tell, yeah. Pirog's in control of this fight. He's underrated. Like you could tell he could see the talent. And Jim Lampley was like ridiculing the WBO for stripping Martinez and putting it on the line. And he was like, yeah, the WBO will be pissed now because the title's going to Russia. I thought that was quite funny, And it was true, wasn't it? Pirog with Inoue. Oh wait, I already read that. Yeah, Ade is a casual, and he placates the casuals. He's just a grifter. That's how he got the job with what is it, the Zone, whoever it is he works for. That's how he got the job, by being an ass licking grifter. Yo, Thunderdome, good to see you here, man. God bless you, bro. Every time, man. Hit the like, please, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Pound that like button. Like I don't know, man. Pound that like button like Triple G would have pounded Canelo in a real fight. And everybody go subscribe to Thunderdome. He makes great lives as well. God bless you, bro. Is Canelo gonna fight Jake Paul? Is he? Don't know. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. They're both gimmick fighters, aren't they? They're both equally fraudulent as far as I'm concerned, so it wouldn't surprise me one bit. Hollywood has taught us to dehumanize other cultures except brown people that tend to be more traditional than ours, so we can be Marxists easier. Yeah. Again, that's what Hollywood's done for generations, ever since probably the 1950s or before. We've been taught to hate people from certain cultures and view them as sociopaths. We don't even view them as human beings with empathy and things like that. We don't see them as equal to us. We see them as beneath us. Whereas we should see them as human beings. We should treat them as we would treat anybody. But that's not how we're taught, is it? Tony Bellew just released a statement saying Povetkin should be publicly executed. Well, I think Tony Bellew should be publicly executed for being such a bellend. How about that? I think Tony Bellew should be publicly executed in front of his wife and kids. How about that? I think that's what should happen to Tony Bellew. And I think that Dillian White should be publicly executed along with him. Why not, eh? Kingdom Come 2 isn't just gay. It's aggressively pro-Achuish. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the fight. Yeah, the Chisora versus Wallin fight. Yeah, me too. For whatever reason, I'm looking forward to that. I am, you know. I think if Jake Paul fights Canelo, Jake will lose, and no one will care about Jake's boxing career anymore. All Jake can do is fight KSI or Conor McGregor, and it's back to YouTube for him. Do you know? I'll be honest with you. I've never watched a single Jake Paul fight. Like, I've seen clips here and there, highlights. I've never seen a full fight of him ever. So could he beat Canelo in a real fight? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he could or not. Maybe. I haven't seen enough to know, but I've seen enough of Canelo to know he sucks. You know. Who else could Jake Paul fight that people would care to watch after Canelo? KSI or some retired MMA legend? I don't know. Maybe he could fight Butterbean. They were talking about that, weren't they? Butterbean, who was like crippled a couple of years ago. You know, he could fight Charlie Zelenoff. Why not? You know, Charlie Zelenoff's the original sort of influencer boxer. Why not fight him? Or better still, there's someone who would fight him. You know, fight me. I'll fight him. I've got 10,000 subs. I'll fight him. Why not? I'm a YouTuber who has aspirations of boxing. I'll fight Jake Paul. I'll fight him for free. Fight him for free. Why not? Beterbiev is an animal. To think he's undisputed champ at 40 is amazing. Yeah. Beterbiev's a genetic freak, and he's a guy who lives the life. You know, that's why he's lasted so long. He lives a life, you know, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't go out partying, staying up all night. No, he gets a good amount of sleep. He recovers. He does a lot of strength training. Keeps himself fit, keeps himself strong. You know, he's just such a well-preserved 40-year-old. So even though he's had injuries, he's recovered well from them. You know, so yeah, he's a very, 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 very good fighter, very, very good athlete. You know, Stewart called the Roy's first knockout loss as it was happening. Stewart called the Roy's first knockout loss as it was happening. What you mean? You mean Roy Jones? Is that what you mean? Beterbiev versus Jones Jr. I would go with Beterbiev. I think he breaks him down, knocks him out, probably even quicker than Glenn Johnson did. Similar kind of fight. Do you dislike Canelo? I've got nothing against Canelo. No, I just think he's a hype job, a fraud. You know, he's had a bunch of fake fights. He's an industry plant, in my opinion, just like Devin Haney is. That's just my opinion. Even the Canelo plant KO looks suspect. Yeah, that was a fake knockout. It wasn't real. That was an obvious fixed fight. Obvious. Thoughts on Ennis versus Stanionis? I think I favour Ennis in that fight based on his size and his durability. Stanionis can punch and he can box a bit, but I can't see him really putting much of a dent in Ennis. So I think Ennis will probably beat him. I am rooting for Stanionis though. That would be quite interesting if he won it. What about Dillian White, Tyson Fury, Conor Ben, Amir, Skype Wanker, Khan, and Kid Galahad? Yeah, line them all up and execute them, according to Tony Bellew. Or better still, what about Tony Bellew himself? Look that up. I've talked about that in the past. Tony Bellew, you think Tony Bellew wasn't on PEDs? Look it up. That guy was on PEDs, let's be honest. Yeah, Jake Paul versus Nordic Warrior on the zone. Why not? Oh man, could you imagine if Jake Paul agreed to that? Like if he threw me a bone, Man, I would kick his ass so badly that you guys wouldn't even believe it. You wouldn't even believe how easily I'd kick that guy's ass, and it would just skyrocket me to relevance in the sense that I could start preaching the gospel to a whole generation of kids who used to watch Jake Paul. It'll be and they never let it happen though. The establishment never allow it. Even if I had 200,000 subs, he still wouldn't fight me. Jake Paul would never fight me. Um, if you guys want to get together and start like messaging him and asking him if he wants to fight me, if he's interested, um, go ahead and do it. But it's not gonna, it won't work. He won't do it. Sadly. The BDA Canelo imprint. Oh, do you mean Guns? I don't really want to do that because it kind of seems mean. I just found it quite funny though. I think what you're referring to there is when I was talking about how whenever the BDA panel is on, that guy, what's his name? That guy Gonzalo always brings up Canelo, even when it has nothing to do with Canelo. Like you could be talking about Usyk or anything, and that guy will jump on. I was talking about this before. Like that guy will jump on and he'll be like, yeah, and it's like Canelo when he throws that jab and he throws that uppercut and he steps out the line. And then you're just like, what does that have to do with anything? Canelo hasn't even been mentioned yet. like, like we're talking about Usyk. And then that guy, like, you could be literally talking about anything. That guy will bring up Canelo and he'll make the whole. Yeah, and Canelo, and it's like Canelo. And, like, that's literally. That's all he ever talks about. It's quite funny though. It's one of them things that when you like point it out, it's easy to see. You notice it. Like just listen for it. You'll know what I'm talking about. Got nothing against the guy though. I think Charlie C's is undefeated. Oh no, no, he's oh no, he's 0-1, so he's not undefeated. His official record is 0-1. One no wins and one loss by DQ to Andrew Hartley, where he spit his mouthpiece out and quit. It should have really been a TKO though. Should have been a TKO. A lot of these guys are on gear. And you know what? When you're hitting late 30s, you should be allowed to take a little something to elevate test levels. Yeah. Well, Anthony Joshua, I have it on good authority. Anthony Joshua is on synthetic testosterone. Well, more specifically, he's on TRT, right? Testosterone replacement therapy. But I mean, that seems to me like a convenient way for him to get a TUE to use synthetic testosterone, doesn't it? Because why is a guy in his late 20s, early 30s on, testosterone replacement therapy? That's for guys in their 40s and 50s or older. So, yeah, that's a very, very suspicious situation there, is it not? But but it's the Russian we got to look at, innit? The podgy Russian, he's the guy who needs to be banned and have his record wiped, not the big, roided up black guy, in his 30s taking TRT and probably synthetic testosterone. It's the guy on heart medication. That's the guy we need to be looking at. Contact Misfits DAZN, see if they'll give you a fight. They put pretty much anyone on there. But do you not need to see to do that? Do you not need to be like a big influencer or something? Can you just be anybody? Because I would do that. I would totally do that. Like Misfit, like if they let anybody sign up for it, like just normal people, I could tell them, look, I've got 10,000 subs. I'll stick me on. I'll fight somebody. I would do it if I was allowed to do it. If they let me. So yeah, let me know if that's something that's possible. Beterbiev would smash the glass chin of Roy Jones Jr. I agree, he would. He'd do the same thing that Glenn Johnson did, probably just quicker. That's how I would see it anyway. Yeah, Roy was knocked out by Tarver in the second fight, one hand. Yeah. Oh, is that what you meant? Yeah. Yeah. Tarver knocked him out with one punch. It was a big left hand to the temple. Took him out in style. You got an excuse for tonight, Roy? That was quite funny, that, wasn't it? Yeah, I got a question. You got an excuse for tonight, Roy? That was funny. I kind of liked Tarver just because of that. That was quite funny. Turkey says he wants Boots versus Bud this year. I think Bud would beat Boots. I think he's just too experienced and too technically skilled for him. I think I've never rated Boots that highly, but I think Boots is more of a physical specimen, relies on his size and durability to win fights. I don't think he's ready for a fight like Crawford right now. Say goodbye to Boots. He's getting fed to Wolves if he can even make it past Stanionis. Yeah. Well, if he struggles with Stanionis and just scrapes past him, they're not going to have much belief in his ability going forward, are they? They're hoping he wins that fight, convincingly and looks good doing so. But and I think he will. I think he will win that fight convincingly and look good doing so. I think Jones Jr. outpoints Biev, but I can see him getting stopped early with that chin he has. But in my humble opinion, Roy wins 6 times out of 10. I don't think he does. I think Beterbiev is leagues above Roy. I honestly do. I think Beterbiev is stronger, hits harder, better stamina, better chin, better technique, better footwork. Roy's got faster hands. That's about it. That's literally the only advantage that Roy has in that fight is hand speed. I don't think he has any other advantages. That's just my opinion. Crawford did not look that good against Madrimov, honestly. I think Canelo would beat him kind of easy. I don't think so. Madrimov is a lot more quick and explosive than Canelo is. Canelo is a plodder, comes forward, throws wide shots, and is very easy to hit, very easy to time. I think Crawford could legitimately beat him on points. I genuinely do. Canelo is very overrated and underrated at the same time. I don't think he's underrated at all. I think he's just overrated. And honestly, to me, Canelo is a D level fighter. He's a sort of a low journeyman level fighter. Canelo. I don't think he's even good. If all his fights were real, he would probably have maybe about 15 wins and about 40 odd losses. If all his fights were real, Canelo would never have been world champion. He would never have been anything even resembling a pound for pound level fighter. He's just I suppose at 154, based on size, he would have had a chance of competing. But at middleweight, super middleweight, light heavyweight, Canelo would be literally a low level journeyman. He would be like Ricardo Mayorga was in those divisions. That's the level he would be. Yeah, cheers. I always amuse myself with that one. I'm sorry, BDA sucks off Canelo too much. He blames Benavidez the fight not happening. No, look. BDA and that lot. They're clever. They're clever guys. They know what they're doing. They know where their bread is buttered. They've got a particular niche audience of normie boxing fans who support Canelo. So they don't want to jeopardize that by going off script. They know they're clever guys. They know what they're doing. They're making money off it. I made a meme of Gonzalo in a Superman suit and a Corona beer saying the last Canelo defender. That's funny, man. That is funny. Just look at AJ's body. He's definitely losing. Mate, AJ's got that roid gut, like Tommy Morrison in the later stage of his life. AJ's got that type of physique already for years and years of steroid use, I don't think he's using an absurd amount, but clearly using. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's got roid gut. Just look at him. How anybody could come to the conclusion that Anthony Joshua is not on steroids is laughable. It's honestly laughable. He should never fail the test. He doesn't need PEDs. Shout out to Triple B. Triple B says that. Povetkin is just the convenient big boogie man. It's never the Mexicans, Americans, or British people. That stuff is conveniently brushed aside. We have Jarrell Miller being allowed to fight. I know. Jarrell Miller, literally, that guy is like a competitive power lifter. The amount of roids he's on, but he's allowed to fight. Where do I even? Again, look, I could sit here all day repeating this crap. You know what it all is, man. It's Povetkin. It's because of where Povetkin comes from. It's because of who he represents. He's the enemy. So we've got to show up the enemy, basically. reported 11 hours ago, Crawford versus Canelo back on. Should we take this as a fact? Well, I don't see why not. Like, I don't see where Crawford or Canelo go aside from each other at this stage of their careers. Like, who's Crawford going to fight? What is he going to fight? Murataliev? Is he going to fight Tim Tszyu? Is he going to fight all them guys? Like, why would he? Is he going to fight Sebastian Fundora? Is he going to fight Keith Thurman? These are all tough fights for very little reward. So he fights Canelo. It's an easier fight, and it's like compared to those guys anyway. And it's a legacy win. It's the biggest payday he'll ever get in his entire life. And it's, if he wins it, which he probably would, in my opinion, it's going to be, a big legacy win on his record. It's going to be one people are going to be talking about for decades to come. All the normies will anyway. You kind of need some current clown like Gen Z need to know you or be a brown smack talker. Emailing them might not hurt. Maybe I'll email them. And ask them if they're interested in having me on there. Because I doubt there's anybody in that that whole setup that I couldn't beat. But again, there's no point me sitting here bloody bragging. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are at boxing. It doesn't matter how good you are at fighting. It doesn't, like, that misfits thing is, like you say, it's all about popularity. You've got to be well known. You've got to be some sort of minor celebrity, which I'm definitely not. I'm not well known enough in this community to really warrant those guys seeing me as some sort of threat or as some sort of potential piece of the puzzle to make a lot of money. You need a lot more than what I've got to sit that up. Beterbiev footwork is miles clear of Roy's. The footwork and natural reflexes might be better early days, but that's when he's fighting at 160. Yeah. Well, again, Roy's faster, but there's more to footwork than just speed. Being able to glide around the ring without using a lot of energy and cutting off the ring without actually like dashing towards the opponent. That all takes skills, knowing what foot to lead with, and how to keep the fight at mid range without smothering your own work. That's all. Getting foot position on an opponent is something that takes a lot of practice and a lot of thought and effort. I think Beterbiev is a lot better at that sort of stuff than Roy is, Callum Smith could beat Roy Jones. It's possible. I wouldn't make Callum Smith the favourite, but I think it's possible. Like, Roy could jump in and hit him with big hooks around the guard, but Callum Smith, if he could push forward and again kind of emulate what Glenn Johnson did, then he could get inside and rough Roy up, trap him on the ropes, and knock him out with some big hooks. Like, he could do that. It's potential. I wouldn't make him the favourite, but he could potentially do it. Because I think he has the size and the power to do it. What was Roy's staple win at 175? Someone educate me. I really don't know. Well, I think of some of the guys he beat at 175. He beat Tarver controversially in the first fight. He beat Clinton Woods. He beat Montel Griffin in the rematch. That was a good win. Great win, actually. Stopped him in the first round. I think he beat Reggie Johnson at light heavyweight for one of the belts. Who else did he beat there? Mike McCallum. He was completely shot. So he had some good wins. He had some good wins at light heavyweight. I don't think he really had elite level wins, but he had good wins there. Again, beating Montel Griffin in the first round, that was a good win. Beating Reggie Johnson when he was a title holder, that was a good win. He had some good wins. Don't get me wrong. Clinton Woods was a guy who went on to become a champion, so he had some good wins. But I don't think Roy was like an elite pound for pound level fighter. At least not in my opinion. But I do think he had some good wins. I don't know why we're even arguing about PEDs. Let's accept every active fighter is using them right now, even Journeyman. Mate, every single world-class athlete on the planet uses PEDs. If they tell you they're not, they're lying. They're lying. Because they're all on supplements. They're all on some sort of stimulant. So they're all on PEDs. Let's be honest, they're all, let's just, like you say, let's assume they're all on PEDs. What's wrong with it? Watch your full analysis on Canelo. You should probably make a video. Mate, I've made many videos on it. Like, go look at my channel. I said back in 2015, 2016 that Canelo's fights were all staged, and he's a fraud. And he doesn't have great power or a great chin. His opponents just aren't hitting him. They pulled their punches. Go and look at Fight Film's film study he did on the Kovalev fight. He made like a 2-hour video where he proved definitively that was a fixed fight, that Kovalev was pulling his punches and not even trying to hit Canelo. All of Canelo's fights have been like that. I was the first person in the YTBC to say this. I was the first person to call out Canelo's fights for being fixed, and people used to call me a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now, a lot of the people who called me a crazy conspiracy theorist now 100% understand what I was saying. After the Kovalev fight, again, people were coming to me and saying, "You were right. These fights are fixed." Like again, people used to call me an idiot and a conspiracy theorist when I talked about how, Canelo's fights were literal like set up, staged fights. And after that fight, it just became too obvious. Callum Smith took a dive, Yildirim took a dive, Kovalev took a dive. What's his bloody name? Caleb Plant took a dive. Golovkin, just look at the third Golovkin fight. Golovkin's literally just playing with him, not even trying to hit him. It's that Canelo is an industry plan. All his fights are staged. It's that obvious. That's why, look, if you look at the early stage of Canelo's career, when he would get hit on the chin, he would mark up, he would cut. Like, the guy was so vulnerable. He was so easy to hurt and stun in the ring. He would always walk out with obvious facial damage. You look at his fights now, and he doesn't even have a mark on him a lot of the time because his opponents are just pulling their punches. They're not trying to do any damage. They're not trying to hurt him. They're just trying to make it seem like they're in there trying to win, when really it's a predetermined outcome. I don't get the hype for the Adam Azim guy. I've never watched him. I've never watched Adam Azim. Not seen a single one of his fights so far. Canelo's opponents don't come to win. They throw little pussy slaps on his guard. Exactly. And they throw punches to the side of his head. And people talk about what great head movement he has while they're missing him on purpose, Mayweather had similar fights, Adam Azim versus Lipinets is disgusting, like a live castration. Yeah, Lipinets is completely shot. He was a good fighter like 5 years ago. Now he's completely shot. So, yeah, he's going nowhere, that guy. And he's just a bought and paid for loser, bought and paid for opponent for these prospects and fringe contenders now. You need to look at the British misfit things. If you talk enough shit, though, you could push your way into something. Some kind of scale of channel. That's the misfit fight. Yeah, maybe I'll give them an email and ask if they're interested. I'm not gonna like beg for it or anything, but I'll ask them if they're interested. Because look, it's easier than getting a license to box in the UK is so hard. It's so difficult. Like when I was training with Scott Harrison, he told me, "We're gonna get you a fight. We'll get you on a club show." He was talking about fights, exhibitions, all sorts of stuff, like getting me on undercards, everything. And I gave him like my passport details. Like, I gave him a couple of photos so I could apply for my license, get that sorted. He got denied his coaching license. So I mean, that was like up in the air. Like, if the coach can't even get a license to put on a club show, how am I going to get a license to fight? When I went to my next gym, they wouldn't give me a license. They just, I kept telling them I want to spar, this, that, and the other. I want to compete. They just kept giving me the runaround. So I stopped going to that gym. I started going to another gym. And at that gym, I was able to spar. I was able to train. And they did say they would, if I'm interested in competing, they would look into it. But that was right before Christmas. And obviously they shut over the holidays and that. So it's like, I feel like I wasted the whole of last year trying to get a license to box, and the year before it, and every time I got close, something would happen. It's like, this country, it's so difficult to get a license to box. Particularly, the older you are, the more difficult it is. I'm 30 years old now. I'm almost 31. I'm 31 next month. But yeah, I'm 30 years old at the moment, and I've gone to in the past like 2 years. I've been to like 3 or 4 different boxing gyms and tried to get a license to box. And every time I get close, something happens that gets in the way of it. So it's annoying me because all I want to do is fight. That's literally all I want to do. I'm staying fit. I'm staying in shape. I know I can do it. I mean, just in December there, I sparred with professionals and I was able to go 12 rounds and I didn't even gas or anything and I was able to, give a good account of myself. So I know for a fact I can compete if I want to, and if I get the opportunity. But it's getting a license to compete and then getting on a show. That's the problem. It's so difficult to do in this country. I don't know why it's so overly regulated here. Like if I was living in America, I could probably get a license in a couple of days or something. I could just go to a local commission or whatever and get a license. It'll be so easy. It's so difficult to do here though. So difficult to do. And it's frustrating. So maybe something like Misfits would be easier to get into than actual you know licensed boxing over here in this country. It's annoying. Um, don't dodge the question. What A-level fighters has Canelo fought? Well, what I would say is what real fights has Canelo had, and what proof have you got? Because they look fake to me. I think his best win at 175 was Virgil Hill. Guy had an excellent jab, gave Hitman Hearns a fairly tough fight, finished his career with 24-5 record in title fights, 11-7 in champ. Yeah, Virgil Hill was a good fighter. Do think he was a bit past his prime when he fought Roy, but I think he was a good fighter. Like he'd already lost to Darius Mikucheski sometime before then in quite a one-sided fight. So yeah, it's that's one of his better wins for sure. I think it might even be his best at the weight. I wouldn't argue with that actually. No, they weren't. Look, Triple G in a real fight, it wouldn't have taken him 4 rounds to knock Canelo out. Look at that third fight. He's not even throwing punches with Canelo. Canelo's throwing a big wide shot, and Triple G's just backing up like that, like oh, the power. Like I'm like, Triple G in a real fight would throw a punch with him, and he would throw hooks and uppercuts. He would set about him inside. He would like bang his glove on his chest, like let's have a fight. Come on then, and he'd break him down and stop him. They were clear sparring sessions from what I could see. Yeah, yeah, those two were pulling their punches and barely throwing anything. Bro, I'm on my second gym in 2 weeks. Boxing is so dead. Need to move to a Latin solo Japan. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're living in Japan. You'd be able to fight every bloody day of the week probably. Just going or if you're like in Thailand or somewhere, you could probably spar all the time. That'd be great. But it's a nightmare, man. Like in a way, I kind of wish I still lived in Nottingham because again, I've got connections down there in like the sort of local boxing scene, and they've said to me when every time I'm down. I'm welcome to train with them and spar, but it's because I live up here, because I've got ties up here right now. I need to find a more stable place to train and stable to fight out of. But it's just so difficult, and again, it's frustrating because I'm itching to fight. I'm itching to fight. Like I really want to compete, but the longer I leave it, the less likely it is because I'm getting older now. So nobody's gonna like no promoter or no club is gonna want somebody like me representing them. I don't have the look. I don't have the, I don't look like an athlete. I walk into a gym and I look out of place. And I don't sound like an athlete. I don't behave like an athlete. But I know I can compete. I know I can fight. It's just hard to get the opportunity because it's hard to get a license to do it. And it's hard to get people to take you seriously. I find that when I'm in a boxing gym and I go up to like coaches, I go up to people who fight and like I ask to spar and I ask about competing, and it's like they look at me as if I'm stupid or something, as if get out my face. We don't respect you. That's kind of what it's like in some boxing gyms. At least here in Scotland, it's like that. It's not so much like that down in England. I think in England, like there's a lot more. There's a lot more respect, like in boxing gyms, and like there's a lot more. I don't know, like down there, that they're a lot more willing to let you prove yourself and let you spar with whoever you want and let you potentially compete, and they take you a little bit more seriously, and they just look at you as if you mean what you're saying. Up here, it's not like that. Like there's something about Scottish boxing gyms. I don't know what this is all about. There's something about boxing gyms up here where they're just so arrogant that they're like cliques, if you know what I mean. Like if you're not one of them, if you've not been there for ages, you're not one of their regulars. They don't want nothing to do with you, and they don't want you there. They're happy to take your money for your membership fees, but they don't want to give you any coaching or give you an opportunity to compete or anything. Like they're just not interested. That's kind of what it's like with me. That's how I feel when I'm trying to get a fight up here. It's nearly impossible. Because again, I had when I got back into boxing last year, or was it the year before, like 2023, when I got back into boxing, I lost all that weight. I did all that sparring, this, that, and the other, and I had people asking me, why haven't you fought yet? This, that, and the other. I was trying to fight that whole time. That whole time, I was desperately trying to get a license to box and trying to get people to take me seriously, and it's impossible. Literally, it felt literally impossible. People just would not, like, you have to jump through hoops to do it. And you go to a gym and it's all they do. It's like you go into a boxing gym, all they teach is like circuit training. They don't, circuit training to me is an excuse for the coach not to do his job, not to actually teach the lads how to box. That's what a lot of gyms up here are like. I'm not even joking. Like Scott Harrison's gym was not like that. His was a proper boxing gym where they teach you to box, right? But most boxing gyms in Scotland, you go there, everybody's running in circles, doing push-ups and sit-ups and star jumps and burpees and doing weird stretching drills, and there's very little actual boxing that goes on in a boxing gym here. It's just annoying, man. That's my little rant about the state of, yeah, and they wonder why all our fighters up here are complete whack. Why we've had one world-class fighter in the past 10 years. You wonder why. That's why, you know. Yeah, same here, man. I really do. I want to fight too. I think you'll be exaggerating thing. Fights look really sketchy. His scorecards were already written in some fights, like Bivol, Floyd, Triple G1, all stage. Well, I think they were all staging, and that includes Bivol, Floyd, and all Triple G fights, all of them. My opinion, they were all staged. Said so at the time. I've never changed my opinion. Yeah, I'm 24 with no fights. I'm registered with USA Boxing, but my current gym is saying it might take 60 days for me to be able to fight. It's restarted. And that's the thing. Why would it take 60 days? I don't understand. Like, because there's amateur shows all over the country, right? They could just get you on a show. I don't understand why they couldn't just slot you into a club show somewhere. It shouldn't be that complicated. Especially since, again, you're 24 years old, you're a fully grown man. It's not like you're a young kid who needs extra like supervision to compete. Just give you an opportunity and see what you've got. It's not that big a deal, you know. I don't know. It's boxing gyms are so weird nowadays, and maybe it's not just here. Maybe it's like that there as well. Gyms are also disrespectful. Treat you like a child who can't do anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they take your money. They're happy to take your membership fees. They're happy to let you pay at the door, but they're not happy to teach you what you're paying them to teach. That they're not happy to actually give you coaching. That's my experience. That they're happy to let you do circuits and all that. Like it's funny. I'll go to a boxing gym sometimes, and because I do a lot of strength training as well. I lift weights now because that's like a thing I'm really into now. So sometimes when I go to the boxing gym, I'm quite sore. I'm quite stiff because I'm in recovery. But I've noticed that I can still hit the bag. I can still spar. I can still do boxing drills while I'm sore. Like I'm kind of built in a way where I'm able to compensate, right? I'm able to do that. But I'm not able to do circuit training and crazy stretches and all that while I'm sore. I'm not, because that's counterproductive. Like some of the gyms I've been to, they have you doing air squats and things like that. Now, let's say I was squatting 100 kilograms the day before for 3 sets of 5. Is it really a good idea for me to be doing air squats? no, that'll mess up my progress and interfere with my recovery. But you tell that to a coach, and they look at you like, oh no, you're just lazy. You just don't want to do them. You're just fat. Like it's like that's how they look at you. Seriously, it's how they behave. I wish you're in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, make a run. Yeah. If I was in Pittsburgh, that's where you're from, innit? I'd probably um I'd probably be able to fight every weekend or something. Seems like the type of place. I'd imagine there's a lot of boxing gyms there that have all sorts of club shows, man. But over here, it's just so difficult to get regulated, to get licensed to box. You know, it's a big problem, man. It really is. They're aggressive with the circuit training. I thought about slapping the circuit coach because he made a rude remark to me. Mate, I hate circuit training. Like I said, circuit training, like it's an excuse for the coach not to do any coaching. So he can just say 5 seconds to go while he stands on his phone and go, all right, everybody get and do your push-ups or your sit-ups and all that. Instead of actually showing you how to throw punches, how to move, all that other stuff, supervising a pad session or sparring, like that's the stuff you should be doing in a boxing gym. And again, that's one of the things I liked about Scott Harrison's gym, because see, Scott would have you do circuits, but he would ask you first. Like he had a very like structured way of like setting up a session. What he would do is, see, when you walk into the gym, first thing he would tell you to do is step into the ring and do some shadow boxing, right? Or before doing shadow boxing, sometimes he would say, do some footwork drills. So like if he showed me a footwork technique like the day before or the session before, he would say, do that again to warm up, right? So move around the ring, moving diagonally, moving side to side, move your head. And then on the next round, shadow box and throw your jab and move and things like that. Then start throwing the right hand behind it. Just start throwing combinations, hooks and uppercut. You know, so you're warming up, but you're warming up by boxing, you know, by shadow boxing. You're moving around the ring, throwing punches. That was how you would warm up. Then you would move on to, say, you start hitting the bag. So he'd be like, you hit the bag. It would tell you what punches to throw, how to throw them. If you're throwing them wrong, he would show you how to throw them. And he would like, no, you throw them like this. Then he would go and work with someone else one-on-one. And then he would take everybody on the pads one at a time. Everybody got a turn. Right? You jump into the ring, hit the pads, do different things. He would take into consideration your body mechanics, your style, all that stuff. And then at the end of the session, when all the boxing drills are done, and let's say if we're not doing sparring at the end of the session, he would ask you, do you want to do a circuit, or do you want to run on the treadmill, or do you want to go upstairs and use the weight room? Like that was all up to you, because he had like a staircase. And what we would do is, like, for the circuit, let's say you do like push-ups for like a minute, then run up and down the stairs, and then do like sit-ups or whatever for a minute, then run up and down the stairs. Like he would do that, but he would only ever do that once a week, and he would ask you first if you wanted to do it. So it wasn't a case of, oh, it's the second half of the session now, everybody's got to do a circuit because I'm the coach and I don't want to coach anybody, so I just want everybody to sit on the floor and do circuits. It wasn't like that at his gym. At his gym, it was professional. At his gym, you learned how to box, and circuit training and like all the fitness stuff was secondary. You know, that was something that you did like probably once a week. And it was done in a sense, it was done in a structured way. Like he would ask you, do you want to do it? Do you feel all right to do it? And generally I would say yes. But if I didn't feel all right to do it, like if I'd been lifting weights the day before and I'm still a bit sore and strained, I would say, nah, I'm not really feeling it. And he'd be like, yeah, no problem. You've done your work today, on you go. Like that was what he was like as a coach. And that's because he was one of the few world-class fighters this country's ever had. Like Scotland has had very few like world-class like fighters over the years. It's one of them countries. It's like it hasn't had that many. He was one of the true world-class fighters of this country. So he knew how to train. He knew how to prepare for fights. But he's not one of these guys who people listen to. You know, it's just crazy, man. It's mental. But most of the coaches in this country that I've come across are absolutely clueless. Most of the gyms completely useless. And again, it's taken me 2 years and I still haven't gotten a fight. You know, it's just frustrating, man. It really is. It's frustrating because I feel like by the time it happens, if ever, I'll just be too old. You know. What do you think? What do you think's your max push-ups you can do? Well, I've done. I remember I went to Nottingham a couple of years ago, and I went on a night out. It was my mate's birthday, and a bouncer outside one of the bars we went to was like, "Oh, if you can do 50 push-ups, you can come in," because he was saying I was too drunk, and I did 50 push-ups easily. So I reckon I could do more. Like I could probably do about 100. Probably about 100 push-ups, I'd say, probably. But yeah, I know I can easily do 50, so I could probably do 100 if I really tried, you know? I don't do push-ups very often, though. It's not something that I see the point in, because again, I do a lot of weight training now, so I do a lot of overhead press and stuff like that, so and I do chin-ups as well, so I feel like if I do chin-ups, and stuff like that, there's not really much of a point doing push-ups because I get enough chest work from weights, so I don't really see the point in it. But I can probably do quite a lot if I wanted to, you know. Boxing, boxing, boxing. That's all you should be doing. Sparring, mitts, bagwood. Exactly, I agree. You're in a boxing gym. You're there to box. You're not there to do sit-ups. You're not there to do burpees and push-ups and circuits and star jumps. That you can do that stuff to warm up if you want to, but you should primarily be there to box. That's what I've always believed. You go to a boxing gym, you should learn how to box. You know, yeah, dozens of sit-ups, ladder drills, tennis ball games, cone drills. Yeah, yeah, that's a lot of the stuff you see like particularly amateur gyms doing. You know, when your next retrospective video. Well, I've got a long video about my favorite ever fights coming. I was supposed to be up today actually. That video, but um well, today or tomorrow, but yeah, I couldn't get enough footage for it in time, but that should be my next actual edited video on the channel, so it's like my top favorite fights. I'm going to be doing my top 10 heavyweight champions of all time pretty soon as well. And as far as career reviews, I think I'm doing one for Harry Simon. I'm doing one for Enzo Macronelli. There's a few others as well. I'm not sure which one I'll do first, but when I get those two big videos out the way, I'll focus on those. Yeah, yeah, it exposes the coach as a bum. Absolutely. If the coach has you doing circuits and nothing else, that coach doesn't want to be a coach. He wants to get paid to be a coach, but he doesn't want to be a coach. That's how it is. Do I have any moderators? Do you mean on the channel? No, no, I don't have any. It's not a bad idea. Oh wait, do I? Yeah, I think I've got one. I think one or two. 1 second. I'm gonna go get a can of juice out the fridge. 1 second. I'll be back. Got my can anyway. Let me just open it. So thirsty. Oh, so thirsty. That was nice. That was good. Where was I? Hey, Nordic, first time on one of your lives, I think. Yeah, good to see you here, man. Yeah, glad you were able to stop by. God bless you, man. Circuit coach gave me attitude because I was slightly late. Like, bro, I have a full-time job. You're trying to pay my bills, yeah. Do you know, my boss had it out with me yesterday because I was about 15 minutes late. And I'm like, look, I'm not a mind reader. Like, because I don't drive. I get the bus to work, right? So I'm not a mind reader. If the bus doesn't show up, or if it shows up 15 minutes late, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed? And he said to me, he's like, "Oh, you should leave the house earlier and get an earlier bus just in case." I'm like, "Okay, so I should get out my bed half an hour early and stand at the bus stop for half an hour just in case my bus doesn't show up and I'm to get an earlier one. But I'm not being paid for that half hour, so why should I do that when more often than not this one's on time and it gets me in early?" So I had it out with him, and he was trying to say, "Oh, I don't start till 9 o'clock," and I'm in 15 minutes early, and I'm like, but you drive, so that's not the same thing. Like if you drive, it's easier to get in on time, obviously, than when you're relying on public transport. But yeah, that's another thing I've never understood why. Timekeeping is one of them things. It's important to an extent, but I think some people take it way too far. And like, you're slightly late for a circuit. Like, who cares? Circuits are not even that big a deal anyway. Especially since if you don't actually have a fight coming up, what circuit isn't going to do you any good anyway, because a circuit is cardio, right? And cardio goes away quicker than it is brought on. Like, it comes on quickly, but it goes away even quicker. So that's something you should really be doing on the build up to a fight. When you're not got a fight coming up, you should be focusing on your actual proper fight conditioning, hitting the bag, the pads, learning how to fight, sparring, shadow boxing, keeping yourself keeping your body conditioned to be able to fight, because that's what you're training for. All that supplementary work, ancillary exercise, that should be done when the fight is scheduled to try and give you that extra 5-10%. I'm sorry, these gyms you guys are talking about sound horrible. Yeah, some of them are, mate. Some of them are just like daycare. That's literally what they are. Like, take the kids in and have them do circuits. Don't even teach them how to box. That's what it's like. Yeah, a good gym is really hard to find. I'd say in Scotland, I've seen one or two good boxing gyms. One or two. The rest of them have been absolutely abysmal. And I've seen a couple of good ones in England as well. Ones in England were much better, mostly. You just need to ask them, is this a fight club or a cardio spot? Exactly. Is it boxer size, or is it a boxing gym? Like, because there's a big difference. If you're just doing cardio and doing circuits, it's boxer size. It's not a boxing gym, as far as I'm concerned. If you're actually sparring and learning how to defend yourself, it's a boxing gym. Big difference. I remember doing martial arts as a teenager. Spent about half an hour doing warm ups, and other half an hour doing basic drills and some sparring. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, no, and the sparring have no technique. Yeah, so it's not even really sparring. It's just like shadow sparring. It's just faffing about, basically. It's like what Michael Jai White was doing with John Jones. He calls that sparring. That's just high fiving each other and messing around. It's not even sparring. You know. But like for me, like you're saying, if you're in a boxing gym, sparring is an absolute must. Hitting the pads is an absolute must. Hitting the bags is an absolute must. Footwork drills and shadow boxing, those are like the five main things that should be done in a boxing gym. Everything else is supplementary and should be done when you got a fight coming up. And like all the other stuff, like strength and conditioning, that stuff you should be doing on your own time. If I'm a boxing coach, I'm not having you do strength and conditioning, because that's not my job. My job as a boxing coach would be to teach you to box, right? Again, I do my strength work outside of the boxing gym. I do my barbell lifts and my chin ups and stuff like that. That I don't do that stuff in the boxing gym. I do that stuff in my own time, you know, because I think that's how it should be done. It has its the function of a boxing gym is boxing. Nordic talk to Turkey, he'll get you a fight. Yeah, listen, if anybody has the money to get me a fight, it's him. Tell you that. He could buy anybody as an opponent. Is calisthenics needed? Well, calisthenics is good, again, as supplementary work. It's not. I don't think calisthenics should be like your main like the main aspect of a strength program or a conditioning program. It should just be supplementary. Like, sometimes before I do my weights to warm up, I'll do some pull-ups or something like that. And I don't take them pure seriously. They're just something. They're just a body weight exercise. They're just something to get me warmed up and get my muscles working. So I think calisthenics work in that regard. They are important as an ancillary, like, supplementary exercise. It seems like coaches just weigh you down with circuit and cardio training to the point where you have no energy to do other stuff. Exactly. And you can overtrain. It's like, if you're doing cardio all the time, you're basically wearing yourself out. You're getting all hot and sweaty, but you're not learning anything. You're not learning anything. and you're not getting stronger, you're certainly not improving your abilities as a boxer. It's just completely worthless. It's useless, you know. You know, I had this conversation with a mate of mine. One of my best mates from school is a personal trainer who works for a health club, and he was saying this to me. He's like, "Look, a lot of the stuff you get taught in a lot of the stuff that most like fitness coaches and trainers teach their clients is completely worthless because it's stuff that goes away like immediately. Like again, if you're just doing cardio, if you've got a client and you've got them like sitting on a leg press machine or running on a treadmill and that's it, that's all you're having them do, or you've got them out doing road work like or doing circuits and stretching, yeah, you're gonna lose a bit of weight, you're gonna get fit, but it's gonna be a temporary thing. That fitness is gonna go away as soon as you stop. Whereas if you get someone to get stronger and to change their body composition entirely, that's gonna stay with you the rest of your life. Potentially, you're gonna be more functional. You know, your manual handling skills are gonna be better. You teach somebody to fight, it's the same concept. Even if you get out of shape, you stop training, you're never gonna forget how to fight. Like you take a kid and have him box, have him train, have him compete, take him on the pads, have him spar, let him hit the bag, let him do footwork drills, let him do shadow boxing. That kid's gonna know the rest of his life. He's gonna know how to defend himself and how to compete if necessary. You're never gonna forget it. So I think that's a philosophy that coaches should have, is that when they're training someone, that person who you're training should learn something every time they're trained, you know, something that can stay with them and is useful in life, as far as I'm concerned, you know. Similar case here with my gym in Ireland with the circuit training. We have special issues training a school hall when not in the club. Some days reserved for competitive boxers. Yeah, so they have like separate sessions for the boxers who compete. Because I know a lot of gyms here do that as well. Yeah, especially if you're like renting the place and it's used for other functions. Sometimes you have to do that, you know, for it to be functional. Well, I was listening to some of your old lives at work. Yeah, do you know what I actually did? I did listen to one of my lives while I was working one day. I actually quite enjoyed it. I don't know why. Like listening to it back, I quite enjoyed it while I was working. It helped me take my mind off things and that. Do you have a favorite boxing glove brand? Well, I find see Adidas gloves. I find them a little bit more comfortable than some of the others. But the gloves that I last used for sparring, which I thought were quite good actually, were Everlast Power Locks. I've got a pair of them now. See, because I had a pair of those Adidas Hybrid. They're quite popular now, but they ended up ripping in sparring, so I threw them out. And yeah, the last one, the one that I used last was Everlast Power Lock. They were quite good. I think the Adidas ones are a little bit more comfortable usually, but the Everlast ones seem a little bit. I don't know. They seem like they're more built for competition, if you know what I mean. Like they just feel less like training gloves and more like boxing gloves. You know what I mean? That's how they feel to me. You know. Nordic. What are your thoughts on Clarissa Shields, the go to women's? But I don't watch women's boxing. No interest in it whatsoever. I'll never will be interested in it. And Clarissa Shields looks like Charles Martin in drag. So I couldn't even look at that thing without wanting to vomit. But yeah, women's boxing, I'm not interested. I would beat every single woman boxer in the history of women's boxing on the same night. Line them all up, every single one of them. I would beat them all on the same night easily. You know, all of them by first round knockout as well. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Um, Triple G versus Beterbiev. I think it would be an interesting fight, but I think the difference might be Beterbiev's physical strength and size. I think he might be able to break Golovkin down and stop him. Then again, Golovkin might actually be the harder, like one punch knockout artist of the two, but I think Beterbiev's got more clubbing power and more strength. That would probably be the difference. If they were the same size, I'd favour Golovkin by knockout, but I favour Beterbiev by late stoppage based on size and strength. Do you think Triple G is overrated? I'd say he's underrated. Triple G is one of the greatest, one of the greatest middleweight champions of all time, if not the greatest, in my opinion. How old were you when you started watching boxing? I was talking about this earlier. I was about 13, 14 when I started watching boxing. I think I started watching. Well, I'd say I became a hardcore boxing fan probably around about 2009. I'm 30 years old now, so yeah, how old was I in 2009? Something must have been about 13, 14, something like that. That was round about when I'd seen boxing here and there before then, but that was when I started paying attention to it and following it, you know. So yeah, that's how it is. Who should Wallin fight next if he beats Chisora? Well, if he beats Chisora, I believe he's in line for a shot at the IBF title potentially. So he might get a shot at the Parker versus Fury winner. Aside from that, he could maybe fight Jarrell Miller or Hrgovic. Those would be interesting fights. But yeah, I could see him getting a shot at the Dubois versus Parker winner if he wins. You know, my previous boss rang me to inform me I was an hour late. When I told her I'm not, my schedule says it's this time. Turns out she forgot to update the system. Mate, my boss has done like little sly things like that. Like he'll put me on the rotor on my day off, and then I'll call him out on it. I'll be like, "Hey, listen, I'm not supposed to be in that day," and then he's like, "Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. My bad." And I'm like, "Really? Was it really a mistake, or are you just trying to get me to work an extra day without pay and hoping I wouldn't notice? Is it is it that kind of thing? Seems like it. I don't know. I don't know. I go to boxing gym to learn to knock people out, not to get a six pack. Exactly. I don't go to the boxing gym to win a Mr. Universe contest. You know, I don't go to the boxing gym so I can pose in front of the mirror and say, "Oh, look at my ass." Like I don't do no. I go to the boxing gym so I can learn to set about somebody, so I can learn to defend myself and knock somebody out before they do it to me. That's what I want to learn when I go to a boxing gym. And why would anybody else be any different as far as I'm concerned, you know? Are you knowledgeable about your country's history? I'd say I'm reasonably knowledgeable about my country's history, but it's not like a serious interest of mine. Like I'm not like a big history buff. I think a lot of history is just flat out fabricated anyway. I get history is written by the victors, so again, how accurate is it? But Scotland has a very interesting history. There's no doubt about that. A very confusing history as well. Very, very strange country. It's a strange country and it's a fascinating country. It really is. Yeah, six pack comes with boxing. Exactly. You'll get a six pack if you're making weight for a fight. But that's not what wins you the fight. What wins you the fight is your skills and your boxing fundamentals. That's what wins you the fight. Which of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies is your favorite? I like the first one. I've always actually preferred the first one. Most people prefer the second. I think the first one is a bit more well paced. I think it's a great movie. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I love it. And it's just the UK. They probably have that Joe Gallagher mindset with boxing. Tally ho, chaps. Gloves up at all times, but don't be too robotic. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Tally ho, chaps. Yeah, yeah. Such a British thing to say, isn't it? Tally ho, chaps. I actually got criticised for using too much head movement in my martial arts gym. Really? What, they criticised you for moving your head? Or was it like exaggerated head movement, like "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh," you know, but when really you should just be slipping punches, you know? Is it that sort of thing? He said that you can easily get caught and it can look a bit cocky. Well, it's true. See if you see like the way that Mike Tyson moves his head, like where he's just bobbing and weaving constantly. That is dangerous because you could like turn onto a punch. Whereas like if you kind of keep yourself like just a little bit off center line and move when you need to, you know, tuck up behind a guard and slip and things like that. obviously keep your chin tucked, keep your chin covered. You can sort of parry and ride with punches. You don't have to always bob and weave side to side like a schizo. Like you don't always need to do that. But it depends on your fighting style. That might be your fighting style. If you're trying to emulate like Mike Tyson, whatever, then you obviously need to do that because he was hyper aggressive. But if you're more like a Povetkin type pressure fighter, you don't always need to move your head. You can kind of move your head if and when necessary from mid range to just slip underneath shots to counter with your own. Because you don't just want to make the shot miss. You want to make it miss and see the opening to throw something along with it. Keeping your head stationary will get you caught. Yeah, well, yeah. If you're just standing there on center line, not moving, you're gonna get caught way more. You're gonna end up like bloody Joshua Clotty or something. Every frat bro with an inheritance check got some shitty gym now. Yeah. Because all you need is a bit of money in it. You could open your own gym. You don't really need to be qualified in any way, and you can call yourself a coach. Especially in countries where there's a lot of opportunities like that. You could just buy a place and call it a gym. Well, my club, most of the sparring takes place in other gyms in the area. So you take the club to another gym for sparring. That does happen a lot in this country. But I do think sparring should happen in your gym too, because you guys need to stay sharp. You need to learn how to defend yourselves. It's practical training. In my gym, they get upset if I punch through the target as well. All the hooks must stop at the moment they land. Mate, that's irresponsible if they're teaching you that. If they're teaching you that, they're not teaching you how to fight. They're not teaching you how to punch. Like see when I would go on the pads with Scott Harrison, right? Every time I throw a punch, and if I didn't like commit to the punch, he would tell me no. Like if I throw a left hook, and let's say I stop as I hit the pad, he would tell me no, you don't stop as you hit the pad. You punch through the pad. You want it. You're not trying to hit the pad. You're trying to destroy the pad. You're trying to punch through it because you're trying to knock the guy out. Like one thing he used to say was like if you miss the punch, you should be swinging yourself off balance. That's how much you should be committing to it, right? So you should be. Obviously, you want to have correct footwork, right? So you don't fall off balance. But the force of the punch itself should swing you round because you're trying to punch through the target because you're trying to render the guy unconscious. You're not just trying to piss him off. You're not just giving him a bitch slap. No, you're trying to knock him out. Like that, I think Emmanuel Stewart used to say that. Emmanuel Stewart, like when he was training Thomas Hearns, he used to tell Thomas Hearns, punch through the pad, punch through the target, right? Because you're trying to do damage. You're trying to knock the guy out. And he took Hearns like out the amateurs and turned him into like one of the hardest punchers in the sport, pound for pound. That was how he did it with technical pad work and bag work. That's how you improve your punching power. Yeah. I've had several pairs of Lonsdale over the years, like mostly like bag gloves, training gloves. But Lonsdale's kind of a budget brand. They're relatively cheap, but they do the job well enough. Yeah. That's what Clarissa looks like. Charles Mott in drag. Well, it's a cross between that and Predator. That's what she kind of looks like, quote unquote. She Nordic will be a modern day Andy Kaufman. Yeah. Shout out to Bruce. God bless you, brother. Every time, man. Good to see you here. Povetkin versus Fury at their best. That'd be a great fight. There was talks of them fighting back in 2011, but it never materialized. Fury ducked it. Would have been a great fight. I would have liked to have seen it. I remember watching Tyson Fury on the undercard of the John Thaxton fight against the Frenchman for the European title on Channel 5. I remember that too. I remember that. Yeah, John Thaxton, he lost that fight, didn't he? I'm sure. And I can remember him in the post-fight interview saying that he should have used his jab more and all that. I can remember that so clearly. And yeah, Tyson Fury was on the undercard. That was one of his first showcase fights, wasn't it? Oh, man, you're taking me back. I remember watching that as being a kid. That was back when I still lived with my mum and that. I was a little kid then. I was only, how old was I then? That was 2009, wasn't it, that fight? So I would have been either 13 or 14. I think I was 14 when I saw that fight. If I remember rightly, I think I was 14. So yeah, that would have been the case, I think. because it was the same year that Carl Froch fought Andre Durrell, and that it was I'm sure it was the year after he fought Pascal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah. Yeah. The Dubois Parker winner should fight Usyk if they should try and get that fight anyway. But I think Otto Wallin might end up as mandatory if he wins against Chisora. At some point, he might end up as mandatory for the Dubois Parker winner. So see what happens there. What do you think was the best performance of Roberto Duran? Palomo was his greatest performance ever. He completely destroyed him. I see that version of Duran outpointing Sugar Ray Leonard 1, 2, and 3. Well, yeah, he beat Leonard in the first fight, didn't he? And that was a very impressive performance. I mean, he quit in the second fight. I know he had an excuse for it, but he got absolutely dominated. Then he quit. But the first fight was a great performance, and I think it was more or less the mind games from Duran that worked on Leonard. He got him fighting his fight, and he capitalized on it in the ring. So I've always thought that was probably his best performance because I really rate Sugar Ray Leonard. I think Sugar Ray Leonard is an all-time great. I genuinely do. But that Duran performance in the first fight, especially the size difference, the difference in overall like speed and athletic ability, Duran like really, really played the game well and got the win. It's like going to cooking school, but you spend ages cleaning. Yeah, exactly. You spend ages learning how to wash the dishes, but you don't learn how to fry an egg or how to do any work. That's what it's like going to a boxing gym and doing circuits and not learning how to box. It's crazy, man. Your coach is Joe Joyce. Yeah, I like the first Spider-Man better. I like it better. Yeah, you were using lateral movement at the time. It was 11, 12 years ago, yeah. Do you know, I remember I went to this boxing gym in Nottingham. I ended up getting kicked out. I got kicked out. I'm not going to say why, but yeah, when I was about 15, I went to this boxing gym in Nottingham, and I remember the coach. It was this guy called Gaz, and he used to always say, "You put one hand there and one hand there." That was what he always used to say. And I'm like, I would have my hands up here to block punches, and he'd be like, "No, you put one hand there and one hand there." And then he would always say "pare" and "can't." Like he had like really strong Nottingham accent, like "pare" and "can't." Like that was like his catchphrase. Like you put one hand there and one hand there, "pare" and "can't." I swear that's all he ever said when he was doing the boxing drills. That's all I remember him saying, unless he was like swearing or shouting at somebody or telling me not to effing come here again. It was one of them. That guy he's actually dead now. God bless him. Yeah, that's taking me back, man. It was funny though. I've had a few laughs about that over the years. What was I? Callum Smith or Joshua back? Do you know if Callum Smith is if he can wind back the clock and if he can get back to his best, if he's Callum Smith at his prime, I think he convincingly wins. I think he beats Joshua Buatsi. I think he wins clearly. But Callum Smith, I think, has been relegated to journeyman role now. I think he's on his way out. He's just getting the paydays in. Whereas the establishment has clearly got plans for Joshua Buatsi. That's kind of what was I going to say? Joshua Buatsi, he's the guy who the politics are going to favour. He's the guy that they're trying to build up. He's the guy they're trying to promote. He'll probably win. I think he'll probably win it on points. I think that I think Joshua Buatsi will probably just outwork him and outlast him, and it'll be like an effort thing. Like Callum Smith might land the better punches. He might like back him up here and there, but I think Buatsi's youth energy, momentum, him being the A side, so it'll favour him on the scorecard. He'll do enough to win the fight. I think he'll get the decision. So yeah, I think he'll win. But I would be confidently picking Callum Smith if I knew for a fact he was in his prime. Yeah, you'll get a six pack anyway if you train and eat right. Yeah. I think the last time I had a six pack, and I mean like a full on six pack, was when I was 16. Yeah, I had a six pack when I was 16, but as an adult, I've never had one, but I've always had like an above average like body fat percentage. That's why like if you're making weight for a fight and you get your body fat percentage down to like 15% or something and you're training, you'll have even at 15%, which it might sound quite high, but even then you're gonna you're gonna get a six pack. You're gonna have visible abs. Because all visible abs really mean is that you have a low body fat percentage. That's all they mean. They don't really have much of a function. Like you can take a body shot if you don't have visible abs, as long as you're fit and healthy, Yeah, miss your punch, get you hurt. Yeah, make sure you don't miss. Make sure you're accurate. I'm thinking about leaving. I already paid 80 for the month. I won't leave till March. Yeah, make sure you get your money's worth, then leave if you want to leave. Obviously, if you paid for it, keep going, keep training, and yeah, keep yourself fit, keep ticking over. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with keeping yourself fit, and the gym, at least you know what you're doing when you're in there. You know how you can get the most out of it. So go there, get your money's worth, and then if you want to go somewhere else, find somewhere else. It's up to you. Hi there, good to see you, and God bless you. God bless you too. Fury will probs duck Povetkin like he did Pulev, yeah. Yeah, he ducked Povetkin and Pulev. Those were two fights he was never interested in, you know. Have a couple fights before you're 30, yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping to have a couple of fights. I am, if possible. But it's just hard. It's difficult to get them. It's difficult to motivate yourself to keep training when every time you get close, you don't get a fight. It's so disheartening. Like, I was so pissed off. See, when I didn't get that. Like, because see, I told you guys before, like, see, when I turned 29, that was when I really decided I want to get in shape. So I spent like most of that year getting in shape. I lost about 4 stone. And then like my coach told me, I'll get you a fight, this, that, and the other. The next year, like when I turned 30, I had that conversation with him, and I was like, look, I'm gonna have. He was saying, have your birthday, have your cake, get all that, have a quick blowout, whatever, and then dedicate yourself to training. So after my birthday, I dedicated the next few months or so to training. I lost a lot of weight. I lost several stone, and I was training, sparring, doing everything right. I'd applied for a license, everything, and then it all just stopped. I never, like, he lost his license. Oh, well, he was denied his license to coach, so he had to close the gym, everything. I had to find another gym and start the whole process all over again. It's like, it's really disheartening when you're training, you're trying to keep yourself in shape, you're trying to keep yourself fit, ready to fight at any time, and then you can't get the license, you can't get the opportunity, and I can see why so many people just give up on it, because it's so disheartening when you try that hard, and you don't get anything from it. Povetkin would have had a big puncher's chance against you. Yeah, definitely. Especially at that stage of Fury's career, when Fury was very, like, Fury was very vulnerable at that stage because he wasn't always taking training seriously. He was making a lot of mistakes technically. Like, at that stage of his career, 2011, I think Povetkin could have knocked him out. I would have actually made Povetkin the favorite then. Obviously, like 3 or 4 years later, Fury leapfrogged him. He became a better fighter, but Povetkin at his prime, like Fury at his prime, well, before his prime, should I say, and Povetkin at his prime, there's no doubt Povetkin would have had a chance at that stage of their careers, in my opinion. What's your dream 4-fight plan for Canelo in Saudi? For me, it's Skull, Crawford, Benavidez, Bivol. Wouldn't mind Yanibek, Pacheco, Eubank, Shiraz. Well, yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I'd love to see him fight those guys. I would. Especially Benavidez. That's the fight that, a lot of fans are demanding. A lot of people want to see that, So, and he would lose that if it was a real fight, in my opinion. So, yeah, they could make that fight. Why not? But the Crawford fight makes the most sense for the, like from just a business perspective, Oh yeah, Duran Buchanan. Yeah, that was a good win for Duran. Yeah, and Buchanan was a world class fighter at the time. He'd been undisputed champion and that, and yeah, that was kind of the back end of his career. And Duran, like, that was one of his like coming out parties, wasn't it? Yeah, good performance. It's not really an eliminator. It's highest ranking until the Bacoli Ajagba fight. Maybe it's something to do with the rumors of Bacoli fighting Joshua instead of Hill. Well, yeah, that would make sense because Joshua's a bigger money fight than fighting for the IBF title. So, yeah, that would make sense to me. And I think I think Bacoli and Ajagba, it's like that. That's one of them fights that's actually tough to call because even though Bacoli's a better fighter in like every way, it's two guys that can punch, two guys that have shown their vulnerabilities, two big guys, two strong guys. That's an interesting fight too. That's not an easy fight to predict. Even though Bacoli logically would assume he's the better fighter, he's shown vulnerabilities too. He's quit in a fight. He's been hurt multiple times. It's not a easy fight to call, that one. Yeah, it's an old school Bob Fitzsimmons stance, isn't it? You put one hand there and one hand there. But yeah, that was his catchphrase. He always used to say that. You put one hand there and one hand there. Parry and counter. Parry and counter. You put one hand there and one hand there. Yeah, it was quite funny that. Nordic is too base for the Nottingham gym. could they work with other guards? Why had the original fight guard? Yeah, I don't know why he was insistent on having a guard like that because it doesn't work. I tell you that. Personal experience, it doesn't work. Yeah, a lot of coaches is they think one size fits all. They don't take into consideration the body mechanics or the style that suits a particular fighter. It's just everybody's got to do the same thing basically to some of these coaches. Got into it recently with a casual who said Naz was a hype job because of the Barrera loss. Naz beat 10 former reigning featherweight champions. That's insane. Man doesn't get his fair dues. Well, yeah, losing to Barrera, there's no shame in that. But Barrera was one of the best fighters, pound for pound, in boxing at that stage of his career. So that's not a bad loss at all. Not at all, Yeah, imagine if Kuss instructed Lennox Lewis to fight like Tyson. No chance. Because again, Lennox would be way too tall to fight like Tyson. Tyson's fighting style relied on him being shorter and getting inside. Nordic got a Nordic back now. Yeah. You could say that. Don't abs show how hard you train. Not necessarily. No, abs basically just show your body fat percentage. If your body fat percentage is low, that could be a dietary thing, not just a training thing. I mean, it helps if you do a lot of cardio and a lot of sit-ups and stuff like that, but I don't really see the point in that. I don't train for abs. I don't train for aesthetics. I don't really care what I look like. I go to the gym, not a bodybuilder. I go to the gym to be able to fight. I go there for strength and conditioning. That's why I go to the gym. Why do people accuse you of being a Fury fan, mate? I can't work that one out. Have I ever said anything that indicates I'm a Tyson Fury fan ever? I've probably been more critical of Tyson Fury than anybody else in the history of the internet. So I don't know where that comes from. But because I picked him to win one fight, that means I'm a Fury fan. I don't know, man. I'm not even going to bother trying to rationalize it in my own head because I'll give myself a sore head if I try to do it. Nordic, you plan on taking a dive so that you're single again. So your wife leaves you. Oh yeah, I'll take a dive, and she'll be like, "Sorry, but I can't be with you anymore." It'd be like Katie Price when she used to date that cage fighter guy, that Alex, whatever his name was, and then he lost a fight, and she dumped him because he lost. Like that'll be like it'll be like that. She'll lose. She'll leave me if I take a dive. But yeah, hey, listen, I would love to be single again. Tell you one thing, life would be a lot easier. What's your top 10 boxers pound for pound? I don't know, man. You mean right now? Right now it's got to be Usyk, Inoue, Beterbiev. Who else is there right now? Who else? Yeah, who else would I put on the pound for pound list right now? I guess you could put Bivol up there, because because he gave Beterbiev such a hard fight, got to put him up there. Maybe someone like Janibek, because we're just talking about skills, aren't we? I don't know, man. I would have said someone like Kazuto Ioka, but he lost not too long ago, so and quite badly too. So I don't know, man. It's hard, but yeah, I definitely think top four or so. You got Usyk, Inoue, Beterbiev, Bivol guys. Those are all up there. Sure, there's other guys I'm blanking on right now, but there's others. Yeah. Those are the ones that come to mind. Yeah, it's not easy boxing. Sometimes it is. It isn't. Yeah, it's not. Have you heard of John Jones? Yeah, the MMA champion. Yeah, heavyweight, great fighter. Bit of an asshole, but a great fighter. Yeah, it is disheartening when you get no results from training. When you've been training for months on end, losing weight, and building up your cardio, your skills, everything, and then you're told you can't get a fight because of some BS reason. You can't compete because of some nonsense reason. That's annoying, and it is really frustrating. It really is. You know, I'm seriously thinking about quitting as well. Unfortunately, I've put too much time and energy into it. Not getting back to college. Yeah. Don't quit just because of the frustration. Because again, you're 24. You're still young enough to achieve something like major in the sport. As long as you get the opportunity, you just need to work for that opportunity. You need to keep persisting. Like with me, I'm running out of time. If I don't fight like the next year or so, it's going to be very difficult for me to ever get the opportunity. Especially with look, I'm not the most marketable person. Again, I'm 5'8". I'm overweight. I don't. I'm not the most articulate person. I'm not the best looking person. I'm not the type of person who any sort of promoter or any sort of like even any sort of coach would want to really invest a lot of time and effort into, because I'm never going to be any sort of draw, am I? Like any kind of like big name. So it's something I'm doing for my own my own self actualization. I want to box because I have this nagging thought in the back of my head that if I took boxing seriously when I was a kid, when I first started, could I have achieved something? Maybe I would have been complete crap and would never achieved anything. That's possible. That's probably the case, right? But I've still got that nagging thought that will bug me for the rest of my life if I don't do something about it. That maybe I could have achieved something. And like if I can have a fight at any level, and if I get destroyed, I'll walk away happily. If I can win at any level, that'll at least tell me that I could have done something. That's the way I'm rationalizing it in my own head. That'll tell me if I took it seriously. If it's that old cliche. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody. That's the nagging thought I have in the back of my head is I could have done something. I could have achieved something at some level if I took it seriously. So why not, while I'm still young, while I've still got time left, why not see what I can do? Why not see if I can compete at some level? Why not? It's difficult to get the opportunity. It is what it is. I'm tired of complaining about it, but that's just how I feel right now. Truth be told, it is what it is. Oh yeah. Triple B is back. That's great news. Shout out to Triple B. God bless him. Love that guy, man. Yeah, he's doing great. He's back with a bang. Man, I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm talking too much. You know, my dream fight is Canelo Beterbiev 4 times, so we can watch Canelo get beaten up. Can you imagine what would happen to Canelo if he actually fought Beterbiev in a real fight? I wouldn't even want to see that. Too one-sided. It's too much of a mismatch, you know. Moving to a foreign country for boxing is likely not an option with zero fights and no connections as well. Yeah, unless you got a lot of money. Like if you got a lot of money, you can do what bloody Prince Patel or whatever did. You can go over to Hungary and just pay £1,000 each month to have a fight. You can buy a boxing career, but you can't do that in my situation. Like no chance. So it's not an option. Favorite book in the gospel, probably Revelations. Revelations is important. It tells us what's to come. you know. Not gonna lie, I actually gave a jag back. Yeah, I give him a puncher's chance. A good one. He's a big puncher. I don't favour him, but he's a big puncher. Do you go to church at all? I've not been to church in a long time, and that's not a good thing. I should be going to church. I'm actually there's actually a church right round the corner from me that I don't go to, but I'm thinking of going on Sundays. Obviously when I'm not working, like I'm thinking of going to church on Sundays because I need to start doing it. And another thing I need to start doing is reading the Bible every day. Like I've got a King James Bible in my bag right now, and I don't read it enough. I should be reading it every day. That's one of my like New Year's resolutions that I need to start sticking to, you know. Height and weight, I'm about 5'8", give or take. And I think I'm about 13 and a half stone, maybe a little bit. Well, that was what I was like around about when I last weighed myself. That was before Christmas. So I've probably put on a bit of weight since then, but I don't think I've put on so much weight that where it'll be a problem. I think I can get it off easy enough. Again, I'll just do intermittent fasting and, you know, have a low carb, high protein diet and train every day near enough. I'll lose the weight. Yeah, again, I lost about 4 stone before, so whatever I've put on since Christmas, I can lose it. I can lose it. Literally every coach I've trained with in Virginia is one size fits all. Yeah, that's just something we're going to have to deal with, unfortunately, is the vast majority of coaches are like that. You know, one size fits all. I'm going to plug my charger in. 1 second, I'll be back. All right, where was I? Just grab this bloody microphone again. I'm carrying this microphone because I don't have a stand to put it on in here. Right, Naz should have carried on after the Calvo fight. Yeah, they were talking about him fighting Michael Brody, which would have been a great fight. Wish he'd fought Johnny Tapia. I think they would. Oh yeah, that would have been a great fight too. And yeah, Michael Brody. They would have been great fights. Not sure if he would have won at that stage, but he might have. You never know. David Gay returned. Well, he's talking about it, but he's said it before, hasn't he? He's hinted at a return many times over the years, and it's the only return he had was that exhibition against Joe Fournier, which was a joke. So I don't think there'll be any serious return from him. You know, Alex Reed, that was the guy. That was the MMA guy, and I remember the guy he fought. It was Tom Watson, wasn't it? Tom Kong Watson. That was the guy he lost to, and yeah, she ended up dumping him afterwards. You know, sporting has disappeared off the earth. Fury got whacked by El Chomagan. Yeah. Oh yeah, Nakatani. I forgot about him. Also, that other Japanese guy, that Kenshiro Taraji, he might be a pound for pound fighter. He's very good. Very much rate him. Yeah. Morales was at featherweight. Yeah. I watched all 3 Barrera Morales fights quite recently. Those are great fights, man. Great fights, particularly the first one. Very different fights, though. Like, the first one was a flat-out brawl the whole way. The second one was a technical fight in the first half. But when both guys realized they couldn't get the better of each other technically, they just started brawling again. It just descended into a brawl, a great fight. And the third fight, they were just swinging for each other the whole time. Great fights. Oh, yeah, Bam might be one as well. He might be. Know the feeling, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult, man. It's difficult to deal with that, lack of fulfillment, you know. Yeah, you can get a payday if I fight Jake Paul, I'll tell you that. We should be going to church, but I won't tolerate any woke stuff. Female person. Mate, there's a church round the corner from me. I think I talked about it on here before. This isn't the one I was talking about earlier, but there's a church just up the road where they've got a big LGBT flag outside it, and like they've got like a website where they're like, we will not tolerate homophobia and all that, and they block people and all that, and I'm like, so like, and people have actually called them out on it. They've posted Bible verses, and they've talked about how they're not preaching the true gospel, and then they block the person instantly whenever they do it. So it's not really a church, is it? But I can never go to that type of church. I can only ever go to one that preaches the actual gospel, preaches the truth, you know. Canelo versus Fury, I'll be honest, even his fights are clearly fake. Well, if he fought Fury, can you imagine how difficult it would be to fake that, you know? I remember Alex Reed got so hyped up on TV because he was a British MMA fight. He got battered by Jorge Rivera in like 50 seconds, yeah. Like, he was only hyped up because he was on that show Gladiator, you remember that? And then he ended up dating Katie Price. If he wasn't with Katie Price, no one would have knew who he was outside of like hardcore MMA fans at the time. Like, no one would have been like that interested in him because he wasn't like a world-class fighter or anything like that. You know, he was a tough guy though, but wasn't a world-class fighter. You know. Yeah, how's it going, living being? God bless you. How you doing? Speaking of Katie Price, has anyone seen that recent picture on that magazine? No, I've not. Why? What happened? She's got to be quite old now as well. What is she, like 50, 60 or something? Like, she's got to be old. I swear she cheated on Peter Andre with Alex Reed. Or did she now? I didn't know that. I knew she dated both of them at different times. Like, I didn't know. Why am I talking about Katie Price? I don't know. I don't give a crap what Katie Price does. That's like, but yeah, that's sad if she did that. Like, what? She's a sket anyway. Like, why would anyone go even go near her? She's not even attractive. She just got them big plastic tits, you know. You stick a pin in them and they'd probably burst or something. Like, why? I don't know. I don't find that attractive. I don't. Oh yeah, she hasn't aged well. Yeah, yeah. I bet she hasn't. So plastic surgery and living like a sket does to you. You know, it's not a healthy way to live your life, is it? You know, that's just the type of person that I like. Again, someone like Peter Andre, like why would he? You know, again, he's probably, you know, a successful guy, a good looking guy. You know, he was relatively young at the time. Why would he marry some absolute like single mother sket who looks about 50 years old with plastic tits? You know, looking like Michael Jackson or something. Like, why on earth did he even go near her? I don't understand. Like, I can't like conceive of that in my mind of a guy like him. Let going out with a girl like that, let alone marrying her. That's just disgusting. It is. It's mortifying. Like, I can't believe he did that. Like not only she's a single mother, she looked about 50 years old, like 20 years ago. She was like, again, just completely plastic, you know, fake tits, fake face, everything. She just looked completely fake. She looked like a ghoul. I'm like, I don't get why. Did he really think that she would be loyal to him, that she would be a good wife and a good mother? And all? Like, come on, man. Like, of course not. Hrgovic is nowhere to be found. Well, Hrgovic got his payday against Dubois, and it seems like he's checked out, doesn't it? He was hoping for the Anthony Joshua payday, which he didn't get, but yeah, that's what happens when you don't develop properly as a fighter. You know, when you spend your whole career fighting bums, and then by the time you get a genuine opponent who could potentially be a threat to you, you haven't developed enough to be able to perform to the best of your ability. So that's what happened there, in my opinion. It's a shame because Hrgovic did have quite a bit of talent from the amateurs and the World Series of Boxing Day. Like, if you look at when he fought Joyce back in the day, that was a great fight. But as soon as he turned pro, boxing just became like a job to him, and he was just fighting like the lowest common denominator of opponent. They were always like short guys, out of shape, no skill, no athletic ability. No will to win, nothing. He just set up fights, you know, fighting guys like Mark Demore, you know. It's just a lack of ambition, you know. Sad. Because Hrgovic maybe had the potential to go for. And we saw he was able to beat Zhili Zhang. Right? I thought that was a perfectly fair decision personally, but he didn't develop. He didn't develop into the best fighter he could possibly be. She exploits her disabled son for relevancy as well. Oh yeah, of course she does. Well, what else is she gonna do? What's her talent? What talent does Katie Price have? Like what job could she do? What like appeal could she possibly have? What could she do to earn money and to make a living aside from exploiting her disabled son? I can't think of any talent she has. Like maybe when she was 20 years old and she'd just got those implants, those big plastic tits, she was able to make a porno, or she was able to go on like page 3 on the newspaper or whatever. Like, yeah, maybe for like a couple of years she was able to make a living doing that. But once she started to show her age and all that dried up, what's she gonna do to support her kid? Nothing. So she has to exploit him for relevancy, because what else can she do? Just a washed up plastic old sket. So yeah, what else is she gonna do? Do you know what I thought? I used to like that joke. You know that, what was it? Frankie Boyle. I don't like Frankie Boyle, but I thought it was quite funny. Do you remember when he was like, I have a theory that Katie Price, the reason why she dated a cage fighter was she wanted someone strong enough to stop Harvey from banging her, or something something like that, wasn't it? That other one, and it was I hear Katie Price and Peter Andre are breaking up. I bet Harvey didn't see that coming. That was a classic like schoolyard joke, wasn't it? I remember that. Zhang beat Hrgovic. See, I disagree. I thought Hrgovic won it. Well, I don't know if it was like, I wouldn't say it was like a clear win, but I think he did enough to win just based on work rate. I think he just outlasted him. Zhang got off to a great start, scored a knockdown and all that, but I thought Hrgovic just threw and landed more punches, and I thought he outworked him. I thought he won a fair decision. I thought that was a perfectly fair decision. I personally did. Yeah, how's it going, man? Good to see you, bro. God bless you. I think Kelbrook could have had more potential in boxing. I agree. Kelbrook made that decision to fight Triple G, and that kind of it kind of damaged him. He never really fully recovered from it. Tried to move back down to welterweight, ended up with a lot of problems. So yeah, I think Kelbrook never saw his full potential. Could have been a lot better. He was one of the more talented fighters in Britain, I'd say. Kelbrook, definitely one of the more skilled fighters. Hrgovic as well struck me as a bit of a Pulev type of guy, but not as good. Oh yeah, Pulev was more skilled. I think I'd say Hrgovic had more natural talent than Pulev. Hrgovic had more power, stronger, bigger, more explosive. Hrgovic was Pulev is a bit quicker, a little bit more technically good, but Hrgovic is a lot more talented for sure. Like in a head-to-head matchup, like let's say Hrgovic developed into the best fighter he could be, I would favor him to beat Pulev. But I think Pulev, like the difference between the two is Pulev was a consummate professional who lived the life and did develop as a fighter. And I think Pulev maximized his potential and was able to get to a higher level than Hrgovic based on that, But I do think Hrgovic is the more naturally talented of the two. He had a lot more potential, which wasn't seen through to its through to its natural to its limits. Hrgovic is a bad copy of Vitali. Well, he does have similarities. He's got a similar style, but Vitali was a phenom though in boxing, so he was never going to be as good as him. Do you think Kozinyak will ever turn pro? He's 30 in August. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know who that is. I've no idea. Sorry, don't really follow the amateurs, so I don't really know. Hrgovic is better than Pulev. Well, again, like I said, I think he's more talented than Pulev, but I think Pulev is better in the sense he developed more. He became more skilled. He learned the game a lot better. Pulev is a more of a master tactician. He's not like the most talented fighter out there, but he's a very technically skilled fighter. Brooks should have gone to 154 after the Golovkin fight. Yeah, I agree. I said so at the time. He could have dominated that division. He could have dominated it without a doubt. But I feel like he just had this idea that he could go back and defend his title and pick up where he left off at welterweight. But that was never going to happen after moving up to middleweight and taking that beating. You know, it was never going to be able to just move back down and pick up where he left off, you know. Let's be honest, Bomlanger and Bumiga would have destroyed Clenbuterol Alvaroid in a real fight. Bumiga got KO'd by French pillow-fisted fighter, yeah. That goes to show you, like, how many real fights did Munguia actually have before putting him in with that guy? It puts a lot into perspective, doesn't it? Pulev wasn't that good, stiff, frail, one-dimensional. Yeah, Pulev's not that talented. Like, he's not that much of a physical specimen, but he is a technically good boxer with a great jab. You know, he learned the game. You know, he was a very, very good amateur who developed into a very good pro, you know. Did you see the news with Povetkin? Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. It's scandalous, man. Like, well, again, I made the point earlier in the stream. Is Dillian White's entire record going to be wiped? Because how many times has Dillian White tested positive for PEDs? Dillian White tested positive for PEDs early in his career. He tested positive for PEDs right before he fought Povetkin. He tested positive for PEDs right after he fought Povetkin. Right? How many times did that guy test positive for PEDs? I lost count. I literally lost count, but it's Povetkin's record that needs to be wiped because he's from Russia, you know? Oh, it's crazy, man. I can't deal with the double standard and the hypocrisy and people just exposing themselves time and time again. I can't deal with it, man. It's exhausting, if truth be told. You rate Pulev higher, to be honest. They should make a Talma versus Hunter. That's an interesting match. Oh yeah, without a doubt. I think Hunter might be a step too far right now, though. Let's not forget, Michael Hunter was a world-class amateur. You know, he's a guy who gave Usyk a tough fight. You know, he's boxed at sort of semi-world level at heavyweight. That might be a step too far for a prospect like a Talma at the moment. So if I was managing a Talma, I wouldn't advise that. But yeah, it could happen. You know, maybe they believe in him. Maybe. Prime Pulev versus Hrgovic now. I see Pulev jabbing him. I could see that. It will be a hard fight. It will be a hard fight for either guy, but I could see Pulev like outpointing him because he's the more technically astute guy of the two. So maybe he could outpoint him. You know, Hrgovic couldn't keep up versus Zhang, who is 40 years old and 300 pounds. Also got battered by Dubois. Don't think the guy takes boxing very seriously. But well, that's Hrgovic's problem. He doesn't take it seriously. He's never been in great shape as a pro. He hasn't developed. He hasn't had the right developmental fights. He took easy fights his whole run as professional. Again, fighting guys like Mark Demore late in his career. What's he playing at? That's literally a waste of time. He should have been fighting tough, durable trial horses, guys who were going to come to win and take him rounds. You know, that's who he should have been fighting. Going from Mark Demore to fighting for a world title, it's just not ideal preparation. And Hrgovic clearly checked out. He clearly showed he wasn't mentally ready for a fight at that level, which is a shame because he's a better fighter than Dubois in terms of sheer talent, in my opinion. You know. Yeah, how's it going, Sven Otke? God bless you, man. Got the legend in the house, Sven Otke. How do you think Vitali would have done in current heavyweight landscape? Well, the only guy right now, the only two guys who are even remotely a threat to him are Fury and Usyk. No one else is even remotely a threat to Vitali. I think he would absolutely batter AJ, Wilder, and all the other contenders now. I think, but I think Fury and Usyk have the physical ability to give him a really hard fight, potentially even beat him. I see where you're coming from now, Nordic. Pulev wasn't very athletic, durable, but he did have good fundamentals. Yeah, he did. He had great fundamentals, like a great jab, and he knew how to use it. And his footwork was very good too. Like Pulev was just a guy who he understood boxing. He learned the game. He knew how to play the game. You know, he was good at figuring out how to win rounds. You know, that type of guy. PD testing is a joke. You just have to pay someone who knows how to get around the test, and then they're technically clean, like AJ. Yeah, AJ, who literally has roid gut, like Tommy Morrison, but because he gets a TUE for testosterone replacement therapy, he can take whatever he wants. Like literally, I know AJ has had TUEs for testosterone. I've heard it from a credible source, and just look at the guy. He is the poster boy for anabolic steroids, but it's the little pudgy guy from Russia that needs to have his career overturned. Shocking, man. My normie family have fallen out over which political party they support. They don't realize they all lead to the same thing. Exactly, two wings of the same bird. You know, that they're all run by the same tribe, essentially. We all know that. I just googled Katie Price. Is this a real person? What, mate? I regret even bringing up Katie Price. I don't know why I mentioned the name. I don't know why that name was even on my mind. Like, just forget I said anything. Like, you don't want to know who Katie Price is. You don't want to know anything about that skit. Like, let's not even go there. I don't know why again. Well, I know why I brought it up, because I was talking about Alex Reed. That's the only reason I brought that skit up. You know. I'd say Hrgovic is more physically gifted and has more power. In terms of who's a better pure boxer, I'd say Pulev. Yeah, I'd agree with that. No doubt about it. Who do you think wins between Nakatani and Bam Rodriguez? Junto Nakatani would finish Rodriguez. Bam duck Junto, he won't fight. I would favour Nakatani. I think he's technically better. And plus, unlike anybody Bam has fought at world level except Sonny Edwards, who's a bum, he's in his prime. And yeah, Nakatani's in his prime. He's young. He's fit. He could probably win that fight. I think. Yeah. That's how I see it. And I think Nakatani would win it. But you never know. Bam's the politically protected guy of the two, isn't he? So who knows? Don't think they'll ever fight. I got Parker against Dubois if he doesn't switch off mentally like he did against White. I disagree. I've got Dubois winning that fight. I don't think Parker will do what he needs to do to get the win. And look, Parker's not a finisher. He's got no finishing instinct. I think Dubois will just mug him, and you know, he'll find a way to get the win. And the politics will favour him too. Yeah, Hrgovic fighting Mark Demore, it was a complete waste of time. Why would you even bother fighting that guy? What? It's just, yeah, you get a first round knockout on the record, but what do you learn from it? How do you develop from that? You don't. You learn absolutely nothing, you know? It's like knocking over a bowling pin. You don't learn anything from it, you know? Pulev could easily been world champion 2000s, 90s when the division was wide open. Imagine him against old form. Do you know, I could see Pulev being able to outpoint some of those guys. You know, he could like move around them, jab, tie up inside. He could get a win doing that. You know, I could see it. The best American heavyweight in the last 10 years, Seth Mitchell. I'm kidding. No, he retired. No, of course not. Seth Mitchell retired more than 10 years ago, so it can't be him. No. I'm just trolling. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think it's Wilder. I tell you that. Probably Andy Ruiz. Probably. I mean, he beat AJ, didn't he? And he gave Parker a tough fight. So yeah, probably Andy Ruiz. Probably. Eddie Hearn has never built a star in the US. Last summer, everyone was talking about Boots Ennis, signs with Hearn, fought two bums, turned down Ortiz. Nobody's talking about Ennis now. Yeah, Eddie Hearn. I don't know. Eddie Hearn used to be very, very good at like hyping up fighters, but then again, that was more when he was exclusively working in the UK. You know, Eddie Hearn, when he tried to conquer America and when he had his thing going on with the Saudis, he was never as successful, was he? So maybe he knows how to manipulate and sell to British boxing fans, but outside of that, he's kind of out of his comfort zone, isn't he? So it doesn't work. Eddie Hearn's prime is over. Fish Eyes had him done. Yeah. Fish Eyes is like a cockroach. Every time you think he's done, he comes right back. And it's crazy because I remember about 5 to 10 years ago, there was rumors that Frank Warren was like bankrupt. He was on his way out. All his fighters were leaving him. Like, I remember there was a one point in time, like the only like named fighter he had was Chisora. Like, I remember on like the old Facebook boxing forum, people were saying, yeah, Frank Warren, he should retire. He's got no fighters left, this, that, and the other. And I used to joke saying, well, he's still got Chisora, so it's all good. But it's like, it's funny because now, like, it's Eddie Hearn who's on the way out, and now it's Frank Warren who's like a bloody multi-millionaire. So I don't know, man. It's crazy how, like, again, Warren's like a cockroach. Every time you flush him, he keeps coming back, you know. But Eddie Hearn doesn't seem like he's got it anymore. He seems like he's on his way out for good, you know. Even Reform and Farage seem to be totally cooked on immigration now. Like Tommy Robinson say the only problem is with Islam. Well, yeah, that's because they're Tories. Like I've been saying for years, the Reform Party is literally just the Tory Party, but repackaged and redelivered for the right wing normies. You know, that's what it is. It's to get them back on board, get them supporting the Tory Party again. That's what it is. Saying that for years, like that was exactly what UKIP was. UKIP was the Tory Party repackaged and repurposed and rebranded and resold to you know, people on the more radical right, but who, you know, are not red pilled enough to know that they're being manipulated, you know. Yeah, the UK is a failed state. It's a failed state. It has been for many years. There's no going back. It's been infiltrated, and it's never going to be what it once was, you know. Yeah, North Korea safer than London. Do you know it literally is? I know you say that jokingly, but you're actually right. North Korea literally is safer than London. Afghanistan is safer than London. I'm not even kidding. That's well known. Would you rather drink a gallon of Diet Iron Brew every day whilst going vegan for an entire year, or have a threesome with Katie Price, Carl Froch's wife, while Bo Mac tells you, there you go. Do you know what? I'll take the threesome, I reckon. I'll take the threesome because, you know, I don't know, right now the thought of Diet Iron Brew is making me want to vomit. So yeah, I'll take and I just had a really nice burger for dinner. So yeah, I'll take the threesome. I'll take one for the team. American heavyweight boxing has been dead for 30 years. Yeah, it has been. I mean, you had like smoke and mirrors with Deontay Wilder convincing people that it was back, but it really wasn't, because Wilder had a bunch of fake fights. Let's be honest, he was bollocks. You know, he was garbage. Frank Warren seems like he's got better at developing fighters than Hearn. Hearn promotes, markets fighters well, while Warren actually makes them better. Yeah, well, Warren has been in the game for decades. You know, like this guy's been promoting boxing since the 80s, or maybe even before. So he knows the game a lot more than Eddie does. Let's not forget, Eddie is a product of nepotism. You know, he took the business over from his dad. His dad knew how to build fighters. His dad was a great promoter. He abandoned the sport and moved on to snooker and let his son take over boxing. So Eddie Hearn doesn't have anywhere near the kind of experience. He's not had the life experience that Frank Warren's had. Frank Warren knows how to market a fighter. He knows how to build a fighter. He knows how to get him the right developmental fights, get him the right advantage, just that and the other. Like, what Warren just knows the game inside out. He's a very savvy, knowledgeable promoter. So he knows how to come back from, you know, a dark place and you know, get back on track. He's done it many times before. You know, like I said, he's like a cockroach. Every time you think he's done, he comes back with a bang. You know, yeah. Fish Eyes will feed him to the pigs. You'll feed Eddie Hearn to the pigs. The Matchroom 5v5 proved that Hearn is a better promoter than Warren. We all thought Matchroom would win, but they got swept. Think about what that means. Yeah. I don't think Matchroom even won a single one, did they? In that 5v5, they lost every one of them. Crazy, isn't it? Then again, it could just have been circumstantial. They could just have been all the better fighters on that night, you know. Say what you want about Fish Eyes, he's a determined guy. Always, he's persistent. I'll tell you that, he doesn't give up. He knows what he wants and he gets what he wants. That's what you can say about him. How would prime Thomas Adamek do against the current light heavyweight and cruiser? Well, light heavyweight was never his best division. I think he was never suited to light heavyweight. He was too too big, and he was always drained there. But I mean, going life and death with guys like Chad Dawson and Paul Briggs, that wouldn't have happened to Adamek at a higher weight division. So at cruiserweight, he right now he would probably be neck and neck with the likes of Briadis and guys like that. But I don't think he'd be the best guy there. I think Opitaya might beat him because Opitaya is just more naturally talented. At heavyweight, Adamek was a little bit too small, a little bit undersized. He would only ever be a fringe contender. I don't think he would ever be world champion. I think a fringe contender is the best that he would ever be at heavyweight, as far as I'm aware, as far as I can tell. Reform are the ones who made jokes about Polish people so they could open up immigration for India because it's Commonwealth. Do you know, I've actually got a mate who's involved with Reform, one of their MPs and all that. But yeah, again, look, like I said before, the party itself, the people running it, they're Tories. It's repackaged. It's the same thing that the Brexit Party was, the same thing that UKIP was. It's just the Tories trying to get their supporters back on board, just like they did with Boris Johnson. They got everybody who was leaving Tory and was starting to go their own way. They got them to support UKIP, the Brexit Party, and then get behind Boris Johnson. Now they're doing it with Reform to get people back on side with the two-party system. Labour, Conservative. Conservative in name only. They're really just the Tories. And they all get educated in the same place. So yeah, it's the same tribe basically. It's divide and conquer. Farage is such a buffoon. I don't know how anyone takes him seriously. Yeah, he's a clown. He's a Tory, and he's a government plant. That's all he is, man. Yeah, I did hear about that. Queensberry signed a heavyweight called Delicious Ori. That's a funny name, isn't it? That sounds like a porn star name, doesn't it? Delicious Ori. Come and suck my delicious Ori or whatever. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? I find it hilarious that Lenny McLean's character, Barry the Baptist, Lockstock, approached a guy vomiting after losing the bet and says, "Hello, puppet. Does your tummy feel a little funny?" yeah, he said that, didn't he? Apparently, he ad-libbed a lot of his a lot of his lines in that movie, didn't he? Didn't he ad-lib a lot of it? I'm sure he did. Hearn is washed, losing Joshua. Yeah, because Joshua was his biggest draw. He put a lot of stock into Joshua, and that seems to be falling apart, doesn't it? Free my boy Barry Stanton. Yep, absolutely. Whenever I'm in continental Europe, I get white-pilled. Even France is still 90% European or thereabouts. Think about that in comparison to America, yeah. Tell you where I want to go. I want to go to Poland. Poland seems pretty based to me. I heard some good things about it. I've actually got family that have been there, and they tell me it's again, it's like really, really white, and it's really, really based too. Like there's a lot of Christian values there. I like it. Yeah, based Barry Stanton, exactly. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Almost like base spots in basement. When you go to Croatia, Slovenia, Czech Republic, moves to about 98% or above. Awesome. Let's hope it stays that way. Let's hope they don't open their borders. I like the way Hungary deals with its immigration problems. I wish we did the same thing. The entire world is only going to continue walking into the abyss until the Lord Jesus returns. Yep, absolutely. The days of revelations. When those trumpets sound and Jesus returns, everyone will hear it. Whatever you believe, everyone will hear it. L-Dog may be in the countryside where no one lives, but in the urban centres, that's definitely not the case. Well, that's where they start. They start by filling up all the cities. That's where they bring all the immigrants to. and the rural areas are mostly like the inhabitants of the country. But it's like a virus, isn't it? It spreads all across the country. Like right now, I live in Glasgow. If I was to go to Dumbarton, which is just like 15 minutes up the road, like a 15-minute drive, they'll be like 90% white. But I'm starting to notice every time I go there, I'm starting to notice that it's becoming a little bit more diverse day by day. You know, it's starting to spread to the seaside now. It's all over the place now. You know, and we can't stop it. Nothing you can do. Literally, the biggest American heavyweight fight since Louis Vitali was Fury Wilder. Yeah. In terms of like public interest, that was the biggest one. Like at least in the West. I know that Klitschko Hay and Klitschko Povetkin, they were probably way bigger in Europe, but Fury Wilder was very big in America and in the West, you know. Talking about the entire white or the entire population, you're right that they from communities and enclaves. When you go around these areas, you think they're larger than they are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean. Zhang knocking out Wilder. Oh yeah, that was brutal. That London is more filthy than Johannesburg. Yeah, well, interestingly, I've got a cousin who lived in I think it was Johannesburg. It was somewhere in South Africa, and she was basically saying if you're a woman in certain parts of South Africa, you can't even leave the house yourself. It's that bad. Like especially if you're a white woman, you'll end up getting done in a drive-by shooting. Basically, that's what I've heard. But yeah, London, you're probably right. You're more chance of getting stabbed in London for no reason by like a postcode gang or something. It's really bad there. I don't know why anybody would ever go to London for any reason. I've been there several times, and I don't think I'll ever go back. Like I don't see the. I don't know, man. I don't see the point. I really don't. Yeah. While Wilder getting knocked out by Zhang, it made the entire LDBC race just vanish into thin air. It was like, you know, in the Elder Scrolls when what's his name? Kagranak, the Dwemer. When Kagranak struck the heart of Lorcan and the entire Dwemer race vanished from the face of Tamriel, never to be seen again. That's what it was like. Wilder's chin getting smacked by Zhili Zhang's big right hook was like the hammer striking the heart of Lorcan and sending the entire race into a different realm. That's what it was like. They all vanished in an instant. You know, that was what happened there. How would Mikhail Kessler do at 168 today? He'd probably be a undisputed champion today because he'd probably set about Canelo. You know, he'd probably beat someone like Caleb Plant and all that. So yeah, I think Kessler would probably be undisputed champion today. Derek Chisora supports reform, which should tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it, man? Yeah, I saw Derek Chisora had the MAGA hat on at the weigh-in. That was kind of funny because Otto Wallin is like a hardcore leftist. You know, we all bleed the shame. What is it? Triple B says it's like Otto Wallin. Of course, I don't need PEDs. Anthony Joshua was not on PEDs. She's never failed a test. We all bleed the shame. Oh. But yeah, he must have not liked that hat. I'm sick, but he must have been confused because Chisora's a black guy. So it's like, wait, a black guy's wearing a hat? Like what? I'm sick of these Americans and British right wingers hating on Europeans. It's weird. Yeah. I don't know what that's all about either. I really don't. It's strange. But like again, it's those are normie right wingers. That's what they are. Normies who don't really know what they're doing. They're a step below us, you know. Once Tank loses, they'll be like a Star Wars character being thrown in the Sarlacc pit for over 1,000 years. Yeah, that's what they'll be like. As soon as he loses, the LDBC will cast him out. It'll be like that scene in The Lion King, you know, the second one, where he's like, you asked for judgment, and my judgment is exile. And then he runs away, and they sing that song like that. That's the LDBC to one of their fighters that loses. Like, deception, disgrace. That would be it. You are not one of us. You will never be part of us. Oh, that would be a great parody. I need to make that one day. That would be funny. That's the LDBC when one of their fighters loses. It's funny. L-Dog go to Paris or London. They're not enclaves. The majority are most urban centres. Okay. Hate listening to Frotch. If I was stuck on a desert island with him and a tin of salmon, I'd eat him and talk to the salmon. Oh, that's funny. Could you imagine being stuck in an elevator with Frotch? That's like a fate worse than death. At least on the island, you can attempt to swim, you know. You can at least do something. I haven't been following boxing that much lately. What's been going on? I haven't with Wallin in a while. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. I don't need PDs. He's never failed a test. Yeah, how you doing, boy? Frotch was doing a live earlier, and I tried to ask him about cement gloves. I think I'm blocked, and my comments were short. Mate, he blocks anybody. He blocks anybody who brings that up. Ask him about. I better not say too much here. Ask him about inappropriate behavior towards women. Ask him about that. Ask him about that. Hint, hint. Ask him about sexual harassment. What's his thoughts on it? L-Dog, that isn't true. England and France are roughly 70% overall. Big city's under 50%, and it's going to get worse. Give it 20 more. Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to get worse. No doubt about it. That's what liberal colorblind metrocracy gets you. Yeah, I know. What's funny to me when American on Twitter talk about liberating the UK, they're actually worse off than we are. I don't know about that, you know, because they've got guns, haven't they? So they at least they still have some form of citizenship. You know, we can't. You know, we can't even defend ourselves. Self-defense is illegal in this country, sadly. You know. Sven Otke, cement gloves. Oh yeah, Frotch's cement gloves. Yeah, that's what he's on about. Frotch using loaded gloves when he fought Butte. And there may have been other fights too, you know. I wish that Making Gains still had that video he made about Frotch. He took it down. I don't know why. He had an excellent video exposing Frotch that he made sometime after mine. Like his was real. His had even more information though, because he has a lot of like gangland connections and all that, and he knew certain things about Frotch that I didn't know, which it was quite interesting. But yeah, he took it down sadly. I've never been to London, and I don't think I ever will. I would rather go to Copenhagen. Oh yeah, Denmark. I've never been to Denmark. Seems like a nice place though, even if it is full of liberals. Yeah, Zhang. I'm so funny. Zhang is so funny. His message to Kabayel: "I'm Big Bang. I bang you, no Diddy." I need to watch that. Oh, that would be funny. I bang you, no Diddy. I spent some time in Lancaster, Morecambe Arena. Area, very nice. What, in the UK? You were in the UK. Nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Otto Wallin would love Kingdom Come too. He would love it. He would get off to it. Swedish oil driller. It's never failed the test. Yeah, you know what I'm on about, don't you? You know the Lion King 2, where he kicks him out the tribe and he sings that song. That's the LDBC. It's funny. I kind of thought about that when, like, the boxing librarian got kicked out the LDBC, and he ends and he goes and joins Sean Newton. Like, I had that in my head. I was gonna make a parody, but I thought, yeah, let me leave the guy alone. He's been through enough, you know. But yeah, that's what I think of now with the LDBC. That's how they treat like someone that they kick out. You know, it's like that. If you could live in any city in the UK, where would it be? Right now I live in Glasgow. Do you know? I wouldn't mind living in Edinburgh, but it's too expensive. Like, I love Edinburgh. I love going there. I go there probably a couple of times a year. I'm going there in March for my birthday. But oh man, like Edinburgh's beautiful. Like it's such a see when you go there, it's like being transported to like the 1700s or something. It's just so old fashioned. It's so like picturesque. I just love it there. It's beautiful place. The food there is amazing. The scenery is amazing. That's probably my favorite city, Edinburgh. But I could never live there because it's too expensive. Way too expensive. Like I'm looking at buying a house. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. I've got a viewing for a house just outside of Glasgow, like Dumbartonshire, and I'm not sure if I'm going to go through with it, but I'll probably be living there if I do end up buying it. Um, I'll probably live there for the time being. But if I like my dream, like if I could own a property in any city in the UK, without a doubt, it would be Edinburgh. Like if I could just own one for free, it would be there. But Edinburgh is way too expensive, so I couldn't. But I would love to. Tank or Shakur is whoever takes a dive. Well, in a real fight, Tank could probably break Shakur. Far too powerful and strong. It'd probably break him down and stop him, I think. Yeah, Al Heyman is the Snoke to Don King's Palpatine. I see what you mean by that. Yeah, how's it going, bro? God bless you every time. I was disappointed with Groves in the rematch. Yeah, Groves boxed very poorly in the rematch. He got his tactics completely wrong. He should have won that fight. Groves is a better fighter than Froch. He should have won it, but he just got his tactics wrong big time. Froch probably watched the other. Oh, he did. Trust me, he watched them. He knows who I am. And he knows about he's long known about those accusations. Trust me, and he's kept it very quiet. Trust me. Yeah, exactly. Americans have a constitutional right to free speech. We won't. We go to prison for Twitter comments, so we're not as free as them. I can tell you that. I was so certain that was going to be his big crowning moment at Wembley, and he kind of just froze. Yeah, he fought like an idiot, and he fought that stupid Adam Booth style with his hands down, relying on reflexes. He should have got his hands up, kept a high guard, and just boxed. He could have easily emulated what Kessler did. High guard, jab to the body, lateral movement, just box him and win on points. He could have done it, but he had to get too slick and creative, and he got destroyed, So yeah, here's what it is. Bivol versus Bob Foster. Do you know Bob Foster was a very big puncher? I would give him a puncher's chance, and he was strong too. But I think Bivol would probably move around him all night, and his work rate would get the better of Bob Foster. So Bivol on points. I don't think Bivol would stop Bob Foster, but I think he would just outpoint him with work rate and movement, and he'd win on points, I think. So yeah, I go with Bivol in that fight. I think Froch would lose to Triple G. His style of fighting is wonky. Golovkin would tuck up and boom when he gasses out. I mean, Andre Ward beat him cleanly. Yeah. Golovkin's jab, his effective aggression, pressure, that would be too much for Froch. Froch couldn't fight inside. Golovkin would be able to like break a clinch and maul him inside, hit him with hooks. Froch had a flaw, one major flaw, and that was that when he would fight on the inside, he could throw punches, but he couldn't defend himself. He was wide open for the left hook. When he pulls back, he would get hit with the right hand. Triple G would hit him with whatever he wanted, and he'd probably stop him. I think he'd stop him probably before the 9th round or something. I think Golovkin had put a beating on him, and he'd stop him in the mid rounds, I think. Could maybe go to the late rounds if he took his time. But yeah, I definitely think Golovkin stops him. No, we're still doing way better than the UK. We have guns and are deporting people. Yeah, absolutely. There's mass deportations right now, and you guys have got guns, and you guys actually have an election that matters. We know it's the same. It's the same two-party system with us. I know it's that to an extent with you guys, but it's a lot worse with us. Trust me, a lot worse. Because again, we've just got Labour, Conservative, and they're both the same. They're both liberals. Yeah, don't go to Newcastle. You think you're in the Congo. Yeah, Newcastle's a weird place. Weird place it is. And the way people talk there is kind of funny. Most of the housemates are in the pool. Most of the housemates are in the bedroom. I don't know. It's a funny way they talk there, I think. What do you think about Povetkin's? Oh yeah, I was talking about this earlier. It's just propaganda because he's Russian. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. Couldn't live in a city. Yeah. I would prefer to live somewhere rural than a city. You know. Speaking of Scotland, I'm disappointed with how Taylor's career turned out. He was the man after the Ramirez fight. Yeah, Josh Taylor is a massive waste of talent. Guy's an idiot. Let's be honest. Like Taylor, I think what happened with Taylor is he achieved so much so quickly. Like he became undisputed champion in just 18 fights. He ended up making a ton of money. He made like 15 million or something. And he was going around talking about how he's the most accomplished fighter in Britain, this, that, and the other. He's done all this. He doesn't need anything else, and he just became so arrogant. He thought he could stop developing, stop taking the sport seriously. You know, he got. I know for a fact because again, I know people here. He got hooked on drugs, alcohol. He was living like a crazy, just reckless lifestyle. Wasn't taking care of himself. What wasn't able to make weight anymore healthily. So he's literally got an eating disorder. Like the guy just completely and utterly destroyed his career, destroyed his body, destroyed his health. And if truth be told, he's kind of a joke now. Like even in Scotland, you ask people about Josh Taylor, he's kind of a joke here. People don't respect him. They think he's an idiot. They think he was a complete hype job. Like he went from being like a pound for pound level fighter, the best fighter in the country, one of the best fighters the country's ever seen, to being an absolute joke in the space of one fight. And that's just because he didn't take the sport seriously, and he got arrogant, big headed, and threw it all away essentially, pissed his career away, and all the potential he had. So yeah, he's another classic example of a guy who had talent, got to a certain level, and didn't develop into the best fighter he could. That's another example of that. Another perfect example of it, if truth be told. Yeah, same with George Groves. I think George Groves should have gone way further than he did. I've said this many times. I think George Groves, if he'd had a better trainer, like if he'd had a trainer like what's his name? If he'd had a trainer like Shane McGuigan, who he ended up with at the end of his career, if he'd had him from the beginning instead of that fraud Adam Booth or that Paddy Fitzpatrick clown, if he'd have had a proper trainer, I think Groves would have developed into an elite fighter. I genuinely do. Catterall versus Barbosa is just going to be a boring, foul-filled mess of a fight, and Barbosa will probably get robbed. I think they'll just give Catterall will probably gas halfway through the fight and do nothing, but the commentators will pretend he won, like in his last fight. They'll pretend he won and he'll get the decision, like he always does, because he's a privileged fighter. He's an absolute fraud. That guy, Jack Catterall, he's a fraud, and he's being protected. I don't think he can legitimately beat Barbosa in a fair fight, not without clinching all night and spoiling all night. So I think he'll get probably a gift decision, probably. So yeah, Catterall by gift decision, I think, most likely. There's a channel called That Gear Guy on YouTube about security stories by an ex-security expert. It's brilliant. I'll check that out. That'll be quite interesting because, again, that's the career I'm going into. So I'll probably need as much advice as possible going into that, On this day, 2018, a man named James Helder was shafted by Kugan Cassius and Daniel Kinahan and forced out of IFL, while his old mate Cougs just let everyone think he'd gone to prison. Yeah, he was the co-founder, wasn't he, of IFL. I don't know much about the guy, but I know there was some sort of fallout there, wasn't there? Can't believe Tim Bradley said Usyk is not that skilled. Crawford is way more skilled. Tim Bradley is a clown. That guy is a moron, right? And first of all, the only reason we're even talking about Tim Bradley is because he got a gift decision over Pacquiao. If that fight had been scored correctly, we would never have heard of Tim Bradley again. He would have gone and retired and gone straight into obscurity where he belongs. But because he got a gift decision against Manny Pacquiao, people talk about him like he's worth talking about, like he's anybody, you know. It's a clown, man. Yeah, exactly. He got a robbery win over Pacquiao, and that's his claim to fame, you know. Which boxer's career you're most disappointed with? Wasted talent. Probably Josh Taylor, yeah. Like, but again, I'm a little bit biased there because I supported Josh Taylor from early on. I was a fan of his, so to see him like fall apart the way he did so quickly was sad, if truth be told, for me personally. So yeah, it's got to be him for me. I'd imagine if like obviously if you backed somebody like Groves or Hergovich, like again, same situation, you'd feel the same way, you know. I disagree about America. Trump works for the small hat people and will do their bit. Look, all the major politicians in the West work for the same tribe, though. That's the problem. Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, how's it going, Apology? God bless you, bro. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'll never watch a full Catterall fight. Mate, I've watched too many of them. I've watched too many Catterall fights all the way through. And I must be a sadomasochist or something because they're absolutely awful, you know. I agree. Brook is arguably one of the most offensively skilled fighters the UK's ever seen. I agree. I would not argue with that. Brook had a very, very creative way of setting up punches, and he was one of the best at it for sure. In the UK, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm concerned. Where was I? Sorry. Brook ruined his career by fighting Golovkin and taking a load of damage, then draining himself back down to welterweight. Plus, he had the IBF belt, meaning he couldn't gain more than 10 pounds. Yeah, that goes to show you how absolutely badly drained he was when he fought Errol Spence and when he fought Crawford, and that was not a healthy version of not a healthy version of Brook at all. It certainly wasn't. He was damaged. He was damaged goods ever since he fought Golovkin. I don't think we ever seen him at his best ever since then. You know. You have my respect. Oh, thanks. God bless you. No one else saying that. Everyone has Catterall wiping Barboza easily. I've been very adamant the other way. I don't see how Catterall can win the fight realistically. No, I don't either. Look, if it's a fairly officiated fight, which it won't be because it's a Catterall fight, but if it's a fairly officiated fight, Barboza will beat Catterall. I have no doubt about it. The problem is it won't be. Jack Catterall will do whatever he wants. He'll headlock the guy. He'll lean on him. He'll headbutt him. And the commentators will say, oh, it's a masterclass performance. You'll have Matthew Macklin. Jack Catterall will put his arm around the guy's head, pull him down, and hit him in the balls with an uppercut on the break while the referee is warning the other guy. And Matthew Macklin will say, oh, that was a good body shot. Yeah, I think Catterall's doing well now. He's winning a good body shot. Like that'll be the commentary for the fight. And when Catterall's like getting backed onto the ropes and getting hit with multiple shots and then headbutting the opponent in the eye and clinching him and putting him in a headlock and leaning all his weight down on him and then throwing him to the canvas, they'll say, oh, what a knockdown by Jack Catterall. That was a clean punch, that was. That'll be the commentary, you know. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what happened in the fight, you know. Just always be aware of your surroundings when you do security, or you'll end up getting punched in the jaw like me. Hey, mate, listen, I'm gonna be. I did all my practical training in security. I know how to like stand. They teach you. You've got like the professional stance, the concerned stance, and then the stay back. You know, I know all the like procedures and stuff, and obviously because I box and all that, I know how to like. I know how to probe and keep my distance from people anyway. So I'm going to be like Paul Blart, Mall Cop. I'm going to be very, very alert. Nobody's going to sneak up on me. Nobody's going to get past me. I'm going to be like, hey, not tonight, lads. Going to have to search you. And all that. Like a hitman, going to have to search you, sir. I'll be like that, you know. I reckon I'd be a good security guard. I reckon I'd suit that job, you know. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the bookies have Catterall at minus 620 or 260 favourite. Yeah, I think again, I do think Catterall will get the win, but I think it will be because they'll rob Barboza, or the referee will just let Catterall do whatever he wants to win the fight. That's what he'll do, you know. Yeah, screw Catterall. Glad he got robbed in the first fight. He does. Well, I don't think he even got robbed, because to me, if you spend 90% of a fight headlocking, you're conceding that you can't win. That's all you're doing. You know, Catterall, that's all he does in fight. Like if he's fighting a guy who's a good boxer, who's on his level, he can't compete with boxing. So he just runs and waits and clinches and just tries to outwit and fiddle and maul and cheat his way to victory. He's just a high level spoiler. But because the commentators convinced people that it was like a masterclass performance, he's living off that narrative, because he did the exact same thing when he fought that Irish guy he fought afterwards. He did the exact same thing in the rematch. He did the exact same thing against Prograis. I thought he lost against Prograis. I was at that fight. And by the way, I talked about this before. I was in the crowd with a bunch of Catterall fans, right? Like people from Chorley, right? People who were there to support him. Every single one of them thought he lost. All of them. When they were reading out the scorecards, they were like, "Nah, he's lost it. He's not done enough." And during during the fight, they were screaming in the first couple of rounds. By round 3, they were quiet. And they were like, "What's he doing? He's running away. He's not doing anything." Like his actual fans in the crowd, the normies from Chorley that were there to support him, they were saying he's running. He's not doing anything. Why is he running? Why is he moving away? Like they knew he lost that fight. It was easy to see in person, but it's like people watch it on TV. They were convinced by the commentators that he actually beat Prograis. He didn't. Prograis clearly won that fight. It's the commentators on Sky Sports. They're expert manipulators. They know how to convince people of a false narrative. They've been doing it for decades, you know. Jack Casserole is terrible. I bet to win against Taylor, but obviously rematch room would rig the score. I ended up cashing out late because it looked too close. Do you know, I won £470, I think it was. Was it 400? It might. I think it was 470. I made on the Catterall Taylor rematch, because I bet 200 quid on Catterall for that rematch, because I knew it was rigged. I knew it was rigged for Catterall to get the win, so I bet a lot of money on it. And I won back the money that I lost on the Fury Usyk fight. So yeah, that was a bit of a kick in the balls, but then that made it better when I won that bet shortly after, you know. How do you think Khan would have done if he had a chin? Oh, if he had a chin, he would have been way better. But I think the problem with Khan wasn't so much his chin; it was his lack of defense. You know, he got hit way too easily in fights. That's the main reason he went down. You know, bookies giving Barboza 25% chance to win, which is crazy to me. Yeah, but that's because the bookies know it's rigged. They know that the politics are favouring Catterall in the UK. That's why. If it was in America, do you think they'd make Catterall the favourite? No, Barboza would be the favourite if the fight was in America. And again, I don't write off Barboza's chances of winning. He can, but is Barboza a better fighter than Taylor? I don't think so. So I don't think he'll do enough to get that win. I think they'll rob him. Like I don't think he'll do enough to get the official win. I honestly think it's either it's just flat out fixed, or Barboza gets robbed, something like that. Yeah, Catterall is a sociopath for sure. I think Barboza taking a dive, you know, that would not surprise me at all. Darren Barker and Matthew Macklin are the worst commentators maybe ever. Yeah, Barker's just, oh, lovely jab, oh, lovely left hook, oh, lovely left hook, oh, lovely jab. That's his whole commentary. Matthew Macklin is just a flat out liar. All that guy does is lie. He's like Tony Bellew. Like, he's just there to promote the house fighter and to pretend the house fighter is winning, even when he's not. That's all Matthew Macklin is. Yeah, again, Catterall hits Taylor in the balls. It's, oh, it's a good body shot. A good body shot. 140 is stacked. Lopez, Haney, Hitchens, Catterall, Barboza, Paro, Kambosos, Dalton Smith, Azim. Yeah, that's not a bad lineup, you know. Except for Haney, he's an absolute bum, you know. Who was it that I saw this on BoxRec earlier? How can I not forget? How can I not remember the name? That was it. Dawud Jordan. Kambosos is fighting Dawud Jordan, I think Dawud Yordan has a great chance of winning that fight. That could be a potential upset. Dawud Yordan is past his prime. He's years past his prime, but he's still very tough. And I would not be at all surprised if he was able to beat Kambosos. I think that's worth a punt, that. Because I suspect Kambosos is going to be the big favourite, but Dawud Yordan has a great chin, way better than Kambosos. He's a bigger puncher than Kambosos, and he's a better fighter, better skills. I think he can beat him. I think if he's anywhere close to his prime, I think he can win. So that's a potential upset there. I'm not saying it will definitely happen because he is past his prime and he's fighting Kambosos in Australia, but it's a very interesting fight, I think. If you think Macklin bad, Darren Barker is worse. I think he's related to Eddie Hearn or has a share in Matchroom the way he commentates. Yeah, well, they're all like Matchroom FC former fighters, aren't they? Yeah, Matthew MTK Global, Mac the Knife, Marbella, whatever they used to call it. Another problem is fighters in the UK. If it was in the US, Barbosa have a better chance of a fair fight. Yeah, I don't know what Barbosa's team were thinking, sending him over to the UK to fight Catterall. Why would you fight that guy in the UK knowing what he gets away with? It's absolutely disgusting what that guy gets away with. That guy is Andre Ward level dirty, Jack Catterall. He's that bad. It's ridiculous. All he does is cheat in the ring. Literally, all he does is cheat. Yeah, Barker's Hearn's best mate. Yeah, they are good friends. Oh yeah, German boxing died years and years ago, sadly. The Sven Ottke days are long behind us, sadly. Should I make another Sven Ottke video just to get a reaction out of people? I might do it, you know. At the Ring Magazine rewards, when Canelo was taking a photo with Usyk, Canelo looked like a 7-year-old kid next to him. Do you remember Canelo fans used to say he could beat Usyk? Because they saw that many fixed Canelo fights and they thought that he could actually have a good chance of beating Usyk. They genuinely believed it as well. It's funny, isn't it? Khan versus Maidana was a great fight. Yeah, Khan versus Maidana was a banger. What's crazy about that fight is like Khan like dropped him in the first round heavily with that body shot. Looked like he was going to take him out. And then a few rounds in, Maidana starts beating his ass. Like he takes over the fight completely. That was a great fight. I'll need to watch that again. That was a great fight. It really was, you know. I bet those same fans cheered when he got the decision. Yeah. Yeah, they did. They did cheer. They were relieved. See, they were shocked. See the ones I was sitting near? They were shocked when Catterall got the decision. They couldn't believe it and they cheered. But like as soon as it was like after the first 2 rounds, they were quiet and they were like, he's not doing anything. He's running away. And when Prograis scored the knockdown, they were like, oh no, like he's blown it. Oh no, like they didn't think he could win. And I had Prograis winning. Most of the people in the crowd had Prograis winning. Prograis won the fight clearly. I don't care what anybody says. Prograis won the fight clearly. Oh yeah, see you later, Sven Ottke. God bless you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, he did the same thing in the rematch, and the commentators didn't mention it once. They didn't mention the clinching and the intentional headbutts, you know? It's ridiculous. Yordan could beat Kambosos. George is arguably 0-4 since the Teo fight. Loads of people think Maxi Hughes beat him. Yeah, apparently Maxi Hughes got robbed. I picked Maxi Hughes in that fight, but I did say there was a very good chance he could get robbed. I said that before it. So, yeah. Or that Kambosos was the A side, he might get the decision, you know? But yeah, Maxi Hughes probably beat him. Dawud Yordan can beat him. I think so. I'll be back in a second. I'm just getting more iron brew. Sorry about that. Just filling up my drink. That sounded a lot harder than it was, I promise. Alright, where was I? Sizzling. And a nice pint glass. Oh, that's nice. Alright, let me get back to where I was. Yeah, later, Sven, God bless you. Alright, do you have a prediction for Keyshawn Davis versus Berenchik? Do you know, I've not seen enough of those two to make a prediction. I've no idea who's going to win that fight. I don't think I've ever seen a full fight of either one of them. So I could not, in good conscience, give an opinion on that fight, you know? The most cliche shill commentator saying is when a fighter does something illegal, but the ref don't see it. Oh, that's experience right there. Oh, yeah, they say, oh, that's veteran tactics. That's what the HBO commentators used to say. Like that used to sicken me. You know when Bernard Hopkins would like headbutt an opponent and cut a big cut their head open. It would leave like a big cut above the eye. And the HBO commentators would laugh and say, "Oh, he's so crafty. That's a crafty tactics." What they should be saying is he's a cheating scumbag and he should be disqualified. He even did it in his last fight against Joe Smith Jr. I watched that recently. Like Hopkins deliberately cut Joe Smith with his head, and the commentators are laughing about it like it's funny. I'm like that. I don't find that funny. Again, a guy in his 50s who's a veteran in the sport, right, been around for years, and he's fighting a young up and coming fighter, and he's headbutting the guy in the eye and splitting his eye open, nearly potentially ruining the guy's career. And the commentators are laughing, thinking it's funny. Me personally, I don't find that funny. I don't find that even remotely funny, if truth be told, you know? It's ridiculous. Scandalous, if truth be told. Yeah, how's it going, man? God bless you. You think Shakur is one of the best? No, Shakur isn't even the best in his own household. His mum would probably beat him up. That guy can't even punch. He's a bum. I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. A lot of plus money to be made betting against the marrow bums in Saudi. Oh yeah, because a lot of the time it'll be their first time ever having a real fight. Like Stephen Fulton fighting in Japan, that was his first time ever actually having a real fight, and he got battered by a real opponent. You know, the first genuine world class opponent that he'd ever been in with. You know, he battered him. 1 second. Just turning my charger off. Because why not? Yeah, and commentators applauding Andre Ward's gymnasium tricks, aka his illegal cheating tactics, you know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Who do you think weight bullied Canelo? Khan more, Canelo or Terrence Bum Crawford? Canelo's way bigger, so Canelo. Although, to be fair, that was at a higher weight. So, 155 pounds or whatever. So, yeah. But, yeah, Canelo's way bigger than Crawford, isn't he? Khan and Crawford are a similar size, you know? So, yeah. Although, saying that, Canelo's not that much bigger than Crawford. Crawford might actually be taller and longer, so that's something to consider, isn't it? Yeah, Khan quit because he got punched in the leg. And then his corner threw in the towel instead of letting it go to the scorecards or whatever. What gets your blood boiling? A lot of things. A lot of things do. Corruption in boxing, for one, I guess. Diet Iron Brew, another. He had glass legs. That's what he had. Nope, the UK won't recover. Not in this lifetime. Khan did quit, but Crawford weight bullied the welterweight division. Well, yeah, Crawford was massive for a welterweight, no doubt about it. Which makes you wonder how he ever made lightweight. How did he make that weight? It's crazy. But he didn't quite look the same in his one fight at 154, did he? You know, he didn't look quite as devastating or as strong because he's fighting somebody his own size, probably for the first time in his career, you know? Yeah. Yeah, he fought a damaged, washed Khan who'd had multiple knockout defeats up until that point, you know? Canelo apparently rehydrated 25 pounds in the Khan fight. That sounds about right to me. That's usually what he was rehydrating back in the day. And his 154 days, you know, he would go into the ring looking like an emaciated crackhead, or the weigh-in, should I say, and then looking like the Hulk in the fight, you know, after all the electrolytes and PEDs that he took after the weigh-in, you know, most likely. After Canelo retires, can you do a career review? Well, if I was to do a career review for Canelo, it would just be Canelo then had this fight that was fixed against this guy, and then he had this other fight that was fixed against this other guy. And it would just every fight, this fight was fixed, that fight was fixed, and then people would just get mad at me in the comments, and it would probably not be worth my time. But I'll consider it at least. I'll think about it. I just don't know if I can be dealing with the aggro, you know. Yeah, calling him a fraud to trigger the normies. Yeah, you know it would trigger the normies because they'd see the title and they'd be like, another Canelo video praising Canelo and talking about how great he is. And then they'll go on the video and within the first minute, they're like, wah, wah. Like they'll be screaming, like banging their heads against the wall, like they were with the James Toney video. I just came to hit the dislike. You are a hater. Or they say, I saw your name was Nordic Warrior. That tells me everything. I bet I can guess who your favorite fighters are. There was that one guy, and it was, what was it he said? I talked about this before. He said, I bet this guy thinks Joe Calzaghe is the greatest super middleweight ever. Like thinking he's being a smart ass, but like when really what he's doing is stating like a obvious, like certifiable fact on who the greatest super middleweight of all time is. I mean, who's better? Seriously. Khan claims that Crawford used to walk about at 180. Well, yeah, without a doubt. He walks around probably heavier than that. Look at the size of him. Crawford's a big guy, right? He probably walks around 190 plus. Wouldn't surprise me one bit, you know, when he's rehydrated and he's not training. Yeah, probably. No, do you know what the funniest comment is? The funniest one is, and I predicted that they were going to say this because these people are that predictable. That the funniest one is, but Roy said that Tony was his toughest fight. Like, as if that's even remotely relevant or any sort of refutation of any of the points made in the video. Like, oh man, that's the equivalent of Carl Froch saying that Pascal was his toughest fight after he got absolutely bitch slapped by Mikkel Kessler and got dropped and beaten up by Jermaine Taylor and all that. But he says Pascal was his toughest fight. It's like Mayweather saying Augustus was the best guy he ever fought or whatever. Like it's like that, you know. It's stupidity. It's verifiably untrue. I mean, Roy Jones has been beaten up and knocked out numerous times, but that was his. But James Toney, the guy he beat easily, that was his toughest fight, really. Yeah, I don't care what he says, you know. It's verifiably untrue. Now I've lost where I was in the bloody chat. Where was I? Yeah, that's the other one. Did the comments still bring up the fighters banging your imaginary wife? Yeah, you get that from time to time. Did he bang your wife? Like, well, when you criticize a fighter, why do you like this? But why do you hate this fighter? Did he bang your wife? That's one thing they often say. Another one they say is, remember, they always go, "You have never laced up a pair." What they say? What is it? What's the other one? Oh no! How many world titles have you won? It's like a pure loaded question, isn't it? How many world titles have you? Know I've never won a world title, so why are you asking? Like, thinking that being a smart ass, thinking that that's some sort of argument, when all it is just an admission that you don't have an argument. Like that's all that is, you know. I'm trying to think of all the stupid crap that normies say in the comments. I'm going blank now, but there's a lot of things they say that's really funny. You know, I should do a compilation of all the like best normie comments that I get on my videos. I usually delete them, but I should like archive them all because it'd be quite funny. You know, make a video of it and do some funny impressions of them. Crawford does have a good, yeah, he does. Crawford's like a bloody contest bodybuilder, isn't he? That's what he looks like to me, anyway. Top 3 Nordic videos are 1. Black-pilled Christianity, 2. The Wilder vid, and 3. Canelo NPC boxing. Those are probably like the Wilder and the Canelo one are probably 2 of my best rants. The Black Pill one was probably one where that might have been. It probably was the most thought-provoking video I ever made. Probably, if I I had to choose one. When Usyk slapped Bellew for complaining about the PED test when he asked for it, I guess he could not get used to them properly. Yeah, I talked about that at the time. Bellew was talking about everybody being banned for life if they get caught with PEDs, and he wants stricter testing protocols, and the sport needs looking at. But then when he was getting drug tested before the Usyk fight, he complained that it was interfering with his training camp and that. And I'm like, well, why? You got something to hide. And let's not forget what Tony Bellew did. He did a lot of projecting. He said, what was it he said? He said, show me a fighter who got stronger as he got older, insinuating that Beterbiev was on PEDs, right? And I'm like, well, I can think of a fighter who got stronger as he got older. Tony Bellew. Tony Bellew got stronger as he got older, did he not? I mean, significantly so. So, yeah, that sounded like a projection to me. Andy complained about being drug tested. I have no doubt. I'm like 99% certain Tony Bellew was on PEDs. Like, I've no doubt about it whatsoever. I don't know if you noticed this. See, after your James Toney video, Top Rank a couple of weeks later uploaded Tony sparring some bum while everyone praised him in the comments. Coincidence? I don't think it's a coincidence because I know that Top Rank saw my videos because they took several individual manual copyright claims against both videos at the same time. So somebody worked for Top Rank, saw my videos, right, watched them, and took I'm assuming they watched them anyway, and took individual manual copyright claims against various individual clips in the videos. One of them had like eight separate claims or something, or maybe like 5 or something. Quite a few of them. So I know for a fact they know about those videos and were probably pissed off that those videos got views and people were starting to learn the truth. They don't like that. They're trying to protect their product and keep promoting it. Even though the guy's been retired for years, they still don't want people knowing the truth about him. It is what it is. Yeah. This other one. You predicted that Fury would beat Usyk, and other one. You picked Loma to beat Lopez. What, 5 years ago? You like 5 years ago. You picked Loma to beat Lopez. You don't know shit about the boxing. Like talk about living in someone's head rent free to the point where they're really, really reaching to find something on you to use, and like they can't find much, so they just latch onto like one or two. Or another one is you're fat. That's the other one that's like the one that they can't seem to let go of. You're fat. You eat buffets. I mean, I'm what, 13 stone. Again, I can spar 12 rounds. I can flip in overhead press like 70 kilograms, and I can do like 12 chin ups. Oh, you're fat though. Oh, like how? It's so stupid, man. I know. Yeah, how's it going, your old dad? God bless you, man. My next door neighbours are having sex. The woman sounds like she's being tortured. Mate, you must have some thin walls if you can hear that. Come on, man. Like, record it, and then put it online. Like, that's funny. Yeah. I should screenshot some of the comments. I should do that, shouldn't I? I should. No, that's another one. That's another one. Another one is you live with your mother. You live with your mother. Yeah, I live in a 1-bedroom house with my mother, don't I? Like, do you know what'd be funny? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that because it's embarrassing. See if I turn this camera around right now and show you the state of this place. It just show you how what a mess I'm in right now. You'd never again say I live with my mother. Unless my mother's like a junkie or something. Like, you'd never say that. Like, no, it's funny. Like, people, what is it? Who was it that said it recently? It was that stupid kid. What's his name again? On Del Boy's Live. What's his name? That kid. The autistic kid. That kid. Do you remember that kid, Intangible? He was the last one that said that to me. You live with your mother, but it's ironic because he actually does live with his mother, which is a bit I don't mean to like single him out, but he was just the last one who said it. But that's a comment I get so often on this channel. It's you're fat. You picked Usyk to beat Fury. You live with your mother. I bet I can guess who your favorite fighters are. Because your name is Nordic Warrior. You don't know shit about boxing. You picked Loma to beat Lopez 5 years ago. What else is it they say? You just support. You're just an Eastern European fanboy. Like that. Those are like the classic normie comments that you get from time to time, which I thought's funny. Speaking of that, though, that kid, like, because that was funny. I don't know if you guys were there at the time, but you know how in my last what do you call it? My last live, I was talking about like the importance of honesty. Like, you got to be honest with your audience. Like I show you guys my face. I tell you guys who I am, where I live, this, that, and the other. A lot of people on the internet are like super hardcore LARPers. They have to tell you who they like. They've got to really big themselves up and pretend to be something they're not. Like Hatman, right? He pretends to be like, oh, I was this bare knuckle hard man, and I was an ABA like heavyweight champion and all that rubbish. So he just made it all up. Like he won't verify it at all. Do you remember when we was in the comments of that live stream? It was Del Boy's live. That was why that kid was saying I live with my mum and all that stuff when he actually does live with his mother. The reason why that conversation started was because everybody in the chat. I don't know if Del Boy's listening to this now, but like he'll back me up on this. Everybody in the chat was talking about like shagging, right? They were giving it like the shagging patter, talking about just guy talk basically, right? Telling stories, embarrassing stories about all the dates they've been on and women they've been with and stuff like that. It was just banter, right? It was all in good fun. And then that kid came on, and this is why I sort of confronted him, right? He came on. Bear in mind, I jokingly said the kid's 12. He's not 12. He's like 19 or something, right? But like, but bear in mind, I've been on private streams because I used to go on private streams with Mark, right, when he used to do this. So I've seen some of these guys off air, and I've had conversations. So some of these guys you'll see in the comments, I've spoken to them off air, off the record. So I know a bit about some of them, right? And they know a bit more about me than some of you guys do, right? They were all talking about shagging, like guy talk, just banter, right? And that kid came on. Bear in mind, again, autistic teenager, lives with his parents. He comes on and he was like, "Oh, I've had all these dates. I've been with like all these women. I've dated like all these women of like all these ethnicities. And yeah, I've totally had all these dates and they're like totally real. And I've totally done all this and I'm totally not lying and all that." And then like he just what he kind of did, it was like he wanted to join in with the shagging talk and the patter basically. So he starts like giving it the big un and bragging and all that. And then I'm sitting there. I was like in stitches when I saw this because again I know who this kid is, right? So I was in stitches, and I was just waiting for someone to call him out on it, right? I didn't want to be mean. I didn't want to like start any drama, nothing. I just wanted someone to just point out the obvious, right? That obviously the kid's flipping lying, right? So I like responded to him. I can't remember what I said exactly, but I said something like, "Mate, why are you lying? You've never had a date. What are you talking about?" And then this kid, and again, it's not his fault. He's autistic, right? He starts spurging out in the comments, like, see, because he got called out for lying, and he was obviously a bit embarrassed. He starts spurging out and going, "You're fat. No, you're fat, and you eat buffets, and you're fat, and you live with your mother, and you're fat, and you and you're fat, and you live in a 1-bedroom house, and you're poor, and like he starts like I'm talking spurging out in the comments, like going right at me, calling me every name under the sun, and I'm like, mate, all I did was call you out for lying. I didn't insult him. I didn't disrespect him, nothing. All I did was call him out for lying because he was lying, right? And he didn't like it. So he starts going for the personal attacks. And then the other people on that kid's live stream, like that guy, that scumbag, what's his name, Duck or whatever, the one who made a video telling Johnny to commit suicide, that guy, and that other guy, the transvestite who has all the fake accounts, right? They start joining in and posting the emojis and say, yeah, Nordic is fat, and he lives in a 1-bedroom house, and he's fat, and and I'm like, I'm pissing myself laughing because these guys are literally, you can just sense them getting amped up in the comments, getting angry, and go, like winding themselves up. I wouldn't be surprised if they self-harmed or something. Like how how like the vitriol you could sense from these people. It's just funny, man. Like I find it funny. I was having fun with it. I was having a laugh, but you could just see them descending into madness. Like, and they're all joining in as well. Like, because all of them like seethe about me. They're so like I don't know. I'm living in their head rent free, and they can't handle my honesty, and they can't handle like being called out for their dishonesty, right? So they all start jumping on me, and again, it's everything they say about me is a superficial personal attack. This is why I talk about importance of being honest, right? When I insult somebody, like with Boxing Librarian, I do insult people. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm not going to lie. But when I insult people, it's I insult them based on like their conduct, right? If somebody's being dishonest or if somebody's being a scumbag, I'll call them out for it, right? And I'll insult them based on that. I'm not going to go and call someone ugly and call someone fat and all that other and insult their living situation, like because when you do things like that, when you make your criticisms towards a person superficial like that, you really expose yourself because by insulting me and saying you live in a 1-bedroom house and you're poor, you're not actually insulting me at all. What you're doing is you're saying inadvertently that you've got a problem with people of a certain class, right? You've got a problem with people in poverty, right? You've got a problem with people who are working class and who live hand to mouth and this that and the. You look down on those people, is what you're saying. By calling people fat and ugly and all that other stuff, you're saying you've got a problem with overweight people, right? Anybody who's slightly more overweight than me, you've got an even bigger problem with them. That's again, that exposes yourself, and it makes you look a lot worse than it makes me look when you behave like that. So, like I don't know, the moral of the story there is when you're on the internet, especially if you don't show your face. Like I show my face, everybody knows who I am. Everybody knows where I'm from. Right? If you saw me in the street, you could approach me and you could say hi to me, and I wouldn't say anything to you in person that I wouldn't say right now on this live stream. I'm a very approachable person. Like my audience on here knows who I am, and they know that they could approach me, and they know that I'm going to be genuine with them, and I'm going to speak the truth, and I'm going to be honest and fair with them, and I'm going to treat them with the same respect as I'd treat anybody, right? But with them people, right, the way that them lot behaved in that live stream, in that comment section, again with all their fake accounts, never shown their face, never shown their real name, nothing. You know for a fact those are not trustworthy people. You know for a fact those are not honest people, and they're not honorable people. You know that, right? Well, when so again, they don't, by saying those things about me, they don't paint me in a bad light. They paint themselves in a bad light, because anything you could say about me is probably something that I've revealed myself. You know, so it's funny. It's just one of them things. It's like when you're dealing with really really spiteful, dishonest people with no honor. That's what you get in in large in the internet. You don't get honorable people. Again, you get braggarts, people like Hatman, right? I'm the hardest. I was the hardest man in London. This, that, and the other. People like John Fury, people like Don Charles. Very very. You get braggarts like that, not people who are honest and who relate to their audience by being honest. Who's texting me at this time? 1 second, let me have a look. Oh, nobody. It was a notification. My phone notifies me all the time, and I look at it and I'm like, I never asked for this. yeah, put some tape on her. Put a bag over her head or something. Nah, she might suffocate. Then again, she might be into that sort of thing. You never know. She might be into all that bloody kinky stuff, Is she still going? Like, is she, or has she shut up yet? Let us know. I think in one of your Wilder videos, you said if he fought the Klitschko's, Fury Joshua, and Usyk all on the road, he wouldn't get a single victory. That made me laugh so bad. Yeah. Well, exactly. It's true. Like if certain fighters can't win if they're on the road, because they don't have their home advantage. What was I going to say? They don't have their corruption that they rely on to win fights, like Andre Ward. Yeah, exactly. Whenever Conor Benn or one of these matchroom bums tests positive for PEDs, he's an honest kid. He wouldn't do it. He would never do it on purpose. It must have been a mistake or something like that. It's never. They can never just. He can never just keep it 100 about everybody. Treat every fighter or hold every fighter to the same standard, because then he would have to hold himself to the same standard. He would have to hold himself to that same standard, knowing he himself was on PEDs. yeah, the boxing librarian video. Nobody likes you. I was quite. That was one of them videos where I just said what was on my mind, no inhibition. I think I was quite cruel in that video, if truth be told, but I meant everything I said. Like this is this is a thing. This is another thing about me. How I'm not a spiteful person. I'm not a spiteful person. I don't set out to hurt people or to upset people. Right? I took that video down because I felt bad for the guy, because after I made that video, he started falling out with people. I was told on both private streams and like open streams by friends of his, people who he was associating with, they didn't like him and they enjoyed my video. And he was falling out with everybody in the aftermath of that video. And people were talking about him behind his back. He was getting a lot of criticism for the way he'd been behaving. I felt sorry for the guy, so I took the video down. That's the God's honest truth. I felt guilty about making that video, and I felt sorry for the guy, so I took the video down. But every single thing I said in that video, I can justify. I can justify my criticisms towards him. He's a very, very spiteful person, that boxing librarian, a very, very hypocritical person. He's one of the most hypocritical people I've ever come across on here. And again, another guy who will never show his face. He will never show his face, let you know who he is, because he would not say the things he says on the internet to people he doesn't like. He would not say that to their face. I would say it to their face. Like, again, I'm not going to go up to someone and start a fight with them, right? But I would not say something on here in a conversation with someone that I would not say to their face. But you don't find that with a lot of people on the internet, because a lot of people on the internet are LARPing. They're acting out a fantasy, basically. I'm not on here to act out a fantasy. I could have come on here and told you guys I was an undefeated pit fighter. I was an ABA amateur, but not tell you my name, not tell you my record, anything. I could do what Hatman does. I'm not going to do that because I want to be genuine and I want my audience to know exactly who I am. You know, you can look me in the eyes and know that I'm honest, you know. But you're mad that a fighter made more money than you. Yeah. I'm mad that Carl Froch made more money than me, but I'm not mad that Manny Pacquiao made more money than me and made way more money. Like I worked that one out. Yeah. I forgot about that one. But he's in the Hall of Fame. That's another one. You criticize a fighter, but he's in the Hall of Fame. And I'm like, well, Sylvester Stallone's in the Hall of Fame. Is he an all-time great fighter with a record of 0-0? Canelo and Crawford and the fake fighters one. Oh yeah. I talked about the stop supporting fake fighters. That was a good rant of mine, wasn't it? It's funny because I make some of these videos when I'm in a bad mood, but I mean everything I say. You know, I don't think I go overboard with them, do I? You know, I don't know. I've not seen Boxing Librarian in years. It's just that dispute we had came up in conversation, didn't it? It went from glass to oh yeah. Bellew all of a sudden had a granite chin at heavyweight when he couldn't take a punch in his early cruiserweight days or his light heavyweight days. You know. Lord, it say the Canelo Jake Paul fight did happen, saying not even Wilder has fought this level of bum before. Would that be correct? I don't know about that. Look at some of the early opponents Wilder fought. Look at some of them. Seriously, some of them were just morbidly obese, like middleweights, like blown up middleweights. You know, so they might have even been worse, if truth be told. I think in one of your wild. Oh wait, I already read that. Wow, I'm all over the place with this chat, aren't I? Yeah. Besides, you shouldn't be saving your energy for the Parker fight. You said the fight wasn't going to happen. Yeah, if you say a fight won't happen and it does, yeah, you see comments like that. Yeah, she needs to breathe, so you can't put a bag over her head. Yeah, I'm fat and Tony isn't. Like I'm a fat ass. I'm a fat guy, but James Toney is like Adonis. You know, James Toney is the star slimmer. You know. Yeah. It was a great stream. It was fun. It was just ruined by a couple of normies in the comments who tried to. Again, you can tell why that kid was embarrassed, can't you? Like, look, I was a kid once. I'd have been embarrassed if I got called out like that. But again, it's like it reminds me of. I don't know if you guys watch like. Obviously, most of you guys won't be familiar with like stand-up comedy, but in Scotland, right? I remember there was Kevin Bridges. He did a stand-up one time, and he was talking about. I thought this was really funny. Like I'm a bit hit and miss with someone like Kevin Bridges, but I thought this one time was really funny. Like there was one time where he did a stand-up, and he was talking about a government poll that they did, like what do they call it? One of them surveys that they did where they were like 70% of students in school or whatever admit to being sexually active by this age or whatever. And he was like, Kevin Bridges was like questioning the validity of this survey or study or whatever. And he was like, I don't know about you guys, but if somebody came up, if I'm in school, I'm a teenager, and somebody came up to me, some like survey guy doing a study, and asked you in front of all your friends, like in front of all your pals, asked you if you were sexually active. Like, what are you gonna say? Like, it's like, and what was it? The thing he did, he was like, what me? What shagger? That's what that reminded me of. I don't know. It's like that kid was on the live and everybody's talking about shagging and he just wanted to join in. But he took it too far. That's what it was like. I've had all these dates. I've all these different ethnicities. I've had them all. And yeah, I'm Chad and all that. I've had them all. Like, oh, that was funny. Yeah. It's funny. You can see why he was embarrassed though. I kind of feel bad for the kid, but yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Hatman lives off a YouTube channel. Yeah, his YouTube channel's his livelihood. I don't know if he has a job as well. He might, but I'm assuming that's his primary income because he does get a lot of views by pimping the normies with his full fat review with no footage in it. You know, that's how he gets his views, isn't it? Yeah. I'm glad I've only had one account my entire YouTube life. Yeah, I've actually had a few. I've had my original one in 2009, where I mostly did Spyro the Dragon videos. Like I was in that community. Like comment, well, mostly just I wasn't much of a content creator. I was just sort of a community channel. And then I had this one years later. I made this one in 2016, so years later, and I've got my gaming channel. So yeah. And I've got like an archive channel, and I've got that other channel that I use to upload fights, the Nordic Fights channel. I've got that as well. So I've got a few channels actually, but this and the gaming channel are the only two that I use regularly. Just these two. But yeah, maybe because you took all his Iron Brew Nordic. Don't be, don't do that yet. Yeah, don't take my Iron Brew, otherwise I'll turn into the Hulk, innit? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Nah, Nordic is a great storyteller. I need to go and watch the stream. Yeah, you can watch it if you want. It's a good thing to watch while we were talking about this earlier. It's a good thing to watch while working. It helps you. You see, if you listen to a live stream, like an interesting discussion while you're working, it's actually quite fun. Although my work tells you you're not allowed earphones, sometimes I sneak them in anyway because I'm hard that way, you know. You mean Pigeon? Oh, he's one of them. Yeah, that transvestite. He's a weirdo. That guy. Yeah. Less said about him, the better. Talk about mental health issues there. You know, I have a problem with overweight people myself. Yeah, I think, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. At least you're honest about it. But I mean, again, that's something that, you know, if you insult someone for being overweight, what you're basically doing is you're insulting everybody who's overweight, not just that person, because that's insulting a superficial aspect of that person. Like again, if somebody's poor, when you say "ha ha, ha you're poor," you're insulting everybody who's poor, and you basically it's a thing that makes the person insulting the individual look very bigoted. It makes them look very judgmental, if you know what I mean, rather than make any sort of argument. Because again, there's not much about me, because I'm an honest person. I speak the truth, right? There's not much about me that you can really attack in terms of my conduct. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've done bad things in my life. I've done things I shouldn't have done, and I've said some horrible things too over the years. But you can't tell me that I'm not honest. You can't tell me that I'm not honorable, that I don't stick by my principles, and that I don't try to be, in a sense, a good role model. I try to, again, if it's a young guy on here, I'm not going to tell a young guy to go and do something stupid, and I'm not going to encourage bad behavior. When I see a guy blatantly lying, a young kid blatantly lying, trying to act cool, I'm going to call him out on it. I'm not going to sit back and just let him do it. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut. I probably should have, but in some situations, I don't feel that that's the right thing to do, you know? Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of funny videos, aren't there, that involved with the channel. It's just a masculine growl. Oh, I hope it's not a transformer. I hope not. You think my streams are better on a Friday evenings? Yeah. Do you know why that probably is? It's probably because I've finished work and I've got the whole weekend off, and I'm like I've got not as much inhibition as I normally do when I do my lives. So yes, maybe I should do my lives more often on a Friday evening. Might be quite fun, you know. Took some chin pills. Yeah. Tony Bellew took some chin pills. I don't know if they do drug tests for those though. So yeah, is a strenuous drug testing that he pushed for is a bit of a problem for him now, isn't it? Do you know what's one of the biggest tragedies in boxing is that Tony Bellew didn't go home to his wife and kids and never be seen again. The fact that that guy just wouldn't stay retired and you know, you won't see me again, Cougs. The fact that he didn't stick to his word is one of the biggest tragedies in boxing. It's a real shame. Jake Paul has better fundamentals than Wilder. Yeah, he does. He does. Jake Paul literally does have better fundamentals than Wilder. It's funny. Yeah. Jake Paul would beat most of Wilder's resume. He probably would. I'd say about at least 40% of the guys Wilder fought in the early stage of his career, Jake Paul would probably beat them. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. Audley Harrison against Jake Paul. Yeah, Audley Harrison in his prime would knock out Jake Paul. I don't think he would now if he came out of retirement. How old is Audley Harrison now? Like 50 odd. Like he wouldn't win now, but in his prime he would, in my opinion. Probably knock him out in the first round, in my opinion. Could to me that could be me that growl. Yeah. Apparently half of young people and students don't drink alcohol anymore. Well, that's a good thing. I'm not saying that there's a lot of things that young people do now which are good, but that is one of them. If they're not, alcohol is not good for you. It doesn't do you any good. It's see, I only drink alcohol in a social occasion, on a special occasion. Like if I'm in Nottingham seeing my friends who I've not seen for ages, we'll have a pint or something, go out for a drink. I don't drink on my own. I don't drink with my family, really, not anymore. You know, my missus doesn't drink. Like my like aunties and uncles, well, they do drink, but not very often. It's like I don't know. It's not something that it's not like something I'm really interested in. I'm not a big fan of drinking. I'm not. Like it's not something I'm that interested in. I don't see what the fuss is all about. Like drinking alcohol is just not fun. I don't enjoy it. You know. Wilder even had to go on Fraudley Harrison and managed to fall over himself and bang him on the back of the head. Yeah, he did. Harrison was on the floor and Wilder's like clubbing him in the back of the head while he's on the floor. That's a disqualification. That's a Jack Catterall tactic there. You know, crafty gymnasium veteran tactic, as Max Kellerman would call it. Imagine asking someone if they're sexually active. I mean, if it was a MILF doing the survey, I might have asked her, why are you offering? Mate, when I was that age, if like some like hot MILF asked me if I'm sexually active, even if I wasn't, I'd be like, maybe, you know, why? I'd probably flirt with her a bit, you know, like, it's like, come on. That was what was funny though. Like the way Kevin Bridges described it, that was so funny. Like, like you're in front of all your pals and they ask you, are you sexually active? Like, oh, what me? What Shagger? I thought that was so funny. That was so funny. It was. Some normie Tommy Tods are blaming the Muslims for the pub nightclub shutting down. Yeah, it's not because of them. Well, let's be honest there, you know. Ibiza is being pushed again. Let's hope the Spanish deport them all, yeah. I've never been to Ibiza. That's where a lot of drunk normies go, though, isn't it? For their random holidays, you know. Yeah, how's it going, Larry? God bless you, bro. Happy Friday. How highly did you rate Ricardo Mayorga? Very highly, like in terms of just like his fighting heart, his excitement, but like as an actual fighter, I think he was quite limited. He was a tough guy, aggressive, great chin, a lot of heart, threw a lot of punches, good stamina, but he wasn't great defensively, he wasn't great technically. Very, very limited fighter, more of a brawler. Yeah, you know, more brawn than brain. That's what he was. But he was all right, you know. He was a world champion, you know. Did all right, didn't he? He was a good fighter. Wow, is she still going? It's like, "Rah, rah." Are you sure it's not a couple of wolves or something? A couple of bears? I don't know. Anyone going to Ibiza here? No, I've never been. Tony Baloo. Tony Bellew. That's the way Nathan Cleverly used to say it. Tony Bellew. I'm going to fight Tony Bellew. He's not as good as Bremer, but I'm going to knock him out. I'm going to fight Tony Bellew. Do you remember Tony Bellew like pure embarrassed himself in that face-off? Do you remember when Bellew said to Cleverly, this is after they'd already fought, yet like years later when they're both at cruiserweight. And he said to him, he's like, who did you even fight at light heavyweight? You didn't even beat anybody. And then Cleverly just went, I beat you. Like, I thought that was so funny. Like he literally, Bellew's trying to say you didn't fight anybody at light heavyweight. Who did you beat? And then he's like, I beat you. Like, that was like the best like comeback ever. I thought that was so funny. It was. Where was I? Losing my place again. Yeah, film it and file a complaint to the police. It'll be a statutory nuisance. That's what they call it, innit? A statutory nuisance when they make an antisocial noise. As long as it like goes on too late, then yeah, it's a statutory nuisance. Why am I struggling to say that? I'm struggling to speak, aren't I? I briefly heard someone mention Ade earlier. I had to dip. Was wondering what your thoughts are. Yeah, Ade's just an industry plant, isn't he? He's an ass kisser. He's a guy who sucked a lot of balls and kissed a lot of ass to get a job with whatever network it is he works for. Sky, DAZN, I don't even care. I think it's DAZN in it. I don't know. But yeah, that guy's just an ass kissing establishment industry plant. That's all he is. Nothing to say to him. Nothing to say about him aside from that. No, they're not drinking. They're just smoking weed and doing ket. I see. Yeah, I'll get them on Iron Brew instead. Nordic might need your fridge. They don't drink at all, even in social situations when it's cheap. Yeah, get them the Iron Brew then. See, Iron Brew will give you the kick you're looking for, but it ain't alcoholic, so it won't get you drunk. It'll give you all the benefits that you would get potentially if there are any from drinking, but none of the negatives, you know. And it can cure it. Like Iron Brew's a great hangover cure. So if you've been out on the piss the night before and you got a hangover, have an Iron Brew, make you feel better. Trust me on that. It's scientifically proven. Or has it? I don't know, but it should be, you know. Ibiza seems to be. Why am I calling it Ibiza? It's Ibiza, but it's spelled Ibiza. So yeah, Ibiza, however you pronounce it, seems to be getting insulted. I'd say to stop normies going to Ibiza. Ibiza, we flood it with immigrants. Oh yeah. If it's full of immigrants, then there'll be nowhere to stay, will there? But it's a holiday destination, isn't it? That's what it's used for, basically. You know. Who has a better chin, Wilder or Edge? Do you know? I would say Wilder slightly. I don't think either one has a great chin, but I think Wilder's slightly better chin from what I've seen. Like his punch resistance just seems to be a little bit better, not by much, but a little bit. I always thought Callum Smith should have been penalised for landing a big shot on Groves when he was on the floor. Yeah, he did, didn't he? He did, yeah. I think it was kind of borderline in the sense that he was like caught up in the action. He hit him while he was going down. It wasn't as egregious as what Wilder did. Like Harrison's well on his knees, like clearly on the floor, and Wilder's just giving him like a gang initiation style beatdown while he's on the ground. That was disgusting. Shocking that he got away with that. It really was, you know. Don't know what that was all about. I like cold beer, and on the occasions it's like a rich but refreshing kind of bitterness. Shots just mess me up. Yeah, I don't mind a beer. Like I don't mind a pint from now. Like I like a pint of Guinness or something. That's fine by me. I don't mind it. But I'd rather have an Iron Brew, truth be told. You know, tastes a lot nicer. I think. You know, I think Dion Gay AJ, you think Dion could withstand that punishment Dubois gave him? Not all night. Probably a little bit longer than AJ could, but not all night. He would eventually get stopped, I think, from the same situation, you know. Yeah, Ricardo Mayorga dissing Oscar De La Hoya, one of the most hilarious trash talking in boxing history. He's like, listen, I don't play with dolls like Oscar. That was funny. And what was it? He was like, don't take a dive like you did against Hopkins. Ricardo Mayorga had just no inhibition, did he? He was crazy, that guy. He was crazy trash talker. He was. And it seemed genuine with him, from what I could tell. He seemed to genuinely believe what he was saying, you know. Ibiza, degenerate cesspit, people getting spiked and graped in there. I want to see the normies' reaction once Ibiza and Magaluf get ruined. Why would anyone want to go there, especially your daughter? Well, if your daughter's going there, you know what she's up to, don't you? If she's going there, tell you one thing, I would be absolutely terrified to have a daughter in this day and age. Because you'd feel like you'd have to watch them every minute of the day, wouldn't you? Like nowadays with the stuff that women get into, like you'd feel like you'd have to watch them 24/7. You couldn't let them out your sight, otherwise something absolutely horrible would happen. Especially with just the state of the country, like how dangerous it is now, especially for young women. You know, very dangerous it is. Baloo the bear, that's for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Don't worry about your troubles or your... I don't know the rest of the words. No, that's it. It's bare necessities and Mother Nature's recipe. That's a great song. I've not seen that movie since I was a kid. I used to love that film as a kid. I've not seen it since. I've not seen it in many years. Jungle Book. Yeah, this is not a movie. Yeah, yeah. Mayorga is crazy, wasn't he? No. I was at work today. I finished work at 3:00 today, and I started this live just before 5. So after I had my dinner, I had a burger for dinner, a po' boy special. It was called, with some bacon cheese fries on the side. Because why not? Oh, dive like a bitch, like you did against Hopkins. Yeah, that was so funny. It was so funny. Yeah, Cleverly did such a good job on Bellew in the build-up to both fights, irrespective of what happened in the ring, yeah. Cleverly was a lot more mature and had a lot more sportsmanship. He won the first fight, and then, yeah, he lost a close fight in the rematch, you know, so it's all right. And it's no shame, especially with what happened to him against Kovalev. He was still basically in recovery after that. And I think he had a hand injury against Bellew too, because he was basically just jabbing the whole fight. And he still nearly won. It was still a split decision in Bellew's hometown. So Cleverly did all right in both fights, I thought. You know, he acquitted himself well. And I think he might have won a third fight if they'd have had it when he'd recovered. I think he could have won it. How long you been with your girl for? 2011, late 2011. That's when we met. And we started dating and that. We got serious probably the following year, you know. So yeah, long time. How long is that? That's 13 years? 13 years or something. We've been like together. Yeah. So yeah, long time. Long time, tell you that. Alexander Usyk, I'm retiring from boxing. I want to settle down with my wife and chill. I am very feel Ade. Okay, Alexander Usyk. But what about Moses Italma? He is very feel as well. Mate, Usyk he should bitch slap that Ade guy and tell him to piss off. He should bitch slap him and say, don't mention another British hype job to me ever again. Get out of my face, you prick. Can you imagine Usyk saying that? I don't know. You arse-licking industry plant, get out of my face. Like Usyk says that with like a British accent. Imagine. That'd be funny. Derek. Vlad cleaned out Wilder in sparring, one punch out cold. Wilder never denied it. Yeah, that's why he never fought Wilder. Because he was just a baby, according to his promoter, Shelley Finkel. Yeah, his manager, whatever. Wilder apparently got decked by Klitschko in sparring. Now, I would believe that story because I've heard it from many people, you know. I think Wilder has a better chin than AJ, but because I was surprised he got up from... Yeah, he got up from the first knockdown. Then he got decked by him again, didn't he? But AJ probably wouldn't have got up from that first one. I don't think so anyway. Ade would be one of the 3 black guys from Snatch answering to Bricktop. Ironically, the actor who Tyrone. Oh yeah, the actor who played Tyrone. yeah. That was funny. Tyrone, you silly fat bastard, or something, whatever they said. That's a great movie, isn't it? It's a funny movie. I don't care if he's Muhammad, Ahmad, Bruce Lee. That's a funny movie. That is. Do you know what I watched recently as well? Remember that movie Kick-Ass? That's a great movie. I'm gonna review that at some point. I think I really enjoyed that movie. AJ took punches from Klitschko, Povetkin, White, all of which Wilder ducked. Yeah, he did. That's true. But he was hurt badly all those times, wasn't he? You know. Would you consider yourself a lazy person? Oh yeah. Well, I'm a very lazy person, mate. Look, just 2 years ago, I was about 17 stone. So yeah, I was a lazy fat ass. I was, and it's my own it's my own fault. I let myself get like that. I let myself get very lazy, you know. But nowadays, I'm trying not to be so lazy, you know. Yeah, I like the Jungle Book. I liked the movie when I was a kid, and yeah, the story's quite interesting. Yeah, Nathan Cleverley's a warrior. Like I think I said that in the retrospective I did. Nathan Cleverley, that guy, he was never a great fighter. Never. I never rated him that highly. But he was an absolute warrior. And he would fight anybody, anywhere. No questions asked. He never ducked a single man his whole career. Always came to fight. Every single one of his fights, to the best of his ability, were entertaining. He had some great fights. To me, Nathan Cleverley was absolute peak, entertainment in boxing. You couldn't get a fighter with a better attitude towards the sport than him. And he maximized his potential, went as far as he possibly could, world champion in 2 divisions. You know, he made several defense. Well, no, he was world champion 2 separate times in 1 division, but he fought in 2 divisions, right? And he maximized his potential, had several title defenses. Had that rivalry with Bellew, won the first fight, almost won the second fight. Even though I think it was fixed, he got the win over Bramer, who was a great fighter at the end of his career, or near it. He had that fantastic fight with Andres Fanfara, one of the best non-title fights I've ever seen. Lost it, but it was very close. Nathan Cleverley was in some great fights, and he was very entertaining, and he was a warrior. He was a very brave guy. Very brave guy. Nathan Cleverley was a brave man. Like that. That's the best way I could describe him. He was a brave man. Do you recognize most of the people that comment on your lives? Yeah. I recognize most of the accounts that comment that have been here before. If it's someone new, obviously I don't recognize them, but I recognize it. It's if it's one of my regulars, you know. Yeah. Usyk's already beaten 3 world-class heavyweights. Moses Italma is literally just a prospect. Why would you even mention Moses Italma? Why would a guy like Ade, someone who's supposed to be a boxing journalist, why would he even mention Usyk in the same sentence as Moses Italma? Moses Italma is a prospect. Usyk is a legend of the sport. Why would they even be why would they even be in talks to fight? That will never happen. There's no point in it ever happening, you know. Yeah, don't mean to bring it back up, but just rewatching Dell's stream, I'm cracking up. By the way, is Saint a cross-dresser? You called him by his... Yeah, that guy's a cross-dressing weirdo, and he has multiple different accounts. Some of them with a female and on the what do you call it? The profile picture. Pretends to be a girl and all that. That guy's a creep. Absolute creep. Yeah. Yeah, watch out for that one. He's a wrong un. Why would Wilder be willing to spar someone like Vlad? Well, Wilder did spar Vlad many times because Vlad was looking for sparring partners for tall guys. I think it was when he was preparing to fight Marius Vac. I think Wilder was one of his sparring partners for that fight, if I remember rightly. Why are people laughing at Charles Martin calling Italma out? Italma is so unproven. Starting to annoy me. Exactly. Charles Martin could beat Italma right now. Well, I'm not saying he definitely would, but he could. He's a lot more experienced, former world champion, a guy who's been, fought like 12 rounders. He's done so much more and proven so much more than Italma has. I'm not saying Italma I'm not saying Italma wouldn't beat him. He could, but it's an interesting step up fight, an interesting test. I would like to see it. I rewatched Schindler's List recently. I actually think it was better than what I remember. Do you know, I've never seen it. Never seen it, but I wouldn't mind watching it at some point. I feel that it used to be 88 kilogram. Now I'm 123 within 3 years. Really? Or you put it all? What is it? Mostly like muscle mass though, or is it just body fat? Like, because I gained so much body fat like in the past just from being lazy. Sitting about, eating too much. It's easily done, and it creeps up on you. You don't realize until it's too late. And then you got to do something about it. Billy Joe was a very technically gifted fighter, very skilled, very defensively slick, a decent athlete in his prime, but he kind of let himself go towards the end, blew up in weight between fights and ruined his career, But he was a good fighter for a time. I think he could have been a great middleweight if he'd taken the sport more seriously, but we'll never know, will we? We'll never know. Yeah. Do you see what happened to James Toney when he fought an MMA champion? Well, he fought Randy Couture, right? Randy Couture was 47 years old. So again, old man. He was basically retired. He was an actor at that point. He was mostly acting. He was in movies. So his acting career was taken off, and in between his acting career, he decided to fight James Toney just to shut him up. Because James Toney was talking mad trash about UFC fighters and MMA, saying he would smash them all, that they're garbage compared to boxing. And Randy Couture was just like, let me shut this guy up. So he went in the ring and just smashed Toney, stopped him in like a minute of the first round, like made him quit, like submitted him. It was quite funny that. I watched it not too long ago, just a few days ago. I like rewatching that from time to time. It's quite funny. Even Moses said himself in an interview, why would Usyk want to fight me? For what for? Exactly. And again, Moses Itama, he's got self-awareness. He knows he's not going to fight Usyk. He knows his handlers would never allow it. Usyk's people would never allow it. It would be bad for Usyk's reputation if he took that fight. Why would he ever fight a prospect at this stage of his career? He just beat Tyson Fury twice in a row. Tyson Fury, an all-time great heavyweight. Usyk just beat him twice in a row. Why would he even bother fighting Moses Itama when he just beat Tyson Fury twice? It doesn't make sense, I wish Usyk never lets Dubois fight him again. If he beats Parker, he should let Bakoli become the mandatory for IBF and let Bakoli smash Dubois. Perfect punishment. I agree. Usyk should never fight Dubois again. Dubois does not deserve that fight. He does not deserve it. Charles Martin would give him a better test than Dempsey McKean. I agree. Charles Martin's a much more dangerous fighter than Dempsey McKean, much more dangerous. And I'm not saying Charles Martin is world class or anything like that, but let's not pretend the guy isn't experienced. Let's not pretend he can't punch. He had that 12-round, I think it was 12-round anyway, fight with what'd you call him? Adam Kownacki. Gave him some problems. He dropped Luis Ortiz, gave him some problems. He had that. I know it was a fluke, but he had that win over Glasgow for the world title. It's not like he hasn't fought guys. It's not like he hasn't performed at like high level as a pro. He has. So it's not an easy fight. It's not an easy fight. I think it would be difficult. I think it would be competitive. Oh, so it was body fat. Yeah, that's all right. It doesn't matter. I'm sure you'll be able to lose it. Again, just try intermittent fasting, low carb, high protein diet. You'll be fine. The weight will fall off you, especially if you're working hard and training, Randy Couture was in way better shape than James Toney as well. Yeah, because Randy Couture is a guy who lives the life, who takes the sport seriously, stays healthy, had a healthy diet, healthy lifestyle. James Toney did not. James Toney was obese, whereas Randy Couture kept himself well preserved and in shape, Yeah, the UFC made that fight because of Ray Mercer destroying Tim Sylvia. Yeah, they did. And that's the thing. I don't think people understood at the time, a lot of people anyway, how lucky Ray Mercer was in that fight. Like, Tim Sylvia fought the dumbest, absolute dumbest strategy you could possibly imagine in that fight. He literally just walked forward and stood right in front of Ray Mercer, a big puncher from boxing, a guy who had one-punch knockout power. Why would he do that? All Tim Sylvia had to do was take his time, do what he did against Mariusz Pudzianowski, take his time, bide his time, let Ray Mercer lead and try to counter, jump on the inside, smother him, and submit him, take him to the ground. He would have submitted Ray Mercer easily, but he just walked right at him and got caught with that right hand and got knocked out. That wasn't going to happen against James Toney. James Toney was nowhere near as explosive, nowhere near as powerful as Ray Mercer, and nowhere near as in good a shape, nowhere near as strong. And Randy Couture was a lot more experienced and a lot more tactful than Tim Sylvia was. So he went in there and did the business. It was easy. Yeah, it was easy. Bacoli versus Dubois. How you think it goes? Dubois was so disrespectful, but Frank Probst told him to do it. Yeah. Look, Dubois is dumb as a box of rocks. Like, what's the saying? Dumb as a bag of rocks or whatever. Like he's dumb. Like he can't. He wouldn't have come up with that. Like any of the insults and one-liners he comes up with, he's being told by Frank or by his dad or someone. Like, I suspect it's Frank telling him to do these things and trying to get him to trash talk, but it's boring because it's it's not legit. It's not authentic, And I just think I just think Dubois is boring, if truth be told. Like, he should shut his mouth and just fight, He's not the most charismatic individual. Hopefully Bacoli beats him if that fight happens, Only fights for Usyk that genuinely interest me is Parker, Caballel, and maybe Beterbiev, yeah, if he moves up to heavyweight. Beterbiev has apparently said he doesn't want to fight Usyk, though, but I do want to see that. I think that would be the perfect legacy fight for Usyk, but I don't think it'll ever happen, sadly. But yeah, Parker and Caballel, decent fringe contenders. He could fight one of them. Why not? Martin went the distance with Anderson too. Yeah, he did. Yeah. So Charles Martin has been 12 rounds on multiple occasions. He's given some fringe contenders good fights, and he's been a world champion, and he's fought in a couple of world title fights. So let's not act as if Moses Intalma has done more than that. He hasn't. Just wait and see what he does. James Toney's post-fight interview yelling, "Here we go, baby, Burger King." Burger King is pretty funny. Yeah, it is. That was quite funny. It's almost as funny as George Foreman after the Tommy Morrison fight, where he's talking about KFC. Do you remember that? Like, they're like asking him about the fight, about his performance. Like, well, I'm thinking about their fried chicken, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Like, some people say they want the softer one, but I prefer it nice and crunchy. So, like, he's like completely avoiding the question about the fight, and he's talking about fried chicken. I thought that was funny. Like, it's like he's been paid to sponsor KFC or something. I think it was funny. That was funny. Do you think a good MMA fighter beats a good boxer the majority of the time? No, it depends. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on the height, reach, power, speed. Is he a grappler in MMA or is he a striker? Like, it depends on the fighter. There's a lot of boxers who would beat MMA fighters in a street fight. Vice versa, there's MMA fighters that beat boxers in a street fight. It just depends on the individual. Depends more so on the attributes of the individual. Like a guy like Brock Lesnar would absolutely smash your average like heavyweight boxer in a street fight. But like, would a guy like Tim Sylvia? I don't think so. No, it just depends on the individual, Beterbiev said he won't fight Usyk because he's too. Yeah, he says he's too big for him, doesn't he? Yeah. Unfortunately. Oh well. I actually think Caroline Dubois has more about her than Dan. I've never listened to Caroline Dubois, so I don't know. Obviously, as you know, I don't follow women's boxing. Got no interest in it because I'm too based, Just filling out my drink. 1 second. Don't want to let it overflow, of course. Yeah. Aha, beautiful. Right, what was I? Let's have a look. Krzysztof Glavatsky won a few MMA fights. So, without any, sometimes a boxer will win. Well, yeah, it depends on who he fights, though. Like, who did Glavatsky fight in MMA? Did he fight actual good contenders, or did he fight journeymen? Because let's not forget, Glavatsky was a world-class boxer. So if he's fighting low-level, like MMA guys, then that's not too surprising, you know? Did you expect Couture to run through Tony before? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was obvious that was going to happen, you know? It was obvious any world-class MMA fighter would beat Tony. It was obvious, you know? Frank is, well, to me and to most people, you know, Frank is apparently suppressing Ben Shalom so Bakoli don't beat up his cash cow. Is he now? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think that fight will happen. Not anytime soon, anyway. Oh yeah, 90s Foreman is funny. Yeah, the ultimate American dad. I like Foreman. He's like a sweet old chubby guy, isn't he? He was always nice guy, you know. Well, at that stage of his career. Yeah, bless George Foreman. I think he was stronger than Liston. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Foreman was a better fighter than Liston and way stronger, you know. I still need to see that Foreman film from a few years ago. It meant to be quite good. Yeah, I reviewed it. Big George Foreman. I've got the DVD of it. Great movie. That was one of my favorite, if not my all-time favorite boxing movie. I thought it was a great movie. Really enjoyed it. And I've always kind of liked George Foreman. That movie kind of, when it put a lot of his life story into perspective, that movie made me like him even more, if truth be told. It did. Speaking of Big George, his film is finally on Netflix. The film was axed from the media because of its message. Yeah, it was. It was. Without a doubt. That's why the critics attacked it when it came out. The scum Marxist critics. They were expecting it to be some BLM lop fest. And when they found out what it was really about, they were having none of it, you know. It was a Christian movie, you know. It basically, that was sort of the main message of the movie, was how George Foreman found Jesus Christ and he became a born-again Christian. And that was why he left boxing initially, because he had a near-death experience after he fought Jimmy Young. He collapsed. And when he woke up from being collapsed, he had an encounter with Jesus. He became born again. And he just after becoming born again, he wanted to become baptized and to cleanse himself of his sins. Because George Foreman was a very nasty person in his younger years. He was a thug. He was like a bully, you know, and a thief, and he was an adulterer and all that. So he did horrible things. He really did. But when he had that near-death experience with the Jimmy Young fight, and not only that, but he was a very vengeful person. Like his hatred towards Muhammad Ali for what he'd said about him and what happened with his fight was like tearing him apart, tearing his family apart, and all that. But like when he became a born again Christian, when he had that near death experience, and and then he became born again, he became baptized. He was able to forgive everybody. Like he sorted out his family situation. He stopped being so vengeful. He actually forgave Muhammad Ali. Like, even though what Muhammad Ali did to him was disgraceful, like the way he set him up like that, and you know, turned the whole community against him and stuff like that. Like he wanted to kill the man. He hated him, but he forgave him. And he told him to his face at his house, I forgive you. And like the two became friends as a result of that. They kind of bonded over it, which I thought was quite sweet. And it's like he retired to become a preacher, and he spent the next 10 years of his life. He opened like a community center, invested a lot of money into trying to help his community, this, that, and the other. And again, he was preaching the gospel to people in his community, trying to get them off the street. And he tried to use boxing to help them too, to give them a better outlook in life, and you know, an outlook that he needed himself. And it was interesting because when he lost all his money and ended up in financial difficulty, and he was basically forced out of retirement, he had to come back to boxing. But what's interesting about it is, and this is what makes it such an interesting story. It's like when he went back into boxing, he went into it with a completely different mindset. he knew, he's an old guy now in his late 30s, pushing 40. He's obese, he's not in good health. He's not looked after himself, but he knows he has to change his approach to boxing. He can't be the hard man anymore. He can't be big George Foreman, just go in there and blast him out. He can't do it anymore. So he studied the sport in depth. He became a much more tactful and a much more cerebral fighter. That's why if you look at the later stage of Foreman's career, he took his time. He used his jab more. He did a lot of probing. He learned about lead hand control, balance, footwork, pacing himself, switching up the speed and the power on his punches. He just became a much more tactful fighter. He became a much more intelligent fighter. And he never got angry. He never let himself get wound up in the ring because, he was a born again Christian. He never wanted to let himself get angry again, and let his emotions rule his decisions, basically. And you see that if you go and watch George Foreman's fights again. This is really how it was. Go and watch his fights from the 90s. He was always a much more calm and composed individual, and he would always smile. He was always happy. Like Teddy Atlas is trying to get in his head and like pushing him about, trying to start on him, trying to get bait a reaction out of him, and it doesn't work. Foreman just smiles and just stays calm the whole time. And it's just crazy to me how he went from being, that big hard man, tough guy, to being like a smiling, goofy, like really, really lovable, likable individual, all because he found Jesus Christ and became born again. It's beautiful. It made for an excellent story, but the media absolutely tore the movie apart because of that. Like the media, again, they were hoping for some like fictional LARP fest, right? He being all praised by the system. They were hoping for that. They weren't hoping for like a really optimistic story, and a really positive Christian movie that they got. Like they that was the message that the movie had, that the media had a problem with. And I really enjoyed the movie. I just, even putting that stuff aside, like that stuff's important, but even putting it aside, I still thought it was a fantastic movie. I really enjoyed it and I had a lot of fun watching it. I'll probably watch it again soon. I've got the DVD, so why not? I saw it twice in the cinema, and yeah, and I think my missus got me the DVD, if I remember rightly. So either Christmas or birthday, I forget which one. But yeah, I think she got it. Oh, starting to get a bit of a headache. I think it's because I've been going for nearly 5 hours. Been a long ass stream. I don't normally stream this long. In fact, this might even be. No, no. I think I've been more than 5 hours before, but it's been a long time. I think usually 2 to 3 hours is my average length for a live stream. But yeah, I'm starting to get a bit tired now. I think we'll go another few minutes. We'll go to about 10, and then we'll end the stream. But yeah, that was my thoughts on the George Foreman film. I thought it was a really good one, and yeah, I already reviewed it. So if you want to know my thoughts on it, aside from what I've said, you can go check that out if you want to. It's up to yourselves, of course. But yeah, that's what it is, to answer your question. Be back in a minute. I'm just going for a pee. Be back in a minute. All right, sorry about that. All right, anyway, it's almost 10 o'clock, and before I put my feet up and do whatever I want to do, I'm gonna jump in for a shower. So yeah, I'll probably end the stream now. We've almost been going 5 hours. Yeah, thanks for stopping by to everybody who did. God bless each and every one of you. And yeah, I've enjoyed this one. So yeah, stay vigilant. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, and yeah, stay tuned for that top 50 video that I'm working on. I'll try. I'm not making any promises, but I will try and get that video out next week. Possibly at the weekend, if I can use my. Well, I'm planning to use my capture card to get footage for it, but we'll see. We'll see if that works. You know, I might have to deal with copyright issues, but whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But that's the video that I'm planning to finish next, and then of course after that, hopefully shortly after, no more than a week or two, I will have the what do you call it? The top 10 greatest heavyweight champions of all time list. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and God bless.